Chapter 11, Part 9 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 9. July 12th. At McMahon's, our small colonel, Paul Haynes's son, came into my room. To amuse the child, I gave him a photograph album to look over. "You have Lincoln in your book," said he. "I am astonished at you. I hate him." And he placed the book on the floor and struck old Abe in the face with his fist. An Englishman told me Lincoln has said that had he known such a war would follow his election he never would have set foot in Washington, nor have been inaugurated. He had never dreamed of this awful fratricidal bloodshed. That does not seem like the true John Brown spirit. I was very glad to hear it, to hear something from the President of the United States which was not merely a vulgar joke, and usually a joke so vulgar that you were ashamed to laugh, funny though it was. They say Seward has gone to England, and his wily tongue will turn all hearts against us. Brown told us there was a son of the Duke of Somerset in Richmond. He laughed his fill at our ragged, dirty soldiers, but he stopped his laughing when he saw them under fire. Our men strip the Yankee dead of their shoes, but will not touch the shoes of a comrade. Poor fellows, they are nearly barefoot. Alex has come. I saw him ride up about dusk and go into the graveyard. I shut up my windows on that side. Poor fellow. July 13th. Halcott Green came to see us. Bragg is a stern disciplinarian, according to Halcott. He did not in the least understand citizen soldiers. In the retreat from Shiloh he ordered that not a gun should be fired. A soldier shot a chicken, and then the soldier was shot. "For a chicken," said Halcott. "A Confederate soldier for a chicken." Mrs. McCord says a nurse who is also a beauty had better leave her beauty with her cloak and hat at the door. One lovely lady nurse said to a rough old soldier, whose wound could not have been dangerous, "Well, my good soul, what can I do for you?" "Kiss me," said he. Mrs. McCord's fury was at the woman's telling it, for it brought her hospital into disrepute, and very properly. She knew there were women who would boast of an insult if it ministered to their vanity. She wanted nurses to come dressed as nurses, as sisters of charity, and not as fine ladies; then there would be no trouble. When she saw them coming in angel sleeves, displaying all their white arms, and in their muslin, showing all their beautiful white shoulders and throats, she felt disposed to order them off the premises. That was no proper costume for a nurse. Mrs. Bartow goes in her widow's weeds, which is after Mrs. McCord's own heart. But Mrs. Bartow has her stories, too. A surgeon said to her, "I give you no detailed instructions. A mother necessarily is a nurse." She then passed on quietly, "As smilingly acquiescent, my dear, as if I had ever been a mother." Mrs. Greenhow has enlightened Rachel Lyons as to Mr. Chesnut's character in Washington. He was "one of the very few men of whom there was not a word of scandal spoken. I do not believe, my dear, that he ever spoke to a woman there." He did know Mrs. John R. Thompson, however. Walked up and down the college campus with Mrs. McCord. The buildings all lit up with gas, the soldiers seated under the elms in every direction, and in every stage of convalescence. Through the open windows could see the nurses flitting about. It was a strange, weird scene. Walked home with Mrs. Bartow. We stopped at Judge Carroll's. Mrs. Carroll gave us a cup of tea. When we got home, found the Prestons had called for me to dine at their house to meet General Magruder. Last night the Edgefield band serenaded Governor Pickens. Mrs. Harris stepped on the porch and sang the Marseillaise for them. It had been more than 20 years since I first heard her voice. It was a very fine one then, but there is nothing which the tooth of time lacerates more cruelly than the singing voice of women. There is an incongruous metaphor for you. The negroes on the coast received the Rutledges' mounted rifles apparently with great rejoicings. The troops were gratified to find the negroes in such a friendly state of mind. One servant whispered to his master, "Don't you mind 'em, don't trust 'em," meaning the negroes. The master then dressed himself as a Federal officer and went down to the negro quarter. The very first greeting was, "Ki, massa, you come for ketch rebels? We can show you way you can catch 30 to night." They took him to the Confederate camp, or pointed it out, and then added for his edification, "We can catch officer for you whenever you want 'em." Bad news. Gunboats have passed Vicksburg. The Yankees are spreading themselves over our fair Southern land like red ants. July 21st. Jackson has gone into the enemy's country. Joe Johnston and Wade Hampton are to follow. Think of Rice, Mr. Senator Rice, who sent us the buffalo robes. Henry M. Rice, United States Senator from Minnesota, who had emigrated to that State from Vermont in 1835. I see from his place in the Senate that he speaks of us as savages who put powder and whiskey into soldiers' canteens to make them mad with ferocity in the fight. No, never. We admire coolness here because we lack it. We do not need to be fired by drink to be brave. My classical lore is small indeed, but I faintly remember something of the Spartans who marched to the music of lutes. No drum and fife were needed to revive their fainting spirits. In that one thing we are Spartans. The Wayside Hospital is duly established at the Columbia Station where all the railroads meet. Of ameliorations in modern warfare, Dr. John T. Darby said in addressing the South Carolina Medical Association, Charleston, in 1873, "On the route from the army to the general hospital, wounds are dressed and soldiers refreshed at wayside homes, and here be it said with justice and pride that the credit of originating this system is due to the women of South Carolina. In a small room in the capital of this State, the first wayside home was founded, and during the war some 75,000 soldiers were relieved by having their wounds dressed, their ailments attended, and very frequently by being clothed through the patriotic services and good offices of a few untiring ladies in Columbia. From this little nucleus spread that grand system of wayside hospitals which was established during our own and the late European wars." All honor to Mrs. Fisher and the other women who work there so faithfully. The young girls of Columbia started this hospital. In the first winter of the war, moneyless soldiers, sick and wounded, suffered greatly when they had to lie over here because of faulty connections between trains. Rev. Mr. Martin, whose habit it was to meet trains and offer his aid to these unfortunates, suggested to the Young Ladies' Hospital Association their opportunity. Straightway the blessed maidens provided a room where our poor fellows might have their wounds bound up and be refreshed. And now the Soldiers' Rest has grown into the Wayside Hospital, and older heads and hands relieve younger ones of the grimmer work and graver responsibilities. I am ready to help in every way, by subscription and otherwise, but too feeble in health to go there much. Mrs. Brown heard a man say at the Congaree House, "We are breaking our heads against a stone wall. We are bound to be conquered. We can not keep it up much longer against so powerful a nation as the United States. Crowds of Irish, Dutch, and Scotch are pouring in to swell their armies. They are promised our lands, and they believe they will get them. Even if we are successful, we can not live without Yankees." "Now," says Mrs. Brown, "I call that man a Yankee spy." To which I reply, "If he were a spy, he would not dare show his hand so plainly." "To think," says Mrs. Brown, "that he is not taken up. Seward's little bell would tinkle, a guard would come, and the Grand Inquisition of America would order that man put under arrest in the twinkling of an eye if he had ventured to speak against Yankees in Yankeeland." General Preston said he had the right to take up any one who was not in his right place and sent him where he belonged. "Then do take up my husband instantly. He is sadly out of his right place in this little Governor's council." The General stared at me and slowly uttered in his most tragic tones, "If I could put him where I think he ought to be." This I immediately hailed as a high compliment, and was duly ready with my thanks. Upon reflection it is borne in upon me that he might have been more explicit; he left too much to the imagination. Then Mrs. Brown described the Prince of Wales, whose manners, it seems, differ from those of Mrs. , who arraigned us from morn to dewy eve and upbraided us with our ill-bred manners and customs. The Prince, when he was here, conformed at once to whatever he saw was the way of those who entertained him. He closely imitated President Buchanan's way of doing things. He took off his gloves at once when he saw that the President wore none. He began by bowing to the people who were presented to him, but when he saw Mr. Buchanan shaking hands, he shook hands, too. When smoking affably with Brown on the White House piazza, he expressed his content with the fine cigars Brown had given him. The President said, "I was keeping some excellent ones for you, but Brown has got ahead of me." Long after Mr. Buchanan had gone to bed, the Prince ran into his room in a jolly, boyish way and said, "Mr. Buchanan, I have come for the fine cigars you have for me." As I walked up to the Prestons, along a beautiful shaded back street, a carriage passed with Governor Means in it. As soon as he saw me, he threw himself half out, and kissed both hands to me again and again. It was a whole-souled greeting, as the saying is, and I returned it with my whole heart, too. "Good by!" he cried, and I responded, "Good by!" I may never see him again. I am not sure that I did not shed a few tears. General Preston and Mr. Chesnut were seated on the piazza of the Hampton house as I walked in. I opened my batteries upon them in this scornful style: "You cold, formal, solemn, overly polite creatures, weighed down by your own dignity. You will never know the rapture of just such a sad farewell as John Means and I have just interchanged. He was in a hack," I proceeded to relate, "and I was on the sidewalk. He was on his way to the war, poor fellow. The hackman drove steadily along in the middle of the street. But for our gray hairs, I do not know what he might have thought of us. John Means did not suppress his feelings at an unexpected meeting with an old friend, and a good cry did me good. It is a life of terror and foreboding we lead. My heart is in my mouth half the time. But you two, under no possible circumstances could you forget your manners." Read Russell's India all day. Saintly folks, those English, when their blood is up. Sepoys and blacks we do not expect anything better from, but what an example of Christian patience and humanity the white angels from the West set them. The beautiful Jewess, Rachel Lyons, was here to day. She flattered Paul Hayne audaciously, and he threw back the ball. To day I saw the Rowena to this Rebecca, when Mrs. Edward Barnwell called. She is the purest type of Anglo Saxon, exquisitely beautiful, cold, quiet, calm, ladylike, fair as a lily, with the blackest and longest eyelashes, and her eyes so light in color some one said they were the hue of cologne and water. At any rate, she has a patent right to them; there are no more like them to be had. The effect is startling, but lovely beyond words. Blanton Duncan told us a story of Morgan in Kentucky. Morgan walked into a court where they were trying some secessionists. The judge was about to pronounce sentence, but Morgan rose and begged that he might be allowed to call some witnesses. The judge asked who were his witnesses. "My name is John Morgan, and my witnesses are 1,400 Confederate soldiers." Mrs. Izard witnessed two instances of patriotism in the cast called Sandhill Tackies. One forlorn, chill, and fever-freckled creature, yellow, dirty, and dry as a nut, was selling peaches at 10 cents a dozen. Soldiers collected around her cart. She took the cover off and cried, "Eat away! Eat your fill! I never charge our soldiers anything." They tried to make her take pay, but when she steadily refused it, they cheered her madly and said, "Sleep in peace. Now we will fight for you and keep off the Yankees." Another poor Sandhill man refused to sell his cows, and gave them to the hospital. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurianne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 12, Flat Rock, North Carolina, August 1, 1862, to August 8, 1862. Flat Rock, North Carolina, August 1, 1862. Being ill, I left Mrs. McMahan's for Flat Rock. Flat Rock was the summer resort of many cultured families from the low countries of the South before the war. Many attractive houses had been built there. It lies in the region which has since become famous as the Asheville region, and in which stands Biltmore. It was very hot and disagreeable for an invalid in a boarding house in that climate. The Labords and the McCord girls came part of the way with me. The cars were crowded, and a lame soldier had to stand leaning on his crutches in the thoroughfare that runs between the seats. One of us gave him our seat. You may depend upon it, there was no trouble in finding a seat for our party after that. Dr. Laborde quoted a classic anecdote. In some Greek assembly an old man was left standing. A Spartan gave him his seat. The Athenians cheered madly, though they had kept their seats. The comment was, "Lacedaemonians practice virtue; Athenians know how to admire it." Nathan Davis happened accidentally to be at the station at Greenville. He took immediate charge of Molly and myself, for my party had dwindled to us two. He went with us to the hotel, sent for the landlord, told him who I was, secured good rooms for us, and saw that we were made comfortable in every way. At dinner I entered that immense dining room alone, but I saw friends and acquaintances on every side. My first exploit was to repeat to Mrs. Ives Mrs. Pickens's blunder in taking a suspicious attitude toward men born at the North, and calling upon General Cooper to agree with her. Martha Levy explained the grave faces of my auditors by saying that Colonel Ives was a New Yorker. My distress was dire. Louisa Hamilton was there. She told me that Captain George Cuthbert, with his arm in a sling from a wound by no means healed, was going to risk the shaking of a stagecoach. He was on his way to his cousin, William Cuthbert's, at Flat Rock. Now George Cuthbert is a type of the finest kind of Southern soldier. We can not make them any better than he is. Before the war I knew him. He traveled in Europe with my sister, Kate, and Mary Withers. At once I offered him a seat in the comfortable hack Nathan Davis had engaged for me. Molly sat opposite to me, and often when I was tired held my feet in her lap. Captain Cuthbert's man sat with the driver. We had ample room. We were a dilapidated company. I was so ill I could barely sit up, and Captain Cuthbert could not use his right hand or arm at all. I had to draw his match, light his cigar, etc. He was very quiet, grateful, gentle, and I was going to say docile. He is a fiery soldier, one of those whose whole face becomes transfigured in battle, so one of his men told me, describing his way with his company. He does not blow his own trumpet, but I made him tell me the story of his duel with the Mercury's reporter. He seemed awfully ashamed of wasting time in such a scrape. That night we stopped at a country house halfway toward our journey's end. There we met Mr. Charles Lowndes. Rawlins Lowndes, his son, is with Wade Hampton. First we drove, by mistake, into Judge King's yard, our hackman mistaking the place for the hotel. Then we made Farmer's Hotel, as the seafaring men say. Burnet Rhett, with his steed, was at the door. Horse and man were caparisoned with as much red and gold artillery uniform as they could bear. He held his horse. The stirrups were Mexican, I believe; they looked like little side saddles. Seeing his friend and crony, George Cuthbert, alight and leave a veiled lady in the carriage, this handsome and undismayed young artillerist walked round and round the carriage, talked with the driver, looked in at the doors and at the front. Suddenly I bethought me to raise my veil and satisfy his curiosity. Our eyes met, and I smiled. It was impossible to resist the comic disappointment on his face when a woman old enough to be George Cuthbert's mother, with the ravages of a year of gastric fever, almost fainting with fatigue, greeted his vision. He instantly mounted his gallant steed and pranced away to his fiancée. He is to marry the greatest heiress in the State, Miss Aiken. Then Captain Cuthbert told me his name. At Kate's I found Sally Rutledge, and then for weeks life was a blank. I remember nothing. The illness which had been creeping on for so long a time took me by the throat. At Greenville I had met many friends. I witnessed the wooing of Barney Heyward, once the husband of the lovely Lucy Izard, now a widower and a bon parti. He was there nursing Joe, his brother. So was the beautiful Henrietta Magruder Heyward, now a widow, for poor Joe died. There is something magnetic in Teddy Clinch's large and lustrous black eyes. No man has ever resisted their influence. She says her virgin heart has never beat one throb the faster for any mortal here below, until now, when it surrenders to Barney. Well, as I said, Joseph Heyward died, and rapidly did the bereaved beauty shake the dust of this poor Confederacy from her feet, and plume her wings for flight across the water. Let me insert here now, much later, all I know of that brave spirit, George Cuthbert. While I was living in the winter of 1863 at the corner of Clay and Twelfth Streets in Richmond, he came to see me. Never did man enjoy life more. The Preston girls were staying at my house then, and it was very gay for the young soldiers who ran down from the army for a day or so. We had heard of him, as usual, gallantly facing odds at Sharpsburg. The battle of Sharpsburg, or Antietam, one of the bloodiest of the war, was fought in western Maryland, a few miles north of Harper's Ferry, on September 16 and 17, 1862, the Federals being under McClellan and the Confederates under Lee. And he asked if he should chance to be wounded, would I have him brought to Clay Street. He was shot at Chancellorsville, leading his men. The battle of Chancellorsville, where the losses on each side were more than 10,000 men, was fought about 50 miles northwest of Richmond on May 2, 3, and 4, 1863. The Confederates were under Lee and the Federals under Hooker. In this battle Stonewall Jackson was killed. The surgeon did not think him mortally wounded. He sent me a message that he was coming at once to our house. He knew he would soon get well there. Also that I need not be alarmed, those Yankees could not kill me. He asked one of his friends to write a letter to his mother. Afterward he said he had another letter to write, but that he wished to sleep first, he felt so exhausted. At his request, they then turned his face away from the light and left him. When they came again to look at him, they found him dead. He had been dead for a long time. It was bitter cold. Wounded men lost much blood and were weakened in that way. They lacked warm blankets and all comforts. Many died who might have been saved by one good hot drink or a few mouthfuls of nourishing food. One of the generals said to me, "Fire and reckless courage like Captain Cuthbert's are contagious. Such men in an army are invaluable. Losses like this weakened us indeed." But I must not linger longer around the memory of the bravest of the brave, a true exemplar of our old regime, gallant, gay, unfortunate. M.B.C. August 8th. Mr. Daniel Blake drove down to my sister's in his heavy, substantial English phaeton, with stout and strong horses to match. I went back with him and spent 2 delightful days at his hospitable mansion. I met there, as a sort of chaplain, the Rev. Mr. . He dealt unfairly by me. We had a long argument, and when we knelt down for evening prayers, he introduced an extemporaneous prayer and prayed for me most palpably. There was I down on my knees, red hot with rage and fury. David W. said it was a clear case of hitting a fellow when he was down. Afterward the fun of it all struck me, and I found it difficult to keep from shaking with laughter. It was not an edifying religious exercise, to say the least, as far as I was concerned. Before Chancellorsville was fatal Sharpsburg. During the summer of 1862, after the battle of Malvern Hill and before Sharpsburg, or Antietam, the following important battles had taken place: Harrison's Landing, July 3d and 4th; Harrison's Landing again, July 31st; Cedar Mountain, August 9th; Bull Run, second battle, August 29th and 30th; and South Mountain, September 14th. My friend Colonel Means killed on the battlefield; his only son, Stark, wounded and a prisoner. His wife had not recovered from the death of her other child, Emma, who had died of consumption early in the war. She was lying on a bed when they told her of her husband's death, and then they tried to keep Stark's condition from her. They think now that she misunderstood and believed him dead, too. She threw something over her face. She did not utter one word. She remained quiet so long some one removed the light shawl which she had thrown over her head, and found she was dead. Miss Mary Stark, her sister, said afterward, "No wonder. How was she to face life without her husband and children? That was all she had ever lived for." These are sad, unfortunate memories. Let us run away from them. What has not my husband been doing this year, 1862, when all our South Carolina troops are in Virginia? Here we were without soldiers or arms. He raised an army, so to speak, and imported arms through the Trenholm firm. He had arms to sell to the Confederacy. He laid the foundation of a niter bed, and the Confederacy sent to Columbia to learn of Professor LeConte how to begin theirs. He bought up all the old arms and had them altered and repaired. He built ships. He imported clothes and shoes for our soldiers, for which things they had long stood sorely in need. He imported cotton cards and set all idle hands carding and weaving. All the world was set to spinning cotton. He tried to stop the sale of whiskey, and alas, he called for reserves, that is, men over age, and he committed the unforgivable offense of sending the sacred negro property to work on fortifications away from their owners' plantations. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 13. Portland, Alabama, July 8, 1863 to July 30, 1863. Portland, Alabama, July 8, 1863. My mother ill at her home on the plantation near here, where I have come to see her. But to go back first to my trip home from Flat Rock to Camden. At the station I saw men sitting on a row of coffins, smoking, talking, and laughing, with their feet drawn up tailor fashion to keep them out of the wet. Thus does war harden people's hearts. Met James Chesnut at Wilmington. He only crossed the river with me and then went back to Richmond. He was violently opposed to sending our troops into Pennsylvania; wanted all we could spare sent West to make an end there of our enemies. He kept dark about Vallandigham. I am sure we could not trust him to do us any good, or to do the Yankees any harm. The Coriolanus business is played out. Clement Baird Vallandigham was an Ohio Democrat who represented the extreme wing of Northern sympathizers with the South. He was arrested by United States troops in May, 1863, court-martialed, and banished to the Confederacy. Not being well received in the South, he went to Canada, but after the war returned to Ohio. As we came to Camden, Molly sat by me in the cars. She touched me, and with her nose in the air said, "Look, Missis." There was the inevitable bride and groom, at least, so I thought, and the irrepressible kissing and lolling against each other which I had seen so often before. I was rather astonished at Molly's prudery, but there was a touch in this scene which was new. The man required for his peace of mind that the girl should brush his cheek with those beautiful long eyelashes of hers. Molly became so outraged in her blue black modesty that she kept her head out of the window not to see. When we were detained at a little wayside station, this woman made an awful row about her room. She seemed to know me and appealed to me, said her brother-in-law was adjutant to Colonel K., etc. Molly observed, "You had better go yonder, ma'am, where your husband is calling you." The woman drew herself up proudly, and with a toss exclaimed, "Husband, indeed! I'm a widow. That is my cousin. I loved my dear husband too well to marry again ever, ever." Absolutely tears came into her eyes. Molly, loaded as she was with shawls and bundles, stood motionless, and said, "After all that gwine on in the cyars. Oh, Lord, I should 'a' let it go 'twas my husband and me, nigger as I am." Here I was at home, on a soft bed, with every physical comfort, but life is one long catechism there, due to the curiosity of stay at home people in a narrow world. In Richmond, Molly and Lawrence quarreled. He declared he could not put up with her tantrums. Unfortunately, I asked him, in the interests of peace and a quiet house, to bear with her temper. "I did," said I, "but she was so good and useful." He was shabby enough to tell her what I had said at their next quarrel. The awful reproaches she overwhelmed me with then! She said she was mortified that I had humbled her before Lawrence. But the day of her revenge came. At negro balls in Richmond guests were required to carry passes, and in changing his coat Lawrence forgot his pass. Next day Lawrence was missing, and Molly came to me laughing to tears. "Come and look," said she. "Here is the fine gentleman tied between two black niggers and marched off to jail. She laughed and jeered so she could not stand without holding on to the window. Lawrence disregarded her and called to me at the top of his voice, "Please, ma'am, ask Mars Jeems to come take me out of this. I ain't done nothin'." As soon as Mr. Chesnut came home, I told him of Lawrence's sad fall, and he went at once to his rescue. There had been a fight and a disturbance at the ball. The police had been called in, and when every negro was required to show his pass, Lawrence had been taken up as having none. He was terribly chopfallen when he came home walking behind Mr. Chesnut. He is always so respectable and well behaved, and stands on his dignity. I went over to Mrs. Preston's at Columbia. Camden had become simply intolerable to me. There the telegram found me saying I must go to my mother, who was ill at her home here in Alabama. Colonel Goodwin, his wife, and 2 daughters were going, and so I joined the party. I telegraphed Mr. Chesnut for Lawrence, and he replied, forbidding me to go at all. It was so hot, the cars so disagreeable, fever would be the inevitable result. Miss Kate Hampton, in her soft voice, said, "The only trouble in life is when one can't decide in which way duty leads. Once know your duty, then all is easy." I do not know whether she thought it my duty to obey my husband, but I thought it my duty to go to my mother, as I risked nothing but myself. We had 2 days of an exciting drama under our very noses, before our eyes. A party had come to Columbia who said they had run the blockade, had come in by flag of truce, etc. Colonel Goodwin asked me to look around and see if I could pick out the suspected crew. It was easily done. We were all in a sadly molting condition. We had come to the end of our good clothes in 3 years, and now our only resource was to turn them upside down, or inside out, and in mending, darning, patching, etc. Near me on the train to Alabama sat a young woman in a traveling dress of bright yellow. She wore a profusion of curls, had pink cheeks, was delightfully airy and easy in her manner, and was absorbed in a flirtation with a Confederate major, who, in spite of his nice new gray uniform and 2 stars, had a very Yankee face, fresh, clean cut, sharp, utterly unsunburned, florid, wholesome, handsome. What more in compliment can one say of one's enemies? 2 other women faced this man and woman, and we knew them to be newcomers by their good clothes. One of these women was a German. She it was who had betrayed them. I found that out afterward. The handsomest of the 3 women had a hard Northern face, but all were in splendid array as to feathers, flowers, lace, and jewelry. If they were spies, why were they so foolish as to brag of New York and compare us unfavorably with the other side all the time, and in loud, shrill accents? Surely that was not the way to pass unnoticed in the Confederacy. A man came in, stood up, and read from a paper, "The surrender of Vicksburg." Vicksburg surrendered on July 4, 1863. Since the close of 1862, it had again and again been assaulted by Grant and Sherman. It was commanded by Johnston and Pemberton, Pemberton being in command at the time of the surrender. John C. Pemberton was a native of Philadelphia, a graduate of West Point, and had served in the Mexican War. I felt as if I had been struck a hard blow on the top of my head, and my heart took one of its queer turns. I was utterly unconscious. Not long, I dare say. The first thing I heard was exclamations of joy and exultation from the overdressed party. My rage and humiliation were great. A man within earshot of this party had slept through everything. He had a greyhound face, eager and inquisitive when awake, but now he was as one of the 7 sleepers. Colonel Goodwin wrote on a blank page of my book, one of De Quincey's, the note is there now, that the sleeper was a Richmond detective. Finally, hot and tired out, we arrived at West Point on the Chattahoochee River. The dusty cars were quite still, except for the giggling flirtation of the yellow gown and her major. 2 Confederate officers walked in. I felt mischief in the air. One touched the smart major, who was whispering to Yellow Gown. The major turned quickly. Instantly every drop of blood left his face, a spasm seized his throat. It was a piteous sight. and at once I was awfully sorry for him. He was marched out of the car. Poor Yellow Gown's color was fast, but the whites of her eyes were lurid. Of the 3 women spies we never heard again. They never do anything worse to women, the high-minded Confederates, than send them out of the country. But when we read soon afterward of the execution of a male spy, we thought of the Major. At Montgomery the boat waited for us, and in my haste I tumbled out of the omnibus, with Dr. Robert Johnson's assistance, but nearly broke my neck. The thermometer was high up in the 90s, and they gave me a stateroom over the boiler. I paid out my Confederate rags of money freely to the maid in order to get out of that oven. Surely, go where we may hereafter, an Alabama steamer in August lying under the bluff with the sun looking down will give one a foretaste, almost an adequate idea, of what's to come as far as heat goes. The planks of the floor burned one's feet under the bluff at Selma, where we stayed nearly all day. I do not know why. Met James Boykin, who had lost 1,200 bales of cotton at Vicksburg, and charged it all to Jeff Davis in his wrath, which did not seem exactly reasonable to me. At Portland there was a horse for James Boykin, and he rode away, promising to have a carriage sent for me at once. But he had to go 7 miles on horseback before he reached my sister Sally's, and then Sally was to send back. On that lonely riverside Molly and I remained with dismal swamps on every side and immense plantations, the white people few or none. In my heart I knew my husband was right when he forbade me to undertake this journey. There was one living thing at this little riverside inn, a white man who had a store opposite, and oh, how drunk he was! Hot as it was, Molly kept up a fire of pine knots. There was neither lamp nor candle in that deserted house. The drunken man reeled over, now and then, lantern in hand. He would stand with his idiotic drunken glare, or go solemnly staggering round us, but always bowing in his politeness. He nearly fell over us, but I sprang out of his way as he asked, "Well, madam, what can I do for you?" Shall I ever forget the headache of that night and the fright? My temples throbbed with dumb misery. I sat upon a chair, Molly on the floor, with her head resting against my chair. She was as near as she could get to me, and I kept my hand on her. "Missis," said she, "now I do believe you are scared, scared of that poor drunken thing. If he was sober, I could whip him in a fair fight, and drunk as he is, I can throw him over the banister if he so much as touches you. I don't value him a button." Taking heart from such brave words, I laughed. It seemed an eternity, but the carriage came by 10 o'clock, and then with the coachman as our sole protector, we poor women drove 8 miles or more over a carriage road, through long lanes, swamps of pitchy darkness, with plantations on every side. The house, as we drew near, looked like a graveyard in a nightmare, so vague and phantom-like were its outlines. I found my mother ill in bed, feeble still, but better than I hoped to see her. "I knew you would come," was her greeting, with outstretched hands. Then I went to bed in that silent house, a house of the dead, it seemed. I supposed I was not to see my sister until the next day, but she came in some time after I had gone to bed. She kissed me quietly, without a tear. She was thin and pale, but her voice was calm and kind. As she lifted the candle over her head to show me something on the wall, I saw that her pretty brown hair was white. It was awfully hard not to burst out into violent weeping. She looked so sweet, and yet so utterly broken-hearted. But as she was without emotion, apparently, it would not become me to upset her by my tears. Next day, at noon, Hetty, mother's old maid, brought my breakfast to my bedside. Such a breakfast it was! Delmonico could do no better. "It is ever so late, I know." To which Hetty replied, "Yes, we would not let Molly wake you." "What a splendid cook you have here." "My daughter, Tina, is Miss Sally's cook. She's well enough as times go, but when our Miss Mary comes to see us, I does it myself," and she curtsied down to the floor. "Bless your old soul!" I cried. and she rushed over and gave me a good hug. She is my mother's factotum, has been her maid since she was 6 years old, when she was bought from a Virginia speculator along with her own mother and all her brothers and sisters. She has been pampered until she is a rare old tyrant at times. She can do everything better than any one else, and my mother leans on her heavily. Hetty is Dick's wife. Dick is the butler. They have over a dozen children, and take life very easily. Sally came in before I was out of bed, and began at once in the same stony way, pale and cold as ice, to tell me of the death of her children. It had happened not 2 weeks before. Her eyes were utterly without life, no expression whatever, and in a composed and sad sort of manner she told the tale as if it were something she had read and wanted me to hear. My eldest daughter, Mary, had grown up to be a lovely girl. She was between 13 and 14, you know. Baby Kate had my sister's gray eyes. She was evidently to be the beauty of the family. Strange it is that here was one of my children who has lived and has gone, and you have never seen her at all. She died first, and I would not go to the funeral. I thought it would kill me to see her put under the ground. I was lying down, stupid with grief, when Aunt Charlotte came to me after the funeral with this news. Mary has that awful disease, too. There was nothing to say. I got up and dressed instantly and went to Mary. I did not leave her side again in that long struggle between life and death. I did everything for her with my own hands. I even prepared my darling for the grave. I went to her funeral, and I came home and walked straight to my mother, and I begged her to be comforted. I would bear it all without one word if God would only spare me the one child left me now. Sally has never shed a tear, but has grown 20 years older, cold, hard, careworn. With the same rigidity of manner, she began to go over all the details of Mary's illness. I had not given up hope, no, not at all. As I sat by her side, she said, "Mama, put your hand on my knees, they are so cold." I put my hand on her knee, the cold struck to my heart. I knew it was the coldness of death. Sally put out her hand on me, and it seemed to recall the feeling. She fell forward in an agony of weeping that lasted for hours. The doctor said this reaction was a blessing. Without it she must have died or gone mad. While the mother was so bitterly weeping, the little girl, the last of them, a bright child of 3 or 4, crawled into my bed. "Now, Auntie," she whispered, "I want to tell you all about Mamie and Katie, but they watch me so. They say I must never talk about them. Katie died because she ate blackberries, I know that. And then Aunt Charlotte read Mamie a letter, and that made her die, too. Mom Hetty says they have gone to God, but I know the people saved a place between them in the ground for me." Uncle William was in despair at the low ebb of patriotism out here. "West of the Savannah River," said he, "it is property first, life next, honor last." He gave me an excellent pair of shoes. What a gift! For more than a year I have had none but some dreadful things Armstead makes for me, and they hurt my feet so. These do not fit, but that is nothing. They are large enough and do not pinch anywhere. I have absolutely a respectable pair of shoes. Uncle William says the men who went into the war to save their negroes are abjectly wretched. Neither side now cares a fig for these beloved negroes, and would send them all to heaven in a handbasket, as Custis Lee says, to win in the fight. General Lee and Mr. Davis want the negroes put into the army. Mr. Chesnut and Major Venable discussed the subject one night, but would they fight on our side or desert to the enemy? They don't go to the enemy, because they are comfortable as they are, and expect to be free anyway. When we were children, our nurses used to give us tea out in the open air on little pine tables scrubbed as clean as milk pails. Sometimes, as Dick would pass us, with his slow and consequential step, we would call out, "Do, Dick, come and wait on us." "No, little missies, I never wait on pine tables. Wait till you get big enough to put your legs under your pa's mahogany." I taught him to read as soon as I could read myself, perched on his knife board. He won't look at me now, but looks over my head, scenting freedom in the air. He was always very ambitious. I do not think he ever troubled himself much about books. But then, as my father said, Dick, standing in front of his sideboard, has heard all subjects in earth or heaven discussed, and by the best heads in our world. He is proud, too, in his way. Hetty, his wife, complained that the other men servants looked finer in their livery. "Nonsense, old woman, a butler never demeans himself to wear livery. He is always in plain clothes." Somewhere he had picked that up. He is the first negro in whom I have felt a change. Others go about in their black masks, not a ripple or an emotion showing, and yet on all other subjects except the war they are the most excitable of all races. Now Dick might make a very respectable Egyptian sphinx, so inscrutably silent is he. He did deign to inquire about General Richard Anderson. "He was my young master once," said he. "I will always like him better than anybody else." When Dick married Hetty, the Anderson house was next door. The two families agreed to sell either Dick or Hetty, whichever consented to be sold. Hetty refused outright, and the Andersons sold Dick that he might be with his wife. This was magnanimous on the Andersons' part, for Hetty was only a lady's maid, and Dick was a trained butler, on whom Mrs. Anderson had spent no end of pains in his dining room education, and of course if they had refused to sell Dick, Hetty would have had to go to them. Mrs. Anderson was very much disgusted with Dick's ingratitude when she found he was willing to leave them. As a butler he is a treasure. He is overwhelmed with dignity, but that does not interfere with his work at all. My father had a body servant, Simon, who could imitate his master's voice perfectly. He would sometimes call out from the yard, after my father had mounted his horse, "Dick, bring me my overcoat. I see you there, sir. Hurry up." When Dick hastened out, overcoat in hand, and only Simon was visible, after several obsequious "Yes, master, just as master pleases," my mother had always to step out and prevent a fight. Dick never forgave her laughing. Once in Sumter, when my father was very busy preparing a law case, the mob in the street annoyed him, and he grumbled about it as Simon was making up his fire. Suddenly he heard, as it were, himself speaking, "The Honorable S.D. Miller, Lawyer Miller," as the colored gentleman announced himself in the dark, appealed to the gentleman outside to go away and leave a lawyer in peace to prepare his case for the next day. My father said he could have sworn the sound was that of his own voice. The crowd dispersed, but some noisy negroes came along, and upon them Simon rushed with the sulky whip, slashing around in the dark, calling himself Lawyer Miller, who was determined to have peace. Simon returned complaining that "them niggers run so he never got in 100 yards of one of 'em." At Portland we met a man who said, "Is it not strange that in this poor, devoted land of ours there are some men who are making money by blockade running, cheating our embarrassed government, and skulking the fight?" Montgomery, July 30th. Coming on here from Portland, there was no stateroom for me. My mother alone had one. My aunt and I sat nodding in armchairs, for the floors and sofas were covered with sleepers, too. On the floor that night, so hot that even a little covering of clothes could not be borne, lay a motley crew. Black, white, and yellow disported themselves in promiscuous array. Children and their nurses, bared to the view, were wrapped in the profoundest slumber. No caste prejudices were here. Neither Garrison, John Brown, nor Gerrit Smith ever dreamed of equality more untrammeled. A crow black, enormously fat negro man waddled in every now and then to look after the lamps. The atmosphere of that cabin was stifling, and the sight of those figures on the floor did not make it more tolerable. So we soon escaped and sat out near the guards. The next day was the very hottest I have ever known. One supreme consolation was the watermelons, the very finest, and the ice. A very handsome woman, whom I did not know, rehearsed all our disasters in the field. And then, as if she held me responsible, she faced me furiously. And where are our big men?" "Whom do you mean?" "I mean our leaders, the men we have a right to look to save us. They got us into this scrape. Let them get us out of it. Where are our big men?" I sympathized with her and understood her, but I answered lightly, "I do not know the exact size you want them." Here in Montgomery we have been so hospitably received. Ye gods, how those women talked, and all at the same time. They put me under the care of General Dick Taylor's brother in law, a Mr. Gordon, who married one of the Berangis. A very pleasant arrangement it was for me. He was kind and attentive and vastly agreeable with his New Orleans anecdotes. On the 1st of last January all his servants left him but 4. To these faithful few he gave free papers at once, that they might lose naught by loyalty should the Confederates come into authority once more. He paid high wages, and things worked smoothly for some weeks. One day his wife saw some Yankee officers' cards on a table, and said to her maid, "I did not know any of these people had called." "Oh, Missis," the maid replied, "they come to see me, and I have been waiting to tell you. It is too hard. I can not do it. I can not dance with those nice gentlemen at night at our Union balls, and then come here and be your servant the next day. I can't." "So," said Mr. Gordon, "freedom must be followed by fraternity and equality." One by one the faithful few slipped away, and the family were left to their own devices. Why not? When General Dick Taylor's place was sacked, his negroes moved down to Algiers, a village near New Orleans. An old woman came to Mr. Gordon to say that these negroes wanted him to get word to Mars Dick that they were dying of disease and starvation. 30 had died that day. Dick Taylor's help being out of the question, Mr. Gordon applied to a Federal officer. He found this one not a philanthropist, but a cynic, who said, "All right, it is working out as I expected. Improve negroes and Indians off the continent. They're strong men we put in the army; the rest will disappear." Joe Johnston can sulk. As he is sent West, he says, "They may give Lee the army Joe Johnston trained." Lee is reaping where he sowed, he thinks, but then he was backing straight through Richmond when they stopped his retreating. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 14. Richmond, Virginia, August 10, 1863 to September 7, 1863. Richmond, Virginia, August 10, 1863. To day I had a letter from my sister, who wrote to inquire about her old playmate, friend, and lover, Boykin Macaw. It is nearly 20 years since each was married; each now has children nearly grown. "To tell the truth," she writes, "in these last dreadful years, with David in Florida, where I can not often hear from him, and everything dismal, anxious, and disquieting, I had almost forgotten Boykin's existence; but he came here last night. He stood by my bedside and spoke to me kindly and affectionately, as if we had just parted. I said, holding out my hand, 'Boykin, you are very pale.' He answered, 'I have come to tell you good by,' and then seized both my hands. His own hands were as cold and hard as ice; they froze the marrow of my bones. I screamed again and again, until my whole household came rushing in, and then came the negroes from the yard, all wakened by my piercing shrieks. This may have been a dream, but it haunts me. Some one sent me an old paper with an account of his wounds and his recovery, but I know he is dead." "Stop," said my husband at this point, and then he read from that day's Examiner these words: "Captain Burwell Boykin Macaw found dead upon the battlefield leading a cavalry charge at the head of his company. He was shot through the head." The famous colonel of the Fourth Texas, by name John Bell Hood, is here. Him we call Sam, because his classmates at West Point did so; for what cause is not known. Hood was a native of Kentucky and a graduate of West Point. John Darby asked if he might bring his hero to us, bragged of him extensively, said he had won his 3 stars, etc., under Stonewall's eye, and that he was promoted by Stonewall's request. When Hood came with his sad Quixote face, the face of an old crusader who believed in his cause, his cross, and his crown, we were not prepared for such a man as a beau ideal of the wild Texans. He is tall, thin, and shy, has blue eyes and light hair, a tawny beard, and a vast amount of it, covering the lower part of his face, the whole appearance that of awkward strength. Some one said that his great reserve of manner he carried only into the society of ladies. Major Venable added that he had often heard of the light of battle shining in a man's eyes. He had seen it once, when he carried to Hood orders from Lee, and found in the hottest of the fight that the man was transfigured. The fierce light of Hood's eyes I can never forget. Hood came to ask us to a picnic next day at Drury's Bluff. Drury's Bluff lies 8 miles south of Richmond on the James River. Here, on May 16, 1864, the Confederates under Beauregard repulsed the Federals under Butler. The naval heroes were to receive us, and then we were to drive out to the Texan camp. We accused John Darby of having instigated this unlooked for festivity. We were to have bands of music and dances, with turkeys, chickens, and buffalo tongues to eat. Next morning, just as my foot was on the carriage step, the girls standing behind ready to follow me with Johnny and the infant Samuel (Captain Shannon by proper name), up rode John Darby in red-hot haste, threw his bridle to one of the men who was holding the horses, and came toward us rapidly, clanking his cavalry spurs with a despairing sound as he cried, "Stop! It's all up! We are ordered back to the Rappahannock. The brigade is marching through Richmond now." So we unpacked and unloaded, dismissed the hacks, and sat down with a sigh. "Suppose we go and see them pass the turnpike," some one said. The suggestion was hailed with delight, and off we marched. Johnny and the infant were in citizen's clothes, and the straggler, as Hood calls John Darby, since the Prestons have been in Richmond, was all plated and plumed in his surgeon's array. He never bated an inch of bullion or a feather. He was courting, and he stalked ahead with Mary Preston, Buck, and Johnny. The infant and myself, both stout and scant of breath, lagged last. They called back to us, as the infant came toddling along, "Hurry up, or we will leave you." At the turnpike we stood on the sidewalk and saw 10,000 men march by. We had seen nothing like this before. Hitherto we had seen only regiments marching spick and span in their fresh, smart clothes, just from home and on their way to the army. Such rags and tags as we saw now! Nothing was like anything else. Most garments and arms were such as had been taken from the enemy. Such shoes as they had on! "Oh, our brave boys!" moaned Buck. Such tin pans and pots as were tied to their waists, with bread or bacon stuck on the ends of their bayonets. Anything that could be spiked was bayoneted and held aloft. They did not seem to mind their shabby condition; they laughed, shouted, and cheered as they marched by. Not a disrespectful or light word was spoken, but they went for the men who were huddled behind us and who seemed to be trying to make themselves as small as possible in order to escape observation. Hood and his staff finally came galloping up, dismounted, and joined us. Mary Preston gave him a bouquet. Thereupon he unwrapped a Bible which he carried in his pocket. He said his mother had given it to him. He pressed a flower in it. Mary Preston suggested that he had not worn or used it at all, being fresh, new, and beautifully kept. Every word of this the Texans heard as they marched by, almost touching us. They laughed and joked and made their own rough comments. September 7th. Major Edward Johnston did not get into the Confederacy until after the first battle of Manassas. For some cause, before he could evade that potentate, Seward rang his little bell and sent him to a prison in the harbor of New York. I forget whether he was exchanged or escaped of his own motion. The next thing I heard of my antebellum friend, he had defeated Milroy in Western Virginia. There were so many Johnstons that for this victory they named him Allegheny Johnston. He had an odd habit of falling into a state of incessant winking as soon as he became the least startled or agitated. In such times he seemed persistently to be winking one eye at you. He meant nothing by it, and in point of fact did not know himself that he was doing it. In Mexico he had been wounded in the eye, and the nerve vibrates independently of his will. During the winter of 1862 and 1863 he was on crutches. After a while he hobbled down Franklin Street with us, we proud to accommodate our pace to that of the wounded general. His ankle continued stiff, so when he sat down another chair had to be put before him. On this he stretched out his stiff leg, straight as a ramrod. At that time he was our only wounded knight, and the girls waited on him and made life pleasant for him. One night I listened to two love tales at once, in a distracted state of mind between the two. William Porcher Miles, in a perfectly modulated voice, in cadenced accents and low tones, was narrating the happy end of his affair. He had been engaged to sweet little Bettie Bierne, and I gave him my congratulations with all my heart. It was a capital match, suitable in every way, good for her and good for him. I was deeply interested in Mr. Miles's story, but there was din and discord on the other hand. Old Edward, our pet general, sat diagonally across the room with one leg straight out like a poker, wrapped in red carpet leggings, as red as a turkey cock in the face. His head is strangely shaped, like a cone or an old-fashioned beehive, or, as Buck said, there are 3 tiers of it. It is like a pope's tiara. There he sat, with a loud voice and 1,000 winks, making love to Mary P. I make no excuse for listening. It was impossible not to hear him. I tried not to lose a word of Mr. Miles's idyl as the despair of the veteran was thundered into my other ear. I lent an ear to each conversationalist. Mary can not altogether control her voice, and her shrill screams of negation, "No, no, never," etc., utterly failed to suppress her wounded lover's obstreperous asseverations of his undying affection for her. Buck said afterward, "We heard every word of it on our side of the room, even when Mamie shrieked to him that he was talking too loud. Now, Mamie," said we afterward, "do you think it was kind to tell him he was 40 if he was a day?" Strange to say, the pet general, Edward, rehabilitated his love in a day. At least 2 days after he was heard to say that he was "paying attentions now to his cousin, John Preston's second daughter, her name Sally, but they called her Buck, Sally Buchanan Campbell Preston, a lovely girl." And with her he now drove, rode, and hobbled on his crutches, sent her his photograph, and in due time cannonaded her, from the same spot where he had courted Mary, with proposals to marry him. Buck was never so decided in her no's as Mary. "Not so loud, at least," thus in amendment says Buck, who always reads what I have written and makes comments of assent or dissent. So again he began to thunder in a woman's ears his tender passion. As they rode down Franklin Street, Buck says she knows the people on the sidewalk heard snatches of the conversation, though she rode as rapidly as she could, and she begged him not to talk so loud. Finally they dashed up to our door as if they had been running a race. Unfortunate in love, but fortunate in war, our general is now winning new laurels with Ewell in the valley, or with the Army of the Potomac. I think I have told how Miles, still "so gently o'er me leaning," told of his successful love while General Edward Johnston roared unto anguish and disappointment over his failures. Mr. Miles spoke of sweet little Bettie Bierne as if she had been a French girl, just from a convent, kept far from the haunts of men wholly for him. One would think to hear him that Bettie had never cast those innocent blue eyes of hers on a man until he came along. Now, since I first knew Miss Bierne in 1857, when Pat Calhoun was to the fore, she has been followed by a tail of men as long as a Highland chief's. Every summer at the Springs their father appeared in the ballroom a little before 12 and chased the 3 beautiful Biernes home before him in spite of all entreaties, and he was said to frown away their too numerous admirers at all hours of the day. This new engagement was confided to me as a profound secret. Of course I did not mention it, even to my own household. Next day little Alston, Morgan's adjutant, and George Deas called. As Colonel Deas removed his gloves, he said, "Oh, the Miles and Bierne sensation, have you heard of it?" "No, what is the row about?" They are engaged to be married, that's all." "Who told you?" "Miles himself, as we walked down Franklin Street this afternoon." "And did he not beg you not to mention it, as Betty did not wish it spoken of?" "God bless my soul, so he did, and I forgot that part entirely." Colonel Alston begged the stout Carolinian not to take his inadvertent breach of faith too much to heart. Miss Betty's engagement had caused him a dreadful night. A young man, who was his intimate friend, came to his room in the depths of despair and handed him a letter from Miss Bierne which was the cause of all his woe. Not knowing that she was already betrothed to Miles, he had proposed to her in an eloquent letter. In her reply she positively stated that she was engaged to Mr. Miles, and instead of thanking her for putting him at once out of his misery, he considered the reason she gave as trebly aggravating the agony of the love letter and the refusal. "Too late!" he yelled. "By jingo!" So much for a secret. Miss Bierne and I became fast friends. Our friendship was based on a mutual admiration for the honorable member from South Carolina. Colonel and Mrs. Myers and Colonel and Mrs. Chesnut were the only friends of Mr. Miles who were invited to the wedding. At the church door the sexton demanded our credentials. No one but those whose names he held in his hand were allowed to enter. Not 20 people were present, a mere handful grouped about the altar in that large church. We were among the first to arrive. Then came a faint flutter, and Mrs. Parkman, the bride's sister, swathed in weeds for her young husband, who had been killed within a year of her marriage, came rapidly up the aisle alone. She dropped upon her knees in the front pew, and there remained, motionless, during the whole ceremony, a mass of black crape and a dead weight on my heart. She has had experience of war. A cannonade around Richmond interrupted her marriage service, a sinister omen, and in a year thereafter her bridegroom was stiff and stark, dead upon the field of battle. While the wedding march turned our thoughts from her and thrilled us with sympathy, the bride advanced in white satin and point d'Alençon. Mrs. Myers whispered that it was Mrs. Parkman's wedding dress that the bride had on. She remembered the exquisite lace, and she shuddered with superstitious forebodings. All had been going on delightfully indoors, but a sharp shower cleared the church porch of the curious, and as the water splashed, we wondered how we were to assemble ourselves at Mrs. McFarland's. All the horses in Richmond had been impressed for some sudden cavalry necessity a few days before. I ran between Mr. McFarland and Senator Semmes with my pretty Paris rose colored silk turned over my head to save it, and when we arrived at the hospitable mansion of the McFarlands, Mr. McFarland took me straight into the drawing room, manlike, forgetting that my ruffled plumes needed a good smoothing and preening. Mrs. Lee sent for me. She was staying at Mrs. Caskey's. I was taken directly to her room, where she was lying on the bed. She said, before I had taken my seat, "You know there is a fight going on now at Brandy Station?" The Battle of Brandy Station, Virginia, occurred June 9, 1863. "Yes, we are anxious. John Chesnut's company is there, too." She spoke sadly, but quietly. "My son, Roony, is wounded. His brother has gone for him. They will soon be here, and we shall know all about it unless Roony's wife takes him to her grandfather. Poor lame mother, I am useless to my children." Mrs. Caskey said, "You need not be alarmed. The General said in his telegram that it was not a severe wound. You know even Yankees believe General Lee." That day Mrs. Lee gave me a likeness of the General in a photograph taken soon after the Mexican War. She likes it so much better than the later ones. He certainly was a handsome man then, handsomer even than now. I shall prize it for Mrs. Lee's sake, too. She said old Mrs. Chesnut and her aunt, Nellie Custis, Mrs. Lewis, were very intimate during Washington's administration in Philadelphia. I told her Mrs. Chesnut, Sr., was the historical member of our family; she had so much to tell of Revolutionary times. She was one of the white robed choir of little maidens who scattered flowers before Washington at Trenton Bridge, which everybody who writes a life of Washington asks her to give an account of. Mrs. Ould and Mrs. Davis came home with me. Lawrence had a basket of delicious cherries. "If there were only some ice," said I. Respectfully, Lawrence answered, and also firmly, "Give me money and you shall have ice." By the underground telegraph he had heard of an ice house over the river, though its fame was suppressed by certain Sybarites, as they wanted it all. In a wonderfully short time we had mint juleps and sherry cobblers. Altogether it has been a pleasant day, and as I sat alone I was laughing lightly now and then at the memory of some funny story. Suddenly a violent ring, and a regular sheaf of telegrams were handed me. I could not have drawn away in more consternation if the sheets had been a nest of rattlesnakes. First, Frank Hampton was killed at Brandy Station. Wade Hampton telegraphed Mr. Chesnut to see Robert Barnwell and make the necessary arrangements to recover the body. Mr. Chesnut is still at Wilmington. I sent for Preston Johnston, and my neighbor, Colonel Patton, offered to see that everything proper was done. That afternoon I walked out alone. Willie Mountford had shown me where the body, all that was left of Frank Hampton, was to be laid in the Capitol. Mrs. Petticola joined me after a while, and then Mrs. Singleton. Preston Hampton and Peter Trezevant, with myself and Mrs. Singleton, formed the sad procession which followed the coffin. There was a company of soldiers drawn up in front of the State House porch. Mrs. Singleton said we had better go in and look at him before the coffin was finally closed. How I wish I had not looked. I remember him so well in all the pride of his magnificent manhood. He died of a saber cut across the face and head, and was utterly disfigured. Mrs. Singleton seemed convulsed with grief. In all my life I have never seen such bitter weeping. She had her own troubles, but I did not know of them. We sat for a long time on the great steps of the State House. Everybody had gone, and we were alone. We talked of it all, how we had gone to Charleston to see Rachel and Adrienne Lecouvreur, and how, as I stood waiting in the passage near the drawing room, I had met Frank Hampton bringing his beautiful bride from the steamer. They had just landed. Afterward, at Mrs. Singleton's place in the country, we had all spent a delightful week together. And now, only a few years have passed, but nearly all that pleasant company are dead, and our world, the only world we cared for, literally kicked to pieces. And she cried, "We are two lone women stranded here." Rev. Robert Barnwell was in a desperate condition, and Mary Barnwell, her daughter, was expecting her confinement every day. Here now, later, let me add that it was not until I got back to Carolina that I heard of Robert Barnwell's death, with scarcely a day's interval between it and that of Mary and her newborn baby. Husband, wife, and child were buried at the same time in the same grave in Columbia. And now Mrs. Singleton has 3 orphan grandchildren. What a woeful year it has been to her. Robert Barnwell had insisted upon being sent to the hospital at Staunton. On account of his wife's situation, the doctor also had advised it. He was carried off on a mattress. His brave wife tried to prevent it, and said, "It is only fever," and she nursed him to the last. She tried to say good bye cheerfully, and called after him, "As soon as my trouble is over, I will come to you at Staunton." At the hospital they said it was typhoid fever. He died the second day after he got there. Poor Mary fainted when she heard the ambulance drive away with him. Then she crept into a low trundle bed kept for the children in her mother's room. She never left that bed again. When the message came from Staunton that fever was the matter with Robert and nothing more, Mrs. Singleton says she will never forget the expression in Mary's eyes as she turned and looked at her. "Robert will get well," she said. "It is all right." Her face was radiant, blazing with light. That night the baby was born, and Mrs. Singleton got a telegram that Robert was dead. She did not tell Mary, standing as she did at the window while she read it. She was at the same time looking for Robert's body, which might come any moment. As for Mary's life being in danger, she had never thought of such a thing. She was thinking only of Robert. Then a servant touched her and said, "Look at Mrs. Barnwell." She ran to the bedside, and the doctor who had come in said, "It is all over. She is dead." Not in anger, not in wrath, came the angel of death that day. He came to set Mary free from a world grown too hard to bear. During Stoneman's raid I burned some personal papers. George S. Stoneman, a graduate of West Point, was now a major general and chief of artillery in the Army of the Potomac. His raid toward Richmond in 1863 was a memorable incident of the war. After the war he became Governor of California. Molly constantly said to me, "Missis, listen to de guns. Burn up everything. Mrs. Lyon says they are sure to come, and they'll put in their newspapers whatever you write here every day." The guns did sound very near, and when Mrs. Davis rode up and told me that if Mr. Davis left Richmond I must go with her, I confess I lost my head. So I burned a part of my journal, but rewrote it afterward from memory, my implacable enemy that lets me forget none of the things I would. I am weak with dates. I do not always worry to look at the calendar and write them down. Besides, I have not always a calendar at hand. Chapter 15 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 15. Camden, South Carolina, September 10, 1863 to November 5, 1863. Camden, South Carolina, September 10, 1863. It is a comfort to turn from small political jealousies to our grand battles, to Lee and Kirby Smith after council and convention squabbles. Lee has proved to be all that my husband prophesied of him when he was so unpopular and when Joe Johnston was the great god of war. The very sound of the word convention or council is wearisome. Not that I am quite ready for Richmond yet. We must look after home and plantation affairs, which we have sadly neglected. Heaven help my husband through the deep waters. The wedding of Miss Aiken, daughter of Governor Aiken, the largest slave owner in South Carolina, Julia Rutledge, one of the bridesmaids, the place Flat Rock. We could not for a while imagine what Julia would do for a dress. My sister Kate remembered some muslin she had in the house for curtains, bought before the war, and laid aside as not needed now. The stuff was white and thin, a little coarse, but then we covered it with no end of beautiful lace. It made a charming dress, and how altogether lovely Julia looked in it. The night of the wedding it stormed as if the world were coming to an end wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in an unlimited supply around the mountain cottage. The bride had a duchesse dressing table, muslin and lace, not one of the shifts of honest, war-driven poverty, but a millionaire's attempt at appearing economical, in the idea that that style was in better taste as placing the family more on the same plane with their less comfortable compatriots. A candle was left too near this light drapery, and it took fire. Outside was lightning enough to fire the world. Inside, the bridal chamber was ablaze, and there was wind enough to blow the house down the mountainside. The English maid behaved heroically, and with the aid of Mrs. Aiken's and Mrs. Matt Singleton's servants, put the fire out without disturbing the marriage ceremony then being performed below. Everything in the bridal chamber was burned up except the bed, and that was a mass of cinders, soot, and flakes of charred and blackened wood. At Kingsville I caught a glimpse of our army. Longstreet's corps was going west. God bless the gallant fellows! Not one man was intoxicated, not one rude word did I hear. It was a strange sight, one part of it. There were miles, apparently, of platform cars, soldiers rolled in their blankets, lying in rows, heads all covered, fast asleep. In their gray blankets, packed in regular order, they looked like swathed mummies. One man near where I sat was writing on his knee. He used his cap for a desk, and he was seated on a rail. I watched him, wondering to whom that letter was to go home, no doubt. Sore hearts for him there. A feeling of awful depression laid hold of me. All these fine fellows were going to kill or be killed. Why? And a phrase got to beating about my head like an old song, the unreturning brave. When a knot of boyish, laughing young creatures passed me, a queer thrill of sympathy shook me. Ah, I know how your home folks feel, poor children. Once last winter persons came to us in Camden with such strange stories of Captain Morgan's man; stories of his father, too; turf tales and murder, or at least how he killed people. He had been a tremendous favorite with my husband, who brought him in once, leading him by the hand. Afterward he said to me, "With these girls in the house we must be more cautious." I agreed to be coldly polite to . "After all," I said, "I barely know him." When he called afterward in Richmond I was very glad to see him, utterly forgetting that he was under a ban. We had a long, confidential talk. He told me of his wife and children, of his army career, and told Morgan stories. He grew more and more cordial, and so did I. He thanked me for the kind reception given him in that house; told me I was a true friend of his, and related to me a scrape he was in which, if divulged, would ruin him, although he was innocent, but time would clear all things. He begged me not to repeat anything he had told me of his affairs, not even to Colonel Chesnut, which I promised promptly, and then he went away. I sat poking the fire, thinking what a curiously interesting creature he was, this famous Captain , when the folding doors slowly opened and Colonel Chesnut appeared. He had come home 2 hours ago from the War Office with a headache, and had been lying on the sofa behind that folding door listening for mortal hours. "So this is your style of being coldly polite," he said. Fancy my feelings. Indeed, I had forgotten all about what they had said of him. The lies they told of him never once crossed my mind. He is a great deal cleverer, and I dare say just as good as those who malign him. Mattie Reedy I knew her as a handsome girl in Washington several years ago got tired of hearing Federals abusing John Morgan. One day they were worse than ever in their abuse, and she grew restive. By way of putting a mark against the name of so rude a girl, the Yankee officer said, "What is your name?" "Write Mattie Reedy now, but by the grace of God one day I hope to call myself the wife of John Morgan." She did not know Morgan, but Morgan eventually heard the story; a good joke it was said to be. But he made it a point to find her out, and as she was as pretty as she was patriotic, by the grace of God she is now Mrs. Morgan. These timid Southern women under the guns can be brave enough. Aunt Charlotte has told a story of my dear mother. They were up at Shelby, Alabama, a white man's country, where negroes are not wanted. The ladies had with them several negroes belonging to my uncle, at whose house they were staying in the owner's absence. One negro man who had married and dwelt in a cabin was for some cause particularly obnoxious to the neighborhood. My aunt and my mother, old fashioned ladies, shrinking from everything outside their own door, knew nothing of all this. They occupied rooms on opposite sides of an open passageway. Underneath, the house was open and unfinished. Suddenly, one night, my aunt heard a terrible noise, apparently as of a man running for his life, pursued by men and dogs, shouting, hallooing, barking. She had only time to lock herself in. Utterly cut off from her sister, she sat down, dumb with terror, when there began loud knocking at the door, with men swearing, dogs tearing round, sniffing, racing in and out of the passage, and barking underneath the house like mad. Aunt Charlotte was sure she heard the panting of a negro as he ran into the house a few minutes before. What could have become of him? Where could he have hidden? The men shook the doors and windows, loudly threatening vengeance. My aunt pitied her feeble sister cut off in the room across the passage. This fright might kill her. The cursing and shouting continued unabated. A man's voice, in harshest accents, made itself heard above all. "Leave my house, you rascals!" said the voice. "If you are not gone in 2 seconds, I'll shoot." There was a dead silence, except for the noise of the dogs. Quickly the men slipped away. Once out of gunshot, they began to call their dogs. After it was all over, my aunt crept across the passage. "Sister, what man was it scared them away?" My mother laughed aloud in her triumph. "I am the man," she said. "But where is John?" Out crept John from a corner of the room where my mother had thrown some rubbish over him. Lawd bless you, Miss Mary opened de door for me, and dey was right behind running me. Aunt says mother was awfully proud of her prowess, and she showed some moral courage, too. At the President's in Richmond once, General Lee was there, and Constance and Hetty Cary came in, also Miss Sanders and others. Constance Cary was telling some war anecdotes, among them one of an attempt to get up a supper the night before at some high and mighty F.F.V.'s house, and of how several gentlefolks went into the kitchen to prepare something to eat by the light of one forlorn candle. One of the men in the party, not being of a useful temperament, turned up a tub and sat down upon it. Custis Lee, wishing also to rest, found nothing upon which to sit but a gridiron. Miss Constance Cary afterward married Burton Harrison and settled in New York, where she became prominent socially and achieved reputation as a novelist. One remembrance I kept of the evening at the President's, General Lee bowing over the beautiful Miss Cary's hands in the passage outside. Miss rose to have her part in the picture, and asked Mr. Davis to walk with her into the adjoining drawing room. He seemed surprised, but rose stiffly, and with a scowling brow was led off. As they passed where Mrs. Davis sat, Miss , with all sail set, looked back and said, "Don't be jealous, Mrs. Davis. I have an important communication to make to the President." Mrs. Davis's amusement resulted in a significant, "Now, did you ever?" During Stoneman's raid on a Sunday I was in Mrs. Randolph's pew. The battle of Chancellorsville was also raging. The rattling of ammunition wagons, the tramp of soldiers, the everlasting slamming of those iron gates of the Capitol Square just opposite the church made it hard to attend to the service. Then began a scene calculated to make the stoutest heart quail. The sexton would walk quietly up the aisle to deliver messages to worshipers whose relatives had been brought in wounded, dying, or dead. Pale faced people would then follow him out. Finally, the Reverend Mr. Minnigerode bent across the chancel rail to the sexton for a few minutes, whispered with the sexton, and then disappeared. The assistant clergyman resumed the communion which Mr. Minnigerode had been administering. At the church door stood Mrs. Minnigerode, as tragically wretched and as wild looking as ever Mrs. Siddons was. She managed to say to her husband, "Your son is at the station, dead." When these agonized parents reached the station, however, it proved to be some one else's son who was dead, but a son all the same. Pale and wan came Mr. Minnigerode back to his place within the altar rails. After the sacred communion was over, some one asked him what it all meant, and he said, "Oh, it was not my son who was killed, but it came so near it aches me yet." At home I found L. Q. Washington, who stayed to dinner. I saw that he and my husband were intently preoccupied by some event which they did not see fit to communicate to me. Immediately after dinner my husband lent Mr. Washington one of his horses, and they rode off together. I betook myself to my kind neighbors, the Pattons, for information. There I found Colonel Patton had gone, too. Mrs. Patton, however, knew all about the trouble. She said there was a raiding party within 40 miles of us, and no troops were in Richmond. They asked me to stay to tea, those kind ladies, and in some way we might learn what was going on. After tea we went out to the Capitol Square, Lawrence and 3 men servants going along to protect us. They seemed to be mustering in citizens by the thousands. Company after company was being formed, then battalions, and then regiments. It was a wonderful sight to us, peering through the iron railing, watching them fall into ranks. Then we went to the President's, finding the family at supper. We sat on the white marble steps, and General Elzey told me exactly how things stood and of our immediate danger. Pickets were coming in. Men were spurring to and from the door as fast as they could ride, bringing and carrying messages and orders. Calmly General Elzey discoursed upon our present weakness and our chances for aid. After a while Mrs. Davis came out and embraced me silently. "It is dreadful," I said. "The enemy is within 40 miles of us, only 40." "Who told you that tale?" said she. "They are within 3 miles of Richmond." I went down on my knees like a stone. "You had better be quiet," she said. "The President is ill. Women and children must not add to the trouble." She asked me to stay all night, which I was thankful to do. We sat up. Officers were coming and going, and we gave them what refreshment we could from a side table, kept constantly replenished. Finally, in the excitement, the constant state of activity and change of persons, we forgot the danger. Officers told us jolly stories and seemed in fine spirits, so we gradually took heart. There was not a moment's rest for any one. Mrs. Davis said something more amusing than ever. "We look like frightened women and children, don't we?" Early next morning the President came down. He was still feeble and pale from illness. Custis Lee and my husband loaded their pistols, and the President drove off in Dr. Garnett's carriage, my husband and Custis Lee on horseback alongside him. By 8 o'clock the troops from Petersburg came in, and the danger was over. The authorities will never strip Richmond of troops again. We had a narrow squeeze for it, but we escaped. It was a terrible night, although we made the best of it. I was walking on Franklin Street when I met my husband. "Come with me to the War Office for a few minutes," said he, "and then I will go home with you." What could I do but go? He took me up a dark stairway, and then down a long, dark corridor, and he left me sitting in a window, saying he "would not be gone a second." He was obliged to go into the Secretary of War's room. There I sat mortal hours. Men came to light the gas. From the first I put down my veil so that nobody might know me. Numbers of persons passed that I knew, but I scarcely felt respectable seated up there in that odd way, so I said not a word, but looked out of the window. Judge Campbell slowly walked up and down with his hands behind his back, the saddest face I ever saw. He had jumped down in his patriotism from Judge of the Supreme Court, U.S.A., to be Under Secretary of something or other, I do not know what, C.S.A. No wonder he was out of spirits that night. Finally Judge Ould came. Him I called, and he joined me at once, in no little amazement to find me there, and stayed with me until James Chesnut appeared. In point of fact, I sent him to look up that stray member of my family. When my husband came, he said, "Oh, Mr. Seddon and I got into an argument, and time slipped away. The truth is, I utterly forgot you were here." When we were once more out in the street, he began, "Now, don't scold me, for there is bad news. Pemberton has been fighting the Yankees by brigades, and he has been beaten every time, and now Vicksburg must go." I suppose that was his side of the argument with Seddon. Once again I visited the War Office. I went with Mrs. Ould to see her husband at his office. We wanted to arrange a party on the river on the Flag of Truce boat, and to visit those beautiful places, Claremont and Brandon. My husband got into one of his "too careful" fits, said there was risk in it, and so he upset all our plans. Then I was to go up to John Rutherford's by the canal boat. That, too, he vetoed "too risky," as if anybody was going to trouble us. October 24th. James Chesnut is at home on his way back to Richmond; had been sent by the President to make the rounds of the Western armies; says Polk is a splendid old fellow. They accuse him of having been asleep in his tent at 7 o'clock when he was ordered to attack at daylight, but he has too good a conscience to sleep so soundly. The battle did not begin until 11 at Chickamauga, when Bragg had ordered the advance at daylight. The battle of Chickamauga was fought on the river of the same name, near Chattanooga, September 19 and 20, 1863. The Confederates were commanded by Bragg and the Federals by Rosecrans. It was one of the bloodiest battles of the war; the loss on each side, including killed, wounded, and prisoners, was over 15,000. Bragg and his generals do not agree. I think a general worthless whose subalterns quarrel with him. Something is wrong about the man. Good generals are adored by their soldiers. See Napoleon, Caesar, Stonewall, Lee. Old Sam, Hood, received his orders to hold a certain bridge against the enemy, and he had already driven the enemy several miles beyond it, when the slow generals were still asleep. Hood has won a victory, though he has only one leg to stand on. Mr. Chesnut was with the President when he reviewed our army under the enemy's guns before Chattanooga. He told Mr. Davis that every honest man he saw out West thought well of Joe Johnston. He knows that the President detests Joe Johnston for all the trouble he has given him, and General Joe returns the compliment with compound interest. His hatred of Jeff Davis amounts to a religion. With him it colors all things. Joe Johnston advancing, or retreating, I may say with more truth, is magnetic. He does draw the good will of those by whom he is surrounded. Being such a good hater, it is a pity he had not elected to hate somebody else than the President of our country. He hates not wisely, but too well. Our friend Breckinridge received Mr. Chesnut with open arms. John C. Breckinridge had been Vice President of the United States under Buchanan, and was the candidate of the Southern Democrats for President in 1860. He joined the Confederate Army in 1861. There is nothing narrow, nothing self-seeking, about Breckinridge. He has not mounted a pair of green spectacles made of prejudices so that he sees no good except in his own red-hot partisans. October 27th. Young Wade Hampton has been here for a few days, a guest of our nearest neighbor and cousin, Phil Stockton. Wade, without being the beauty or the athlete that his brother Preston is such a nice boy. We lent him horses, and ended by giving him a small party. What was lacking in company was made up for by the excellence of old Colonel Chesnut's ancient Madeira and champagne. If everything in the Confederacy were only as truly good as the old Colonel's wine cellars! Then we had a salad and a jelly cake. General Joe Johnston is so careful of his aides that Wade has never yet seen a battle. Says he has always happened to be sent afar off when the fighting came. He does not seem too grateful for this, and means to be transferred to his father's command. He says, "No man exposes himself more recklessly to danger than General Johnston, and no one strives harder to keep others out of it." But the business of this war is to save the country, and a commander must risk his men's lives to do it. There is a French saying that you can't make an omelet unless you are willing to break eggs. November 5th. For a week we have had such a tranquil, happy time here. Both my husband and Johnny are here still. James Chesnut spent his time sauntering around with his father, or stretched on the rug before my fire reading Vanity Fair and Pendennis. By good luck he had not read them before. We have kept Esmond for the last. He owns that he is having a good time. Johnny is happy, too. He does not care for books. He will read a novel now and then, if the girls continue to talk of it before him. Nothing else whatever in the way of literature does he touch. He comes pulling his long blond mustache irresolutely, as if he hoped to be advised not to read it. "Aunt Mary, shall I like this thing?" I do not think he has an idea what we are fighting about, and he does not want to know. He says, "My company, my men," with a pride, a faith, and an affection which are sublime. He came into his inheritance at 21, just as the war began, and it was a goodly one, fine old houses and an estate to match. Yesterday Johnny went to his plantation for the first time since the war began. John Witherspoon went with him, and reports in this way: "How do you do, Marster? How do you come on?" Thus from every side rang the noisiest welcome from the darkies. Johnny was silently shaking black hands right and left as he rode into the crowd. As the noise subsided, to the overseer he said, "Send down more corn and fodder for my horses." And to the driver, "Have you any peas?" "Plenty, sir." "Send a wagon load down for the cows at Bloomsbury while I stay there. They have not milk and butter enough there for me. Any eggs? Send down all you can collect. How about my turkeys and ducks? Send them down 2 at a time. How about the mutton? Fat? That's good, send down 2 a week." As they rode home, John Witherspoon remarked, "I was surprised that you did not go into the fields to see your crops." "What was the use?" "And the negroes, you had so little talk with them." "No use to talk to them before the overseer. They're coming down to Bloomsbury day and night by platoons, and they talk me dead. Besides, William and Parrish go up there every night, and God knows they tell me enough plantation scandal overseer feathering his nest, negroes ditto, at my expense. Between the two fires I mean to get something to eat while I am here." For him we got up a charming picnic at Mulberry. Everything was propitious, the most perfect of days, and the old place in great beauty. Those large rooms were delightful for dancing. We had as good a dinner as mortal appetite could crave, the best fish, fowl, and game, wine from a cellar that can not be excelled. In spite of blockade, Mulberry does the honors nobly yet. Mrs. Edward Stockton drove down with me. She helped me with her taste and tact in arranging things. We had no trouble, however. All of the old servants who have not been moved to Bloomsbury scented the prey from afar, and they literally flocked in and made themselves useful. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Part 1 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 16, Richmond, Virginia, November 28, 1863 to April 11, 1864. Part 1. Richmond, Virginia, November 28, 1863. Our pleasant home sojourn was soon broken up. Johnny had to go back to Company A, and my husband was ordered by the President to make a second visit to Bragg's army. Braxton Bragg was a native of North Carolina and had won distinction in the war with Mexico. So we came on here where the Prestons had taken apartments for me. Molly was with me. Adam Team, the overseer, with Isaac McLaughlin's help, came with us to take charge of the 8 huge boxes of provisions I brought from home. Isaac, Molly's husband, is a servant of ours, the only one my husband ever bought in his life. Isaac's wife belonged to Rev. Thomas Davis, and Isaac to somebody else. The owner of Isaac was about to go West, and Isaac was distracted. They asked $1,000 for him. He is a huge creature, really a magnificent specimen of a colored gentleman. His occupation had been that of a stage driver. Now he is a carpenter, or will be some day. He is awfully grateful to us for buying him, is really devoted to his wife and children, though he has a strange way of showing it, for he has a mistress, en titre, as the French say, which fact Molly never failed to grumble about as soon as his back was turned. Great big good for nothing thing come a whimpering to master to buy him for his wife's sake, and all the time he and "Oh, Molly, stop that," said I. Mr. Davis visited Charleston and had an enthusiastic reception. He described it all to General Preston. Governor Aiken's perfect old Carolina style of living delighted him. Those old gray haired darkies in their noiseless automatic service, the result of finished training, one does miss that sort of thing when away from home, where your own servants think for you. They know your ways and your wants; they save you all responsibility even in matters of your own ease and well doing. The butler at Mulberry would be miserable and feel himself a ridiculous failure were I ever forced to ask him for anything. November 30th. I must describe an adventure I had in Kingsville. Of course, I know nothing of children; in point of fact, am awfully afraid of them. Mrs. Edward Barnwell came with us from Camden. She had a magnificent boy 2 years old. Now, don't expect me to reduce that adjective, for this little creature is a wonder of childlike beauty, health, and strength. Why not? If like produces like, and with such a handsome pair to claim as father and mother. The boy's eyes alone would make any girl's fortune. At first he made himself very agreeable, repeating nursery rhymes and singing. Then something went wrong. Suddenly he changed to a little fiend, fought and kicked and scratched like a tiger. He did everything that was naughty, and he did it with a will as if he liked it, while his lovely mamma, with flushed cheeks and streaming eyes, was imploring him to be a good boy. When we stopped at Kingsville, I got out first, then Mrs. Barnwell's nurse, who put the little man down by me. "Look after him a moment, please, ma'am," she said. "I must help Mrs. Barnwell with the bundles," etc. She stepped hastily back, and the cars moved off. They ran down a half mile to turn. I trembled in my shoes. This child! No man could ever frighten me so. If he should choose to be bad again! It seemed an eternity while I waited for that train to turn and come back again. My little charge took things quietly. For me he had a perfect contempt, no fear whatever. And I was his abject slave for the nonce. He stretched himself out lazily at full length. Then he pointed downward. "Those are great legs," said he solemnly, looking at his own. I immediately joined him in admiring them enthusiastically. Near him he spied a bundle. Pussy cat tied up in that bundle! He was up in a second and pounced upon it. If we were to be taken up as thieves, no matter, I dared not meddle with that child. I had seen what he could do. There were several cooked sweet potatoes tied up in an old handkerchief, belonging to some negro probably. He squared himself off comfortably, broke one in half, and began to eat. Evidently he had found what he was fond of. In this posture Mrs. Barnwell discovered us. She came with comic dismay in every feature, not knowing what our relations might be, and whether or not we had undertaken to fight it out alone as best we might. The old nurse cried, "Lawsy me!" with both hands uplifted. Without a word I fled. In another moment the Wilmington train would have left me. She was going to Columbia. We broke down only once between Kingsville and Wilmington. But between Wilmington and Weldon we contrived to do the thing so effectually as to have to remain 12 hours at that forlorn station. The one room that I saw was crowded with soldiers. Adam Team succeeded in securing 2 chairs for me, upon one of which I sat, and put my feet on the other. Molly sat flat on the floor, resting her head against my chair. I woke cold and cramped. An officer, who did not give his name, but said he was from Louisiana, came up and urged me to go near the fire. He gave me his seat by the fire, where I found an old lady and 2 young ones, with 2 men in the uniform of common soldiers. We talked as easily to each other all night as if we had known one another all our lives. We discussed the war, the army, the news of the day. No questions were asked, no names given, no personal discourse whatever. And yet, if these men and women were not gentry, and of the best sort, I do not know ladies and gentlemen when I see them. Being a little surprised at the want of interest Mr. Team and Isaac showed in my well doing, I walked out to see, and I found them working like beavers. They had been at it all night. In the breakdown my boxes were smashed. They had first gathered up the contents and were trying to hammer up the boxes so as to make them once more available. At Petersburg a smartly dressed woman came in, looked around in the crowd, and then asked for the seat by me. Now Molly's seat was paid for the same as mine, but she got up at once, gave the lady her seat, and stood behind me. I am sure Molly believes herself my bodyguard as well as my servant. The lady, then having arranged herself comfortably in Molly's seat, began in plaintive accents to tell her melancholy tale. She was a widow. She lost her husband in the battles around Richmond. Soon someone went out, and a man offered her the vacant seat. Straight as an arrow she went in for a flirtation with the polite gentleman. Another person, a perfect stranger, said to me, "Well, look yonder. As soon as she began whining about her dead beau, I knew she was after another one." "Beau, indeed!" cried another listener. "She said it was her husband." "Husband or lover, all the same. She won't lose any time. It won't be her fault if she doesn't have another one soon." But the grand scene was the night before. The cars crowded with soldiers, of course. Not a human being that I knew. An Irish woman, so announced by her brogue, came in. She marched up and down the car, loudly lamenting the want of gallantry in the men who would not make way for her. 2 men got up and gave her their seats, saying it did not matter, they were going to get out at the next stopping place. She was gifted with the most pronounced brogue I ever heard, and she gave us a taste of it. She continued to say that the men ought all to get out of that car was "shootable only for ladies." She placed on the vacant seat next to her a large looking glass. She continued to harangue until she fell asleep. A tired soldier coming in, seeing what he supposed to be an empty seat, quietly slipped into it. Crash went the glass. The soldier groaned, the Irishwoman shrieked. The man was badly cut by the broken glass. She was simply a mad woman. She shook her fist in his face, said she was a lone woman and he had got into that seat for no good purpose. How did he dare to, etc. I do not think the man uttered a word. The conductor took him into another car to have the pieces of glass picked out of his clothes, and she continued to rave. Mr. Team shouted aloud, and laughed as if he were in the Hermitage Swamp. The woman's unreasonable wrath and absurd accusations were comic, no doubt. Soon the car was silent, and I fell into a comfortable doze. I felt Molly give me a gentle shake. "Listen, Missis, how loud Mars Adam Team is talking, and all about old Marster and our business, and to strangers. It's a shame." "Is he saying any harm of us?" "No, ma'am, not that. He is bragging for dear life 'bout how old Marster is, and how rich he is, and all that. I gwine tell him to stop." Up started Molly. "Mars Adam, Missis say please don't talk so loud. When people travel they don't do that a way." Mr. Preston's man, Hal, was waiting at the depot with a carriage to take me to my Richmond house. Mary Preston had rented these apartments for me. I found my dear girls there with a nice fire. Everything looked so pleasant and inviting to the weary traveler. Mrs. Grundy, who occupies the lower floor, sent me such a real Virginia tea, hot cakes, and rolls. Think of living in the house with Mrs. Grundy and having no fear of what Mrs. Grundy will say. My husband has come. He likes the house, Grundy's, and everything. Already he has bought Grundy's horses for 1,600 Confederate dollars cash. He is nearer to being contented and happy than I ever saw him. He has not established a grievance yet, but I am on the lookout daily. He will soon find out whatever there is wrong about Cary Street. I gave a party. Mrs. Davis very witty, Preston girls very handsome, Isabella's fun, fast and furious. No party could have gone off more successfully, but my husband decides we are to have no more festivities. This is not the time or the place for such gaieties. Maria Freeland is perfectly delightful on the subject of her wedding. She is ready to the last piece of lace, but her hard-hearted father says no. She adores John Lewis. That goes without saying. She does not pretend, however, to be as much in love as Mary Preston. In point of fact, she never saw anyone before who was. But she is as much in love as she can be with a man who, though he is not very handsome, is as eligible a match as a girl could make. He is all that heart could wish, and he comes of such a handsome family. His mother, Esther Maria Cox, was the beauty of a century, and his father was a nephew of General Washington. For all that, he is far better looking than John Darby or Mr. Miles. She always intended to marry better than Mary Preston or Bettie Bierne. Lucy Haxall is positively engaged to Captain Coffee, an Englishman. She is convinced that she will marry him. He is her first fancy. Mr. Venable, of Lee's staff, was at our party, so out of spirits. He knows everything that is going on. His depression bodes us no good. To day General Hampton sent James Chesnut a fine saddle that he had captured from the Yankees in battle array. Mrs. Scotch Allan, Edgar Allan Poe's patron's wife, sent me ice cream and Lady Cheek apples from her farm. John R. Thompson, the sole literary fellow I know in Richmond, sent me Leisure Hours in Town by a country parson. John R. Thompson was a native of Richmond, and in 1847 became editor of the Southern Literary Messenger. Under his direction that periodical acquired commanding influence. Mr. Thompson's health failed afterward. During the war he spent a part of his time in Richmond and a part in Europe. He afterward settled in New York and became literary editor of the Evening Post. My husband says he hopes I will be contented because he came here this winter to please me. If I could have been satisfied at home, he would have resigned his aide de campship and gone into some service in South Carolina. I am a good excuse, if good for nothing else. Old, tempestuous Keitt breakfasted with us yesterday. I wish I could remember half the brilliant things he said. My husband has now gone with him to the War Office. Colonel Keitt thinks it is time he was promoted. He wants to be a brigadier. Now Charleston is bombarded night and day. It fairly makes me dizzy to think of that everlasting racket they are beating about people's ears down there. Bragg defeated and separated from Longstreet. It is a long street that knows no turning, and Rosecrans is not taken after all. November 30th. Anxiety pervades. Lee is fighting Meade. Misery is everywhere. Bragg is falling back before Grant. The siege of Chattanooga, which had been begun on September 21st, closed late in November, 1863, the final engagements beginning on November 23d and ending on November 25th. Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge were the closing incidents of the siege. Grant, Sherman, and Hooker were conspicuous on the Federal side, and Bragg and Longstreet on the Confederate. Longstreet, the soldiers call him Peter the Slow, is settling down before Knoxville. General Lee requires us to answer every letter, said Mr. Venable, and to do our best to console the poor creatures whose husbands and sons are fighting the battles of the country. December 2d. Bragg begs to be relieved of his command. The army will be relieved to get rid of him. He has a winning way of earning everybody's detestation. Heavens, how they hate him! The rapid flight of his army terminated at Ringgold. Hardee declines even a temporary command of the Western army. Preston Johnston has been sent out post haste at a moment's warning. He was not even allowed time to go home and tell his wife good bye, or, as Brown, the Englishman, said, to put a clean shirt into his traveling bag. Lee and Meade are facing each other gallantly. Following the battle of Gettysburg on July 1st, 2d, and 3d of this year, there had occurred in Virginia between Lee and Meade engagements at Bristow Station, Kelly's Ford, and Rappahannock Station, the latter engagement taking place on November 7th. The author doubtless refers here to the positions of Lee and Meade at Mine Run, December 1st. December 2d, Meade abandoned his, because, as he is reported to have said, it would have cost him 30,000 men to carry Lee's breastworks, and he shrank from ordering such slaughter. The 1st of December we went with a party of Mrs. Ould's getting up to see a French frigate which lay at anchor down the river. The French officers came on board our boat. The Lees were aboard. The French officers were not in the least attractive, either in manners or appearance. But our ladies were most attentive, and some showered bad French upon them with a lavish hand, always accompanied by queer grimaces to eke out the scanty supply of French words, the sentences ending usually in a nervous shriek. "Are they deaf?" asked Mrs. Randolph. The French frigate was a dirty little thing. Dr. Garnett was so buoyed up with hope that the French were coming to our rescue that he would not let me say, "An English man of war is the cleanest thing known in the world." Captain said to Mary Lee, with a foreign contortion of countenance that went for a smile, "I's bachelor." Judge Ould said, as we went to dinner on our own steamer, "They will not drink our President's health. They do not acknowledge us to be a nation. Mind, none of you say Emperor, not once." Dr. Garnett interpreted the laws of politeness otherwise, and stepped forward, his mouth fairly distended with so much French, and said, "Vive l'Empereur!" Young Gibson seconded him quietly, "A la santé de l'Empereur." But silence prevailed. Preston Hampton was the handsomest man on board. "The figure of Hercules, the face of Apollo!" cried an enthusiastic girl. Preston was as lazy and as sleepy as ever. He said of the Frenchmen, "They can't help not being good looking, but with all the world open to them, to wear such shabby clothes!" The lieutenant's name was Rousseau. On the French frigate, lying on one of the tables was a volume of Jean Jacques Rousseau's works side by side, strange to say, with a map of South Carolina. This lieutenant was courteously asked by Mary Lee to select some lady to whom she might introduce him. He answered, "I choose you," with a bow that was a benediction and a prayer. And now I am in a fine condition for Hetty Cary's starvation party, where they will give $30 for the music and not a cent for a morsel to eat. Preston said contentedly, "I hate dancing, and I hate cold water, so I will eschew the festivity to night." Found John R. Thompson at our house when I got home so tired to night. He brought me the last number of the Cornhill. He knew how much I was interested in Trollope's story, Framley Parsonage. December 4th. My husband bought yesterday at the commissary's 1 barrel of flour, 1 bushel of potatoes, 1 peck of rice, 5 pounds of salt beef, and 1 peck of salt, all for $60. In the street a barrel of flour sells for $115. December 5th. Wigfall was here last night. He began by wanting to hang Jeff Davis. My husband managed him beautifully. He soon ceased to talk virulent nonsense and calmed down to his usual strong common sense. I knew it was quite late, but I had no idea of the hour. My husband beckoned me out. "It is all your fault," said he. "What?" "Why will you persist in looking so interested in all Wigfall is saying? Don't let him catch your eye. Look into the fire. Did you not hear it strike 2?" This attack was so sudden, so violent, so unlooked for, I could only laugh hysterically. However, as an obedient wife, I went back, gravely took my seat, and looked into the fire. I did not even dare raise my eyes to see what my husband was doing, if he, too, looked into the fire. Wigfall soon tired of so tame an audience, and took his departure. General Lawton was here. He was one of Stonewall's generals, so I listened with all my ears when he said, "Stonewall could not sleep, so every 2 or 3 nights you are waked up by orders to have your brigade in marching order before daylight and report in person to the commander. Then you were marched a few miles out and then a few miles in again. All this was to make us ready, ever on the alert. And the end of it was this: Jackson's men would go half a day's march before Peter Longstreet waked and breakfasted. I think there is a popular delusion about the amount of praying he did. He certainly preferred a fight on Sunday to a sermon. Failing to manage a fight, he loved best a long Presbyterian sermon, Calvinistic to the core. He had shown small sympathy with human infirmity. He was a one-idea'd man. He looked upon broken down men and stragglers as the same thing. He classed all who were weak and weary, who fainted by the wayside, as men wanting in patriotism. If a man's face was as white as cotton and his pulse so low you scarce could feel it, he looked upon him merely as an inefficient soldier and rode off impatiently. He was the true type of all great soldiers. Like the successful warriors of the world, he did not value human life where he had an object to accomplish. He could order men to their death as a matter of course. His soldiers obeyed him to the death. Faith they had in him, stronger than death. Their respect he commanded. I doubt if he had so much of their love as is talked about while he was alive. Now that they see a few more years of Stonewall would have freed them from the Yankees, they deify him. Any man is proud to have been one of the famous Stonewall Brigade. But be sure it was bitter hard work to keep up with him, as all know who ever served under him. He gave his orders rapidly and distinctly, and rode away, never allowing answer or remonstrance. It was, "Look there! See that place! Take it!" When you failed, you were apt to be put under arrest. When you reported the place taken, he only said, "Good." Spent $75 to day for a little tea and sugar, and have 500 left. My husband's pay never has paid for the rent of our lodgings. He came in with dreadful news just now. I have wept so often for things that never happen, I will withhold my tears now for a certainty. To day a poor woman threw herself on her dead husband's coffin and kissed it. She was weeping bitterly. So did I in sympathy. My husband, as I told him to day, could see me and everything that he loved hanged, drawn, and quartered without moving a muscle if a crowd were looking on. He could have the same gentle operation performed on himself and make no sign. To all of which violent insinuation he answered in unmoved tones, "So would any civilized man. Savages, however, Indians, at least, are more dignified in that particular than we are. Noisy, fidgety grief never moves me at all. It annoys me. Self-control is what we all need. You are a miracle of sensibility. Self-control is what you need." "So you are civilized," I said. "Some day I mean to be." December 9th. "Come here, Mrs. Chesnut," said Mary Preston to day. "They are lifting General Hood out of his carriage, here at your door." Mrs. Grundy promptly had him borne into her drawing room, which was on the first floor. Mary Preston and I ran down and greeted him as cheerfully and as cordially as if nothing had happened since we saw him standing before us a year ago. How he was waited upon! Some cut up oranges were brought him. "How kind people are," said he. "Not once since I was wounded have I ever been left without fruit, hard as it is to get now." "The money value of friendship is easily counted now," said some one. "Oranges are $5 apiece." December 10th. Mrs. Davis and Mrs. Lyons came. We had luncheon brought in for them, and then a lucid explanation of the chronique scandaleuse of which Beck J. is the heroine. We walked home with Mrs. Davis and met the President riding alone. Surely that is wrong. It must be unsafe for him when there are so many traitors, not to speak of bribed negroes. Burton Harrison says Mr. Davis prefers to go alone, and there is none to gainsay him. Burton Harrison, then secretary to Jefferson Davis, who married Miss Constance Cary and became well known as a New York lawyer. He died in Washington in 1904. My husband laid the law down last night. I felt it to be the last drop in my full cup. "No more feasting in this house," said he. "This is no time for junketing and merrymaking." "And you said you brought me here to enjoy the winter before you took me home and turned my face to a dead wall." He is the master of the house. To hear is to obey. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 16, Richmond, Virginia, Part 2. December 14th. Drove out with Mrs. Davis. She had a watch in her hand which some poor dead soldier wanted to have sent to his family. First we went to her mantua maker, then we drove to the fair grounds where the band was playing. Suddenly she missed the watch. She remembered having it when we came out of the mantua maker's. We drove back instantly, and there the watch was lying near the steps of the little porch in front of the house. No one had passed in, apparently; in any case, no one had seen it. Preston Hampton went with me to see Conny Cary. The talk was frantically literary, which Preston thought hard on him. I had just brought the Saint Denis number of Les Miserables. Sunday, Christopher Hampton walked to church with me. Coming out, General Lee was seen slowly making his way down the aisle, bowing royally to right and left. I pointed him out to Christopher Hampton when General Lee happened to look our way. He bowed low, giving me a charming smile of recognition. I was ashamed of being so pleased. I blushed like a schoolgirl. We went to the White House. They gave us tea. The President said he had been on the way to our house, coming with all the Davis family, to see me, but the children became so troublesome they turned back. Just then little Joe rushed in and insisted on saying his prayers at his father's knee, then and there. He was in his night clothes. December 19th. A box has come from home for me. Taking advantage of this good fortune and a full larder, have asked Mrs. Davis to dine with me. Wade Hampton sent me a basket of game. We had Mrs. Davis and Mr. and Mrs. Preston. After dinner we walked to the church to see the Freeland Lewis wedding. Mr. Preston had Mrs. Davis on his arm. My husband and Mrs. Preston and Burton Harrison and myself brought up the rear. Willie Allen joined us, and we had the pleasure of waiting one good hour. Then the beautiful Maria, loveliest of brides, sailed in on her father's arm, and Major John Cox Lewis followed with Mrs. Freeland. After the ceremony, such a kissing was there up and down the aisle. The happy bridegroom kissed wildly, and several girls complained, But he said, "How am I to know Maria's kin whom I was to kiss? It is better to show too much affection for one's new relations than too little." December 21st. Joe Johnston has been made Commander in Chief of the Army of the West. General Lee had this done, 'tis said. Miss Agnes Lee and "Little Robert," as they fondly call General Lee's youngest son in this hero worshiping community, called. They told us the President, General Lee, and General Elzey had gone out to look at the fortifications around Richmond. My husband came home saying he had been with them and lent General Lee his gray horse. Mrs. Howell, Mrs. Davis's mother, says a year ago on the cars a man said, "We want a dictator." She replied, "Jeff Davis will never consent to be a dictator." The man turned sharply toward her. "And, pray, who asks him? Joe Johnston will be made dictator by the Army of the West." Imperator was suggested. Of late the Army of the West has not been in a condition to dictate to friend or foe. Certainly Jeff Davis did hate to put Joe Johnston at the head of what is left of it. Detached from General Lee, what a horrible failure is Longstreet. Oh, for a day of Albert Sidney Johnston out West. And Stonewall, could he come back to us here? General Hood, the wounded knight, came for me to drive. I felt that I would soon find myself chaperoning some girls, but I asked no questions. He improved the time between Franklin and Cary Streets by saying, "I do like your husband so much." "So do I," replied simply. Buck was ill in bed, so William said at the door, but she recovered her health and came down for the drive in black velvet and ermine, looking queenly. And then, with the top of the landau thrown back, wrapped in furs and rugs, we had a long drive that bitter cold day. One day as we were hieing us home from the fair grounds, Sam, the wounded knight, asked Brewster what are the symptoms of a man's being in love. Sam Hood is called Sam entirely, but why I do not know said for his part he did not know; at 17 he had fancied himself in love, but that was a long time ago. Brewster spoke on the symptoms of love. "When you see her, your breath is apt to come short. If it amounts to mild strangulation, you have got it bad. You are stupidly jealous, glowering with jealousy, and have a gloomy, fixed conviction that she likes every fool you meet better than she does you, especially people that you know she has a thorough contempt for. That is, you knew it before you lost your head. I mean, before you fell in love. The last stages of unmitigated spooniness I will spare you," said Brewster, with a giggle and a wave of the hand. "Well," said Sam, drawing a breath of relief, "I have felt none of these things so far, and yet they say I am engaged to 4 young ladies, a liberal allowance, you will admit, for a man who can not walk without help." Another day, the Sabbath, we called on our way from church to see Mrs. Wigfall. She was ill, but Mr. Wigfall insisted upon taking me into the drawing room to rest a while. He said Luly was there. So she was, and so was Sam Hood, the wounded knight, stretched at full length on a sofa and a rug thrown over him. Louis Wigfall said to me, "Do you know General Hood?" "Yes," said I, and the General laughed with his eyes as I looked at him, but he did not say a word. I felt it a curious commentary upon the reports he had spoken of the day before. Luly Wigfall is a very handsome girl. December 24th. As we walked, Brewster reported a row he had had with General Hood. Brewster had told those 6 young ladies at the Prestons' that old Sam was in the habit of saying he would not marry if he could any silly, sentimental girl who would throw herself away upon a maimed creature such as he was. When Brewster went home he took pleasure in telling Sam how the ladies had complimented his good sense, whereupon the General rose in his wrath and threatened to break his crutch over Brewster's head. To think he could be such a fool, to go about repeating to everybody his whimperings. I was taking my seat at the head of the table when the door opened and Brewster walked in unannounced. He took his stand in front of the open door, with his hands in his pockets and his small hat pushed back as far as it could get from his forehead. "What?" said he. "You are not ready yet? The generals are below. Did you get my note?" I begged my husband to excuse me, and rushed off to put on my bonnet and furs. I met the girls coming up with a strange man. The flurry of two major generals had been too much for me, and I forgot to ask the new one's name. They went up to dine in my place with my husband, who sat eating his dinner, with Lawrence's undivided attention given to him, amid this whirling and eddying in and out of the world militant. Mary Preston and I then went to drive with the generals. The new one proved to be Buckner, who was also a Kentuckian. Simon B. Buckner was a graduate of West Point, and had served in the Mexican War. In 1887 he was elected Governor of Kentucky, and at the funeral of General Grant acted as one of the pallbearers. The two men told us they had slept together the night before Chickamauga. It is useless to try, legs can't any longer be kept out of conversation. So General Buckner said, "Once before I slept with a man, and he lost his leg next day." He had made a vow never to do so again. When Sam and I parted that morning, we said, "You or I may be killed, but the cause will be safe all the same." After the drive everybody came in to tea, my husband in famous good humor; we had an unusually gay evening. It was very nice of my husband to take no notice of my conduct at dinner, which had been open to criticism. All the comfort of my life depends upon his being in good humor. Christmas Day, 1863. Yesterday dined with the Prestons. Wore one of my handsomest Paris dresses, from Paris before the war. Three magnificent Kentucky generals were present, with Senator Orr from South Carolina and Mr. Miles. General Buckner repeated a speech of Hood's to show him how friendly they were. "I prefer a ride with you to the company of any woman in the world," Buckner had answered. "I prefer your company to that of any man, certainly," was Hood's reply. This became the standing joke of the dinner. It flashed up in every form. Poor Sam got out of it so badly, if he got out of it at all. General Buckner said patronizingly, "Lame excuses all. Hood never gets out of any scrape, that is, unless he can fight out." Others dropped in after dinner, some without arms, some without legs. Von Borcke, who can not speak because of a wound in his throat. Isabella said, "We have all kinds now but a blind one." Poor fellows, they laugh at wounds, and they yet can show many a scar. We had for dinner oyster soup, besides roast mutton, ham, boned turkey, wild duck, partridge, plum pudding, sauterne, burgundy, sherry, and Madeira. There is life in the old land yet. At my house to day after dinner, and while Alex Haskell and my husband sat over the wine, Hood gave me an account of his discomfiture last night. He said he could not sleep after it; it was the hardest battle he had ever fought in his life. And I was routed, as it were. She told me there was no hope. That ends it. You know at Petersburg on my way to the Western army she half promised me to think of it. She would not say yes, but she did not say no; that is, not exactly. At any rate, I went off saying, "I am engaged to you," and she said, "I am not engaged to you." After I was so fearfully wounded, I gave it up. But then, since I came, etc. "Do you mean to say," said I, "that you had proposed to her before that conversation in the carriage, when you asked Brewster the symptoms of love? I like your audacity." "Oh, she understood, but it is all up now, for she says no." My husband says I am extravagant. "No, my friend, not that," said I. "I had $1,500, and I have spent every cent of it in my housekeeping. Not 1 cent for myself, not 1 cent for dress nor any personal want whatever." He calls me hospitality run mad. January 1, 1864. General Hood's an awful flatterer. I mean an awkward flatterer. I told him to praise my husband to some one else, not to me. He ought to praise me to somebody who would tell my husband, and then praise my husband to another person who would tell me. Man and wife are too much one person; to wave a compliment straight in the face of one about the other is not graceful. One more year of Stonewall would have saved us. Chickamauga is the only battle we have gained since Stonewall died, and no results follow as usual. Stonewall was not so much as killed by a Yankee; he was shot by his own men. That is hard. General Lee can do no more than keep back Meade." "One of Meade's armies, you mean," said I, "for they have only to double on him when Lee whips one of them." "General Edward Johnston says he got Grant a place esprit de corps, you know. He could not bear to see an old army man driving a wagon. That was when he found him out West, put out of the army for habitual drunkenness. He is their right man, a bull headed suwarrow. He don't care a snap if men fall like the leaves fall. He fights to win, that chap does. He is not distracted by 1,000 side issues. He does not see them. He is narrow and sure, sees only in a straight line. Like Louis Napoleon, from a battle in the gutter he goes straight up. Yes, as with Lincoln, they have ceased to carp at him as a rough clown, no gentleman, etc. You never hear now of Lincoln's nasty fun, only of his wisdom. Doesn't take much soap and water to wash the hands that the rod of empire sway. They talked of Lincoln's drunkenness, too. Now, since Vicksburg, they have not a word to say against Grant's habits. He has the disagreeable habit of not retreating before irresistible veterans. General Lee and Albert Sidney Johnston show blood and breeding. They are of the Bayard and Philip Sidney order of soldiers. Listen, if General Lee had had Grant's resources, he would have bagged the last Yankee, or have had them all safe back in Massachusetts. You mean if he had not the weight of the negro question upon him? No, I mean if he had had Grant's unlimited allowance of the powers of war, men, money, ammunition, arms. Mrs. Ould says Mrs. Lincoln found the gardener of the White House so nice she would make him a major general. Lincoln remarked to the secretary, "Well, the little woman must have her way sometimes." A word of the last night of the old year. Gloria Mundi sent me a cup of strong, good coffee. I drank 2 cups, and so I did not sleep a wink. Like a fool, I passed my whole life in review, and bitter memories maddened me quite. Then came a happy thought. I mapped out a story of the war. The plot came to hand, for it was true. Johnny is the hero, a light dragoon and heavy swell. I will call it F.F.'s, for it is the F.F.'s both of South Carolina and Virginia. It is to be a war story, and the filling out of the skeleton was the best way to put myself to sleep. January 4th. Mrs. Ives wants us to translate a French play. A genuine French captain came in from his ship on the James River and gave us good advice as to how to make the selection. General Hampton sent another basket of partridges, and all goes merry as a marriage bell. My husband came in and nearly killed us. He brought this piece of news: North Carolina wants to offer terms of peace. We needed only a break of that kind to finish us. I really shivered nervously, as one does when the first handful of earth comes rattling down on the coffin in the grave of one we cared for more than all who are left. January 5th. At Mrs. Preston's met the Light Brigade in battle array, ready to sally forth, conquering and to conquer. They would stand no nonsense from me about staying at home to translate a French play. Indeed, the plays that have been sent us are so indecent I scarcely know where a play is to be found that would do it all. While at dinner the President's carriage drove up with only General Hood. He sent up to ask in Maggie Howell's name would I go with them. I tied up 2 partridges between plates with a serviette, for Buck, who is ill, and then went down. We picked up Mary Preston. It was Maggie's drive. As the soldiers say, I was only on escort duty. At the Prestons', Major Venable met us at the door and took in the partridges to Buck. As we drove off, Maggie said, "Major Venable is a Carolinian, I see." "No, Virginian to the core." "But, then, he was a professor in the South Carolina College before the war." Mary Preston said, "She is taking a fling at your weakness for all South Carolina." Came home and found my husband in a bitter mood. It has all gone wrong with our world. The loss of our private fortune the smallest part. He intimates, with so much human misery filling the air, we might stay at home and think. "And go mad?" said I. "Catch me at it. A yawning grave with piles of red earth thrown on one side, that is the only future I ever see. You remember Emma Stockton? She and I were as blithe as birds that day at Mulberry. I came here the next day, and when I arrived a telegram said, "Emma Stockton found dead in her bed." It is awfully near, that thought. No, no, I will not stop and think of death always. January 8th. Snow of the deepest. Nobody can come to day, I thought. But they did. My girls first, then Constance Cary tripped in, the clever Connie. Hetty is the beauty, so called, though she is clever enough, too. But Constance is actually clever and has a classically perfect outline. Next came the four Kentuckians and Preston Hampton. He is as tall as the Kentuckians and ever so much better looking. Then we had eggnog. I was to take Miss Cary to the Simmses. My husband inquired the price of a carriage. It was $25 an hour. He cursed by all his gods at such extravagance. The play was not worth the candle, or carriage in this instance. In Confederate money it sounds so much worse than it is. I did not dream of asking him to go with me after that lively overture. "I did intend to go with you," he said, "but you do not ask me." "And I have been asking you for 20 years to go with me in vain. Think of that," I said, tragically. We could not wait for him to dress, so I sent the $25 an hour carriage back for him. We were behind time, as it was. When he came, the beautiful Hetty Cary and her friend, Captain Tucker, were with him. Major von Borcke and Preston Hampton were at the Carys, in the drawing room when we called for Constance, who was dressing. I challenge the world to produce finer specimens of humanity than these three, the Prussian, von Borcke, Preston Hampton, and Hetty Cary. We spoke to the Prussian about the vote of thanks passed by Congress yesterday, thanks of the country to Major von Borcke. The poor man was as modest as a girl, in spite of his huge proportions. "That is a compliment, indeed," said Hetty. "Yes, I saw it, and the happiest, the proudest day of my life, as I read it. It was at the hotel breakfast table. I try to hide my face with the newspaper, I feel it grow so red. But my friend, he has his newspaper, too, and he sees the same thing. So he looks my way, he says, pointing to me, 'Why does he grow so red? He has got something there.' And he laughs. Then I try to read aloud the so kind compliments of the Congress, but I cannot." He puts his hand to his throat. His broken English and the difficulty of his enunciation with that wound in his windpipe makes it all very touching and very hard to understand. The Simms charade party was a perfect success. The play was charming. Sweet little Mrs. Lawson Clay had a seat for me banked up among women. The female part of the congregation, strictly segregated from the male, were placed all together in rows. They formed a gay parterre, edged by the men in their black coats and gray uniforms. Toward the back part of the room the mass of black and gray was solid. Captain Tucker bewailed his fate. He was stranded out there with those forlorn men, but could see us laughing, and fancied what we were saying was worth 1,000 charades. He preferred talking to a clever woman to any known way of passing a pleasant hour. "So do I," somebody said. On a sofa of state in front of all sat the President and Mrs. Davis. Little Maggie Davis was one of the child actresses. Her parents had a right to be proud of her. With her flashing black eyes, she was a marked figure on the stage. She is a handsome creature, and she acted her part admirably. The shrine was beautiful beyond words. The Simms and Ives families are Roman Catholic, and understand getting up that sort of thing. First came the Palmers Gray, then Mrs. Ives, a solitary figure, the loveliest of penitent women. The Eastern pilgrims were delightfully costumed. We could not understand how so much Christian piety could come clothed in such odalisque robes. Mrs. Ould, as a queen, was as handsome and regal as heart could wish for. She was accompanied by a very satisfactory king, whose name, if I ever knew, I have forgotten. There was a resplendent knight of St. John, and then an American Indian. After their orisons they all knelt and laid something on the altar as a votive gift. Burton Harrison, the President's handsome young secretary, was gotten up as a big brave in a dress presented to Mr. Davis by Indians for some kindness he showed them years ago. It was a complete warrior's outfit, scant as that is. The feathers stuck in the back of Mr. Harrison's head had a charmingly comic effect. He had to shave himself as clean as a baby, or he could not act the beardless chief, Spotted Tail, Billy Bowlegs, Big Thunder, or whatever his character was. So he folded up his loved and lost mustache, the Christianized Red Indian, and laid it on the altar, the most sacred treasure of his life, the witness of his most heroic sacrifice, on the shrine. Senator Hill, of Georgia, took me in to supper, where were ices, chicken salad, oysters, and champagne. The President came in alone, I suppose, for while we were talking after supper, and your humble servant was standing between Mrs. Randolph and Mrs. Stanard, he approached, offered me his arm, and we walked off, oblivious of Mr. Senator Hill. Remember this, ladies, and forgive me for recording it, but Mrs. Stanard and Mrs. Randolph are the handsomest women in Richmond. I am no older than they are, or younger either, sad to say. Now the President walked with me slowly up and down that long room, and our conversation was of the saddest. Nobody knows so well as he the difficulties which beset this hard-driven Confederacy. He has a voice which is perfectly modulated, a comfort in this loud and rough soldier world. I think there is a melancholy cadence in his voice at times, of which he is unconscious when he talks of things as they are now. My husband was so intensely charmed with Hetty Cary that he declined at the first call to accompany his wife home in the $25 an hour carriage. He ordered it to return. When it came, his wife, a good manager, packed the Carys and him in with herself, leaving the other two men who came with the party, when it was divided into trips, to make their way home in the cold. At our door, near daylight of that bitter cold morning, I had the pleasure to see my husband, like a man, stand and pay for that carriage. To-day he is pleased with himself, with me, and with all the world; says if there was no such word as fascinating, you would have to invent one to describe Hetty Cary. End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 16, part 3 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 16, Richmond, Virginia, Part 3. January 9th. Met Mrs. Wigfall. She wants me to take Halsey to Mrs. Randolph's theatricals. I am to get him up as Sir Walter Raleigh. Now General Breckinridge has come. I like him better than any of them. Morgan also is here. Footnote: John H. Morgan, a native of Alabama, entered the Confederate Army in 1861 as a captain, and in 1862 was made a major general. He was captured by the Federals in 1863 and confined in an Ohio penitentiary, but he escaped and once more joined the Confederate Army. In September 1864 he was killed in battle near Greenville, Tennessee. End footnote. These huge Kentuckians fill the town. Isabella says, "They hold Morgan accountable for the loss of Chattanooga." The follies of the wise, the weaknesses of the great. She shakes her head significantly when I begin to tell why I like him so well. Last night General Buckner came for her to go with him and rehearse at the Carys for Mrs. Randolph's charades. The President's man, Jim, that he believed in as we all believe in our own servants, our own people, as we call them, and Betsy, Mrs. Davis's maid, decamped last night. It is miraculous that they had the fortitude to resist the temptation so long. At Mrs. Davis's the hired servants all have been birds of passage. First they were seen with gold galore, and then they would fly to the Yankees, and I am sure they had nothing to tell. It is Yankee money wasted. I do not think it had ever crossed Mrs. Davis's brain that these two could leave her. She knew, however, that Betsy had $80 in gold and $2,400 in Confederate notes. Everybody who comes in brings a little bad news. Not much in itself, but by cumulative process the effect is depressing indeed. January 12th. To night there will be a great gathering of Kentuckians. Morgan gives them a dinner. The city of Richmond entertained John Morgan. He is at free quarters. The girls dined here. Conny Cary came back for more white feathers. Isabella had appropriated 2 sets and obstinately refused Constance Cary a single feather from her pile. She said, sternly, "I have never been on the stage before, and I have a presentiment when my father hears of this I will never go again. I am to appear before the footlights as an English dowager duchess, and I mean to rustle in every feather, to wear all the lace and diamonds these two houses can compass, mine and Mrs. Preston's." She was jolly but firm, and Constance departed without any additional plumage for her Lady Teazle. January 14th. Gave Mrs. White $23 for a turkey. Came home wondering all the way why she did not ask 25. $2 more could not have made me balk at the bargain, and 23 sounds odd. January 15th. What a day the Kentuckians have had! Mrs. Webb gave them a breakfast. From there they proceeded en masse to General Lawton's dinner, and then came straight here, all of which seems equal to one of Stonewall's forced marches. General Lawton took me in to supper. In spite of his dinner, he had misgivings. "My heart is heavy," said he, "even here. All seems too light, too careless, for such terrible times. It seems out of place here in battle scarred Richmond." "I have heard something of that kind at home," I replied. "Hope and fear are both gone, and it is distraction or death with us. I do not see how sadness and despondency would help us. If it would do any good, we would be sad enough." We laughed at General Hood. General Lawton thought him better fitted for gallantry on the battlefield than playing a lute in my lady's chamber. When Miss Giles was electrifying the audience as the fair penitent, some one said, "Oh, that is so pretty." Hood cried out with stern reproachfulness, "That is not pretty, it is elegant." Not only had my house been rifled for theatrical properties, but as the play went on they came for my black velvet cloak. When it was over I thought I should never get away, my cloak was so hard to find. But it gave me an opportunity to witness many things behind the scenes, that cloak hunt did. Behind the scenes! I know a little what that means now. General Jeb Stuart was at Mrs. Randolph's in his cavalry jacket and high boots. He was devoted to Hetty Cary. Constance Cary said to me, pointing to his stars, "Hetty likes them that way, you know, gilt-edged and with stars." January 16th. A visit from the President's handsome and accomplished secretary, Burton Harrison. I lent him Country Clergymen in Town and Elective Affinities. He is to bring me Mrs. Norton's Lost and Saved. At Mrs. Randolph's my husband complimented one of the ladies, who had amply earned his praise by her splendid acting. She pointed to a young man, saying, "You see that wretch? He has not said one word to me." My husband asked innocently, "Why should he? And why is he a wretch?" "Oh, you know." Going home I explained this riddle to him; he is always a year behindhand in gossip. They said those two were engaged last winter, and now there seems to be a screw loose, but that sort of thing always comes right. The Carys prefer James Chesnut to his wife. I don't mind. Indeed, I like it. I do, too. Every Sunday Mr. Minnigerode cried aloud in anguish his litany, "From pestilence and famine, battle, murder, and sudden death," and we wailed on our knees, "Good Lord, deliver us." And on Monday, and all the week long, we go on as before, hearing of nothing but battle, murder, and sudden death, which are daily events. Now I have a new book. That is the unlooked for thing, a pleasing incident in this life of monotonous misery. We live in a huge barrack; we are shut in, guarded from light without. At breakfast to day came a card, and without an instant's interlude perhaps the neatest, most fastidious man in South Carolina walked in. I was uncombed, unkempt, tattered, and torn, in my most comfortable, worst worn, wadded green silk dressing gown, with a white woolen shawl over my head to keep off drafts. He has not been in the war yet, and now he wants to be captain of an engineer corps. I wish he may get it. He has always been my friend, so he shall lack no aid that I can give. If he can stand the shock of my appearance to day, we may reasonably expect to continue friends until death. Of all men, the fastidious Barny Haywood to come in. He faced the situation gallantly. January 18th. Invited to Dr. Hacksaw's last night to meet the Lawtons. Mr. Benjamin dropped in. Footnote: Judah P. Benjamin was born, of Jewish parentage, at St. Croix in the West Indies, and was elected in 1852 to represent Louisiana in the United States Senate, where he served until 1861. In the Confederate administration he served successively from 1861 to 1865 as Attorney General, Secretary of War, and Secretary of State. At the close of the war he went to England, where he achieved remarkable success at the bar. He is a friend of the house. Mrs. Haxall is a Richmond leader of society, a ci devant beauty and belle, a charming person still, and her hospitality is of the genuine Virginia type. Everything Mr. Benjamin said we listened to, bore in mind, and gave heed to it diligently. He is a Delphic oracle of the innermost shrine, and is supposed to enjoy the honor of Mr. Davis's unreserved confidence. Lamar was asked to dinner here yesterday, so he came to day. We had our wild turkey cooked for him yesterday, and I dressed myself within an inch of my life with the best of my 4-year-old finery. Two of us, my husband and I, did not damage the wild turkey seriously, so Lamar enjoyed the réchauffé, and commended the art with which Molly had hid the slight loss we had inflicted upon its mighty breast. She had piled fried oysters over the turkey so skillfully that unless we had told about it, no one would ever have known that the huge bird was making his second appearance on the board. Lamar was more absent-minded and distrait than ever. My husband behaved like a trump, a well-bred man, with all his wits about him, so things went off smoothly enough. Lamar had just read Romola. Across the water he said it was the rage. I am sure it is not as good as Adam Bede or Silas Marner. It is not worthy of the woman who was to rival all but Shakespeare's name below. "What is the matter with Romola?" he asked. "Tito is so mean, and he is mean in such a very mean way, and the end is so repulsive. Petting the husband's illegitimate children and left-handed wives may be magnanimity, but human nature revolts at it." "Woman's nature, you mean." "Yes, and now another test. 2 weeks ago I read this thing with intense interest, and already her Savonarola has faded from my mind. I have forgotten her way of showing Savonarola as completely as I always do forget Bulwer's Rienzi." "Oh, I understand you now. It is like Milton's devil; he has obliterated all other devils. You can't fix your mind upon any other. The devil always must be of Miltonic proportions, or you do not believe in him. Goethe's Mephistopheles disputes the crown of the causeway with Lucifer. But soon you begin to feel that Mephistopheles to be a lesser devil, an emissary of the devil only. Is there any Cardinal Wolsey but Shakespeare's? Any Mirabeau but Carlyle's Mirabeau? But the list is too long of those who have been stamped into your brain by genius. The saintly preacher, the woman who stands by Hetty and saves her soul, those heavenly-minded sermons preached by the author of Adam Bede, bear them well in mind while I tell you how this writer, who so well imagines and depicts female purity and piety, was a governess, or something of that sort, and perhaps wrote for a living. At any rate, she had an elective affinity, which was responded to by George Lewes, and so she lives with Lewes. I do not know that she caused the separation between Lewes and his legal wife. They are living in a villa on some Swiss lake, and Mrs. Lewes, of the hour, is a charitable, estimable, agreeable, sympathetic woman of genius. Lamar seemed without prejudices on the subject. At least, he expressed neither surprise nor disapprobation. He said something of genius being above law, but I was not very clear as to what he said on that point. As for me, I said nothing for fear of saying too much. "You know that Lewes is a writer," said he. "Some people say the man she lives with is a noble man. They say she is kind and good, if a fallen woman." Here the conversation ended. January 20th. And now comes a grand announcement made by the Yankee Congress. They vote 1,000,000 of men to be sent down here to free the prisoners whom they will not take in exchange. I actually thought they left all these Yankees here on our hands as part of their plan to starve us out. All Congressmen under 50 years of age are to leave politics and report for military duty or be conscripted. What enthusiasm there is in their councils! Confusion rather, it seems to me. Mrs. Ould says, The men who frequent her house are more despondent now than ever since this thing began. Our Congress is so demoralized, so confused, so depressed. They have asked the President, whom they have so hated, so insulted, so crossed and opposed and thwarted in every way, to speak to them and advise them what to do. January 21st. Both of us were too ill to attend Mrs. Davis's reception. It proved a very sensational one. First a fire in the house, then a robbery, said to be an arranged plan of the usual bribed servants there and some escaped Yankee prisoners. To day the Examiner is lost in wonder at the stupidity of the fire and arson contingent. If they had only waited a few hours until everybody was asleep. After a reception the household would be so tired and so sound asleep. Thanks to the editor's kind counsel, maybe the arson contingent will wait and do better next time. Letters from home carried Mr. Chesnut off to day. Thackeray is dead. I stumbled upon Vanity Fair for myself. I had never heard of Thackeray before. I think it was in 1850. I know I had been ill at the New York hotel, and when left alone I slipped downstairs and into a bookstore that I had noticed under the hotel for something to read. The New York hotel, covering a block front on Broadway at Waverly Place, was a favorite stopping place for Southerners for many years before the war and after it. In comparatively recent times it was torn down and supplanted by a business block. They gave me the first half of Pendennis. I can recall now the very kind of paper it was printed on, and the illustrations as they took effect upon me. And yet when I raved over it and was wild for the other half, there were people who said it was slow, that Thackeray was evidently a coarse, dull, sneering writer, that he stripped human nature bare and made it repulsive, etc. January 22d. At Mrs. Lyons's met another beautiful woman, Mrs. Penn, the wife of Colonel Penn, who is making shoes in a Yankee prison. She had a little son with her, barely 2 years old, a mere infant. She said to him, "Fate cum butler." The child crossed his eyes and made himself hideous, then laughed and rioted around as if he enjoyed the joke hugely. Went to Mrs. Davis's. It was sad enough. Fancy having to be always ready to have your servants set your house on fire, being bribed to do it. Such constant robberies, such servants coming and going daily to the Yankees, carrying one's silver, one's other possessions, does not conduce to home happiness. Saw Hood on his legs once more. He rode off on a fine horse, and managed it well, though he is disabled in one hand, too. After all, as the woman said, "He has body enough left to hold his soul." How plucky of him to ride a gay horse like that! Oh, a Kentuckian prides himself upon being half horse and half man. And the girl who rode beside him, did you ever see a more brilliant beauty? 3 cheers for South Carolina! I imparted a plan of mine to Brewster. I would have a breakfast, a luncheon, a matinee, call it what you please, but I would try and return some of the hospitalities of this most hospitable people. Just think of the dinners, suppers, breakfasts we have been to. People have no variety in war times, but they make up for that lack in exquisite cooking. "Variety?" said he. "You are hard to please, with terrapin stew, gumbo, fish, oysters in every shape, game and wine, as good as wine ever is. I do not mention juleps, claret cup, apple toddy, whiskey punches, and all that. I tell you it is good enough for me; variety would spoil it. Such hams as these Virginia people cure, such homemade bread; there is no such bread in the world. Call yours a cold collation. Yes, I have eggs, butter, hams, game, everything from home; no stint just now, even fruit. You ought to do your best. They are so generous and hospitable, and so unconscious of any merit or exceptional credit in the matter of hospitality. They are no better than the Columbia people always were to us." So I fired up for my own country. January 23d. My luncheon was a female affair exclusively. Mrs. Davis came early and found Annie and Tudie making the chocolate. Lawrence had gone South with my husband, so we had only Molly for cook and parlor maid. After the company assembled, we waited and waited. Those girls were making the final arrangements. I made my way to the door, and as I leaned against it, ready to turn the knob, Mrs. Stanard held me like Coleridge's Ancient Mariner, and told how she had been prevented by a violent attack of cramps from running the blockade, and how providential it all was. All this floated by my ear, for I heard Mary Preston's voice raised in high protest on the other side of the door. "Stop!" said she. "Do you mean to take away the whole dish? If you eat many more of those fried oysters, they will be missed. Heavens! She is running away with a plug, a palpable plug, out of that jelly cake." Later in the afternoon, when it was over and I was safe, for all had gone well and Molly had not disgraced herself before the mistresses of those wonderful Virginia cooks, Mrs. Davis and I went out for a walk. Barny Heyward and Dr. Garnett joined us, the latter bringing the welcome news that Muscoe Russell's wife had come. January 25th. The President walked home with me from church. I was to dine with Mrs. Davis. He walked so fast I had no breath to talk, so I was a good listener for once. The truth is, I am too much afraid of him to say very much in his presence. We had such a nice dinner. After dinner, Hood came for a ride with the President. Mr. Hunter of Virginia walked home with me. He made himself utterly agreeable by dwelling on his friendship and admiration of my husband. He said it was high time Mr. Davis should promote him, and that he had told Mr. Davis his opinion on that subject to day. Tuesday, Barny Heyward went with me to the President's reception, and from there to a ball at the McFarlands'. Breckinridge alone of the generals went with us. The others went to a supper given by Mr. Clay of Alabama. I had a long talk with Mr. Ould, Mr. Benjamin, and Mr. Hunter. These men speak out their thoughts plainly enough. What they said means, "We are rattling downhill and nobody to put on the brakes." I wore my black velvet, diamonds, and point lace. They are borrowed for all theatricals, but I wear them whenever they are at home. February 1st. Mrs. Davis gave her "luncheons to ladies only" on Saturday. Many more persons there than at any of these luncheons which we have gone to before. Gumbo, ducks and olives, chickens in jelly, oysters, lettuce salad, chocolate cream, jelly cake, claret, champagne, etc., were the good things set before us. To day, for a pair of forlorn shoes, I have paid $85. Colonel Ives drew my husband's pay for me. I sent Lawrence for it. Mr. Chesnut ordered him back to us. We needed a manservant here. Colonel Ives wrote that he was amazed I should be willing to trust a darky with that great bundle of money, but it came safely. Mr. Pettigrew says you take your money to market in the market basket, and bring home what you buy in your pocketbook. End of chapter 16, part 3. Chapter 16, part 4 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 16, Richmond, Virginia, part 4. February 5th. When Lawrence handed me my husband's money $600 it was I said, "Now I am pretty sure you do not mean to go to the Yankees, for with that pile of money in your hands you must have known there was your chance." He grinned, but said nothing. At the President's reception, Hood had a perfect ovation. General Preston navigated him through the crowd, handling him as tenderly, on his crutches, as if he were the Princess of Wales's new-born baby that I read of to day. It is bad for the head of an army to be so helpless. But old Blucher went to Waterloo in a carriage, wearing a bonnet on his head to shade his inflamed eyes, a heroic figure, truly. An old, red-eyed, bonneted woman, apparently, back in a landau. And yet, Blucher to the rescue! Afterward, at the Prestons', for we left the President's at an early hour, Major von Borcke was trying to teach them his way of pronouncing his own name, and reciting numerous travesties of it in this country, when Charles threw open the door, saying, "A gentleman has called for Major Bandbox." The Prussian major acknowledged this to be the worst he had heard yet. Off to the Ives's theatricals. I walked with General Breckinridge. Mrs. Clay's Mrs. Malaprop was beyond our wildest hopes. And she was in such bitter earnest when she pinched Conny Cary's, Lydia Languish's, shoulder and called her "an intricate little huzzy," That Lydia showed she felt it, and next day the shoulder was black and blue. It was not that the actress had a grudge against Connie, but that she was intense. Even the back of Mrs. Clay's head was eloquent as she walked away. "But," said General Breckinridge, "watch Hood. He has not seen the play before, and Bob Acres amazes him." When he caught my eye, General Hood nodded to me and said, "I believe that fellow Acres is a coward." "That's better than the play," whispered Breckinridge. "But it is all good, from Sir Anthony down to Fag." Between the acts Mrs. Clay sent us word to applaud. She wanted encouragement; the audience was too cold. General Breckinridge responded like a man. After that she was fired by thunders of applause, following his lead. Those mighty Kentuckians turned claqueurs were a host in themselves. Constance Cary not only acted well, but looked perfectly beautiful. During the farce Mrs. Clay came in with all her feathers, diamonds, and fallals, and took her seat by me. Said General Breckinridge, "What a splendid head of hair you have." "And all my own," said she. Afterward she said, they could not get false hair enough, so they put a pair of black satin boots on top of her head, and piled hair over them. We adjourned from Mrs. Ives's to Mrs. Ould's, where we had the usual excellent Richmond supper. We did not get home until 3. It was a clear moonlight night, almost as light as day. As we walked along I said to General Breckinridge, "You have spent a jolly evening." "I do not know," he answered. "I have asked myself more than once to night, are you the same man who stood gazing down on the faces of the dead on that awful battlefield? The soldiers lying there stare at you with their eyes wide open. Is this the same world, here and there?" Last night the great Kentucky contingent came in a body. Hood brought Buck in his carriage. She said she "did not like General Hood," and spoke with a wild excitement in those soft blue eyes of hers. Or are they gray or brown? She then gave her reasons in the lowest voice, but loud and distinct enough for him to hear. "Why? He spoke so harshly to Cy, his body servant, as we got out of the carriage. I saw how he hurt Cy's feelings, and I tried to soothe Cy's mortification." "You see, Cy nearly caused me to fall by his awkwardness, and I stormed at him," said the General, vastly amused. "I hate a man who speaks roughly to those who dare not resent it," said she. The General did own himself charmed with her sentiments, but seemed to think his wrongdoing all a good joke. He and Cy understand each other. February 9th. This party for Johnny was the very nicest I have ever had, and I mean it to be my last. I sent word to the Carys to bring their own men. They came alone, saying, "they did not care for men." "That means a raid on ours," growled Isabella. Mr. Lamar was devoted to Constance Cary. He is a free lance, so that created no heartburning. Afterward, when the whole thing was over and a success, the lights put out, etc., here trooped in the 4 girls, who stayed all night with me. In dressing gowns they stirred up a hot fire, relit the gas, and went in for their supper. Réchauffé was the word, oysters, hot coffee, etc. They kept it up till daylight. Of course, we slept very late. As they came in to breakfast I remarked, "The church bells have been going on like mad. I take it as a rebuke to our breaking the Sabbath. You know Sunday began at 12 o'clock last night." "It sounds to me like fire bells," somebody said. Soon the Infant dashed in, done up in soldier's clothes. "The Yankees are upon us," said he. "Don't you hear the alarm bells? They have been ringing day and night." Alex Haskell came. He and Johnny went off to report to Custis Lee and to be enrolled among his locals, who are always detailed for the defense of the city. But this time the attack on Richmond has proved a false alarm. A new trouble at the President's house. Their trusty man, Robert, broken out with smallpox. We went to the Webb ball, and such a pleasant time we had. After a while the P.M.G. (Pet Major General) took his seat in the comfortable chair next to mine, and declared his determination to hold that position. Mr. Hunter and Mr. Benjamin essayed to dislodge him. Mrs. Stanard said, "Take him in the flirtation room; there he will soon be captured and led away.
but I did not know where that room was situated. Besides, my bold Texan made a most unexpected sally. "I will not go, and I will prevent her from going with any of you." Supper was near at hand, and Mr. Mallory said, "Ask him if the varioloid is not at his house. I know it is." I started as if I were shot, and I took Mr. Clay's arm and went in to supper, leaving the P.M.G. to the girls. Venison and everything nice. February 12th. John Chesnut had a basket of champagne carried to my house, oysters, partridges, and other good things, for a supper after the reception. He is going back to the army to morrow. James Chesnut arrived on Wednesday. He has been giving Buck his opinion of one of her performances last night. She was here, and the General's carriage drove up, bringing some of our girls. They told her he could not come up, and he begged she would go down there for a moment. She flew down and stood 10 minutes in that snow, Cy holding the carriage door open. "But, Colonel Chesnut, there was no harm. I was not there 10 minutes. I could not get in the carriage because I did not mean to stay 1 minute. He did not hold my hands, that is, not half the time." "Oh, you saw. Well, he did kiss my hands. Where is the harm of that?" All men worship Buck. How can they help it? She is so lovely. Lawrence has gone back ignominiously to South Carolina. At breakfast already, in some inscrutable way, he had become intoxicated. He was told to move a chair, and he raised it high over his head, smashing Mrs. Grundy's chandelier. My husband said, "Mary, do tell Lawrence to go home. I am too angry to speak to him." So Lawrence went without another word. He will soon be back, and when he comes he will say, "Shoo, I knew Mars Jeems could not do without me." And indeed he can not. Buck, reading my journal, opened her beautiful eyes in amazement and said, "So little do people know themselves. See what you say of me." I replied, "The girls heard him say to you, 'Oh, you are so childish and so sweet.' Now, Buck, you know you are not childish; you have an abundance of strong common sense. Don't let men adore you so, if you can help it. You are so unhappy about men who care for you when they are killed." Isabella says that war leads to love making. She says these soldiers do more courting here in a day than they would do at home, without a war, in 10 years. In the pauses of conversation we hear, "She is the noblest woman God ever made." "Goodness!" exclaims Isabella. "Which one?" The amount of courting we hear in these small rooms. Men have to go to the front, and they say their say desperately. I am beginning to know all about it. The girls tell me. And I overhear. I can not help it. But this style is unique, is it not? Since I saw you, last year, standing by the turnpike gate, you know, my battle cry has been, "God, my country, and you." So many are lame. Major Venable says, "It is not 'the devil on 2 sticks' now; the farce is 'Cupid on crutches.'" General Breckinridge's voice broke in. "They are my cousins, so I determined to kiss them good by. Good by, nowadays, is the very devil. It means forever, in all probability, you know, all the odds against us. So I advanced to the charge soberly, discreetly, and in the fear of the Lord. The girls stood in a row, 4 of the very prettiest I ever saw." Sam, with his eyes glued to the floor, cried, "You were afraid; you backed out." But I did nothing of the kind. I kissed every one of them honestly, heartily. February 13th. My husband is writing out some resolutions for the Congress. He is very busy, too, trying to get some poor fellows reprieved. He says they are good soldiers, but got into a scrape. Buck came in. She had on her last winter's English hat, with the pheasant's wing. Just then Hood entered most unexpectedly. Said the blunt soldier to the girl, "You look mighty pretty in that hat. You wore it at the turnpike gate, where I surrendered at first sight." She nodded and smiled and flew down the steps after Mr. Chesnut, looking back to say that she meant to walk with him as far as the Executive office. The General walked to the window and watched until the last flutter of her garment was gone. He said, The President was finding fault with some of his officers in command, and I said, "Mr. President, why don't you come and lead us yourself? I would follow you to the death." "Actually, if you stay here in Richmond much longer, you will grow to be a courtier. And you came a rough Texan." Mrs. Davis and General McQueen came. He tells me Muscoe Garnett is dead. Then the best and the cleverest Virginian I know is gone. He was the most scholarly man they had, and his character was higher than his requirements. To day a terrible onslaught was made upon the President for nepotism. Burton Harrison's and John Taylor Wood's letters denying the charge that the President's cotton was unburned, or that he left it to be bought by the Yankees, have enraged the opposition. How much these people in the President's family have to bear! I have never felt so indignant. February 16th. Saw in Mrs. Howell's room the little negro Mrs. Davis rescued yesterday from his brutal negro guardian. The child is an orphan. He was dressed up in little Joe's clothes, and happy as a lord. He was very anxious to show me his wounds and bruises, but I fled. There are some things in life too sickening, and cruelty is one of them. Somebody said, "People who knew General Hood before the war said there was nothing in him. As for losing his property by the war, some say he never had any, and that West Point is a pauper's school, after all. He has only military glory, and that he has gained since the war began." "Now," said Burton Harrison, "only military glory. I like that. The glory and the fame he has gained during the war, that is Hood. What was Napoleon before Toulon? Hood has the impassive dignity of an Indian chief. He has always a little court around him of devoted friends. Wigfall himself has said he could not get within Hood's lines." February 17th. Found everything in Main Street 20% dearer. They say it is due to the new currency bill. I asked my husband, "Is General Johnston ordered to reenforce Polk? They say he did not understand the order." "After 5 days' delay," he replied. "They say Sherman is marching to Mobile. When they once get inside of our armies, what is to molest them unless it be women with broomsticks?" General Polk, commanding about 24,000 men scattered throughout Mississippi and Alabama, found it impossible to check the advance of Sherman at the head of some 40,000, and moved from Meridian south to protect Mobile. February 16, 1864, Sherman took possession of Meridian. General Johnston writes that the Governor of Georgia refuses him provisions and the use of his roads. The Governor of Georgia writes, "The roads are open to him and in capital condition. I have furnished him abundantly with provisions from time to time, as he desired them." I suppose both of these letters are placed away side by side in our archives. February 20th. Mrs. Preston was offended by the story of Buck's performance at the Iveses. General Breckinridge told her it was the most beautifully unconscious act he ever saw. The General was leaning against the wall, Buck standing guard by him on her 2 feet. The crowd surged that way, and she held out her arm to protect him from the rush. After they had all passed, she handed him his crutches, and they, too, moved slowly away. Mrs. Davis said, "Any woman in Richmond would have done the same joyfully, but few could do it so gracefully. Buck is made so conspicuous by her beauty, whatever she does can not fail to attract attention." Johnny stayed at home only 1 day, then went to his plantation, got several thousand Confederate dollars, and in the afternoon drove out with Mrs. K. At the B store he spent 1,000 of his money, bought us gloves and linen. Well, one can do without gloves, but linen is next to life itself. Yesterday the President walked home from church with me. He said he was so glad to see my husband at church, had never seen him there before, remarked on how well he looked, etc. I replied that he looked so well because you have never before seen him in the part of the right man in the right place. My husband has no fancy for being planted in pews, but he is utterly Christian in his creed. February 23d. At the President's, where General Lee breakfasted, a man named Phelan told General Lee all he ought to do, planned a campaign for him. General Lee smiled blandly the while, though he did permit himself a mild sneer at the wise civilians in Congress who refrained from trying the battlefield in person, but from afar dictated the movements of armies. My husband said that, to his amazement, General Lee came into his room at the Executive office to pay his respects and have a talk. "Dear me! Goodness gracious!" said I. "That was a compliment from the head of the army, the very first man in the world, we Confederates think." February 24th. Friends came to make taffy and stayed the livelong day. They played cards. One man, a soldier, had only 2 teeth left in front, and they lapped across each other. On account of the condition of his mouth, he had maintained a dignified sobriety of aspect, though he told some funny stories. Finally a story was too much for him, and he grinned from ear to ear. Maggie gazed, and then called out, as the negro fiddlers call out dancing figures, "Forward 2 and cross over." Fancy our faces. The hero of the 2 teeth, relapsing into a decorous arrangement of mouth, said, "Cavalry are the eyes of an army; they bring the news. The artillery are the boys to make a noise, but the infantry do the fighting, and a general or so gets all the glory." February 26th. We went to see Mrs. Breckinridge, who is here with her husband. Then we paid our respects to Mrs. Lee. Her room was like an industrial school, everybody so busy. Her daughters were all there plying their needles, with several other ladies. Mrs. Lee showed us a beautiful sword, recently sent to the General by some Marylanders, now in Paris. On the blade was engraved, "Et toi et tu t'aideras." When we came out, some one said, "Did you see how the Lees spend their time? What a rebuke to the taffy parties!" Another maimed hero is engaged to be married. Sally Hampton has accepted John Haskell. There is a story that he reported for duty after his arm was shot off. Suppose in the fury of the battle he did not feel the pain. General Breckinridge once asked, "What's the name of the fellow who has gone to Europe for Hood's leg?" "Dr. Darby." "Suppose it is shipwrecked." "No matter, half a dozen are ordered." Mrs. Preston raised her hands. "No wonder the General says they talk of him as if he were a centipede. His leg is in everybody's mouth." March 3d. Hetty, the handsome, and Constance, the witty, came, the former too prudish to read Lost and Saved by Mrs. Norton after she had heard the plot. Conny was making a bonnet for me. Just as she was leaving the house, her friendly labors over, my husband entered and quickly ordered his horse. "It is so near dinner," I began. "But I am going with the President. I am on duty. He goes to inspect the fortifications. The enemy, once more, are within a few miles of Richmond." Then we prepared a luncheon for him. Constance Cary remained with me. After she left I sat down to Romola, and I was absorbed in it. How hardened we grow to war and war's alarms. The enemy's cannon or our own are thundering in my ears, and I was dreadfully afraid some infatuated and frightened friend would come in to cheer, to comfort, and interrupt me. Am I the same poor soul who fell on her knees and prayed, and wept, and fainted, as the first gun boomed from Fort Sumter? Once more we have repulsed the enemy. But it is humiliating, indeed, that he can come and threaten us at our very gates whenever he so pleases. If a forlorn negro had not led them astray (and they hanged him for it) on Tuesday night, unmolested they would have walked into Richmond. Surely there is horrid neglect or mismanagement somewhere. March 4th. The enemy has been reenforced and is on us again. Met Wade Hampton, who told me my husband was to join him with some volunteer troops, so I hurried home. Such a cavalcade rode up to luncheon. Captain Smith Lee and Preston Hampton, the handsomest, the oldest, and the youngest of the party. This was at the Prestons'. Smith Lee walked home with me, alarm bells ringing, horsemen galloping, wagons rattling. Dr. H. stopped us to say Beast Butler was on us with 16,000 men. How scared the doctor looked. And after all, it was only a notice to the militia to turn out and drill. March 5th. Tom Ferguson walked home with me. He He told me of Colonel Dahlgren's death and the horrid memoranda found in his pocket. He came with secret orders to destroy this devoted city, hang the President and his Cabinet, and burn the town. Fitzhugh Lee was proud that the Ninth Virginia captured him. Colonel Ulric Dahlgren was a son of the noted admiral John H. Dahlgren, who in July, 1863, had been placed in command of the South Atlantic blockading squadron and conducted the naval operations against Charleston between July 10 and September 7, 1863. Colonel Dahlgren distinguished himself at Fredericksburg, Chancellorsville, and Gettysburg. The raid in which he lost his life on March 4, 1864, was planned by himself and General Kilpatrick. Found Mrs. Semmes covering her lettuces and radishes as calmly as if Yankee raiders were a myth. While Beast Butler holds Fortress Monroe, he will make things lively for us. On the alert must we be now. End of chapter 16, part 4. Chapter 16, part 5 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 16, Richmond, Virginia, Part 5. March 7th. Shopping, and paid $30 for a pair of gloves, $50 for a pair of slippers, $24 for 6 spools of thread, $32 for 5 miserable, shabby little pocket handkerchiefs. When I came home, found Mrs. Webb. At her hospital there was a man who had been taken prisoner by Dahlgren's party. He saw the negro hanged who had misled them, unintentionally in all probability. He saw Dahlgren give a part of his bridle to hang him. Details are melancholy, as Emerson says. This Dahlgren had also lost a leg. Constance Cary, in words too fine for the occasion, described the homely scene at my house, how I prepared sandwiches for my husband, and broke, with trembling hand, the last bottle of anything to drink in the house, a bottle I destined to go with the sandwiches. She called it a Hector and Andromache performance. March 8th. Mrs. Preston's story. As we walked home, she told me she had just been to see a lady she had known more than 20 years before. She had met her in this wise. One of the chambermaids of the St. Charles Hotel, New Orleans, told Mrs. Preston's nurse (it was when Mary Preston was a baby) that up among the servants in the garret there was a sick lady and her children. The maid was sure she was a lady, and thought she was hiding from somebody. Mrs. Preston went up, knew the lady, had her brought down into comfortable rooms, and nursed her until she recovered from her delirium and fever. She had run away, indeed, and was hiding herself and her children from a worthless husband. Now she has one son in a Yankee prison, one mortally wounded, and the last of them dying there under her eyes of consumption. This last had married here in Richmond, not wisely and too soon, for he was a mere boy. His pay as a private was $11 a month, and his wife's family charged him $300 a month for her board. So he had to work double tides, do odd jobs by night and by day, and it killed him by exposure to cold in this bitter climate to which his constitution was unadapted. They had been in Vicksburg during the siege, and during the bombardment sought refuge in a cave. The roar of the cannon ceasing, they came out gladly for a breath of fresh air. At the moment when they emerged, a bomb burst there, among them, so to speak, struck the son already wounded, and smashed off the arm of a beautiful little grandchild not 3 years old. There was this poor little girl with her touchingly lovely face and her arm gone. This mutilated little martyr, Mrs. Preston said, was really to her the crowning touch of the woman's affliction. Mrs. Preston put up her hand. Her baby face haunts me. March 11th. Letters from home, including one from my husband's father, now over 90, written with his own hand, and certainly his own mind still. I quote: "Bad times, worse coming. Starvation stares me in the face. Neither John's nor James's overseer will sell me any corn." Now what has the government to do with the fact that on all his plantations he made corn enough to last for the whole year, and by the end of January his negroes had stolen it all? Poor old man, he has fallen on evil days, after a long life of ease and prosperity. To day I read the Blithedale romance.
Blithedale leaves such an unpleasant impression. I like pleasant, kindly stories, now that we are so harrowed by real life. Tragedy is for our hours of ease. March 12th. An active campaign has begun everywhere. Kilpatrick still threatens us. Bragg has organized his 1,500 of cavalry to protect Richmond. Why can't my husband be made colonel of that? It is a new regiment. No, he must be made a general. Now, says Mary Preston, Dr. Darby is at the mercy of both Yankees and the rolling sea, and I am anxious enough, but instead of taking my bed and worrying mama, I am taking stock of our worldly goods and trying to arrange the wedding paraphernalia for 2 girls. There is love-making and love-making in this world. What a time the sweethearts of that wretch, young Shakespeare, must have had. What experiences of life's delights must have been his before he evolved the Romeo and Juliet business from his own internal consciousness; also that delicious Beatrice and Rosalind. The poor creature that he left his second best bedstead to came in second best all the time, no doubt, and she hardly deserved more. Fancy people wondering that Shakespeare and his kind leave no progeny like themselves. Shakespeare's children would have been half his only, the other half only the second best bedsteads. What would you expect of that commingling of materials? Goethe used his lady loves as schoolbooks are used. He studied them from cover to cover, got all that could be got of self-culture and knowledge of human nature from the study of them, and then threw them aside as if of no further account in his life. Byron never could forget Lord Byron, poet and peer, and mauvais sujet, and he must have been a trying lover, like talking to a man looking in the glass at himself. Lady Byron was just as much taken up with herself. So they struck each other and bounded apart. Since I wrote this, Mrs. Stowe has taken Byron in hand. But I know a story which might have annoyed my lord more than her and Lady Byron's imagination of wickedness, for he posed a fiend, but was tender and kind. A clerk in a country store asked my sister to lend him a book. He "wanted something to read, the days were so long." "What style of book would you prefer?" she said. "Poetry." "Any particular poet?" "Brown. I hear him much spoken of." "Browning?" "No, Brown, short, that is what they call him." "Byron, you mean." "No, I mean the poet, Brown." Oh, you wish you had lived in the time of the Shakespeare creature. He knew all the forms and phases of true love. Straight to one's heart he goes in tragedy or comedy. He never misses fire. He has been there, in slang phrase. No doubt the man's bare presence gave pleasure to the female world. He saw women at their best, and he effaced himself. He told no tales of his own life. Compare with him old, sad, solemn, sublime, sneering, snarling, fault-finding Milton, a man whose family doubtless found les absences délicieuses. That phrase describes a type of man at a touch. It took a Frenchwoman to do it. But there is an Italian picture of Milton taken in his youth, and he was as beautiful as an angel. No doubt, but love flies before everlasting posing and preaching, the deadly requirement of a man always to be looked up to, a domestic tyrant, grim, formal, and awfully learned. Milton was only a mere man, for he could not do without women. When he tired out the first poor thing, who did not fall down, worship and obey him, and see God in him, and she ran away, he immediately arranged his creed so that he could take another wife, for a wife he must have, a la Mohammedan creed. The deer stealer never once thought of justifying theft simply because he loved venison and could not come by it lawfully. Shakespeare was a better man, or may I say, a purer soul, than self-upholding, Calvinistic, Puritanic, king-killing Milton. There is no muddling of right and wrong in Shakespeare, and no pharisaical stuff of any sort. Then George Deas joined us, fresh from Mobile, where he left peace and plenty. He went to 16 weddings and 27 tea parties. For breakfast he had everything nice. Lily told of what she had seen the day before at the Spotswood. She was in the small parlor waiting for some one, and in the large drawing room sat Hood, solitary, sad, with crutches by his chair. He could not see them. Mrs. Buckner came in, and her little girl, who, when she spied Hood, bounded into the next room and sprang into his lap. Hood smoothed her little dress down and held her close to him. She clung around his neck for a while, and then, seizing him by the beard, kissed him to an illimitable extent. "Prettiest picture I ever saw," said Lily, "the soldier and the child." John R. Thompson sent me a New York Herald only 3 days old. It is down on Kilpatrick for his miserable failure before Richmond. Also it acknowledges a defeat before Charleston, and a victory for us in Florida. General Grant is charmed with Sherman's successful movements; says he has destroyed millions upon millions of our property in Mississippi. I hope that may not be true, and that Sherman may fail as Kilpatrick did. Now if we still had Stonewall or Albert Sidney Johnston where Joe Johnston and Polk are, I would not give a fig for Sherman's chances. The Yankees say that at last they have scared up a man who succeeds, and they expect him to remedy all that has gone wrong. So they have made their brutal Suwarrow, Grant, Lieutenant General. Dr. at the Prestons proposed to show me a man who was not an F.F.V. Until we came here we had never heard of our social position. We do not know how to be rude to people who call. To talk of social position seems vulgar. Down our way that sort of thing was settled one way or another beyond a peradventure, like the earth and the sky. We never gave it a thought. We talked to whom we pleased, and if they were not comme il faut, we were ever so much more polite to the poor things. No reflection on Virginia. Everybody comes to Richmond. Somebody counted 14 generals in church to day and suggested that less piety and more drilling of commands would suit the times better. There were Lee, Longstreet, Morgan, Hoke, Clingman, Whiting, Pegram, Elzey, Gordon, and Bragg. Now, since Dahlgren failed to carry out his orders, the Yankees disown them, disavowing all. He was not sent here to murder us all, to hang the President, and burn the town. There is the note book, however, at the Executive Office, with orders to hang and burn. March 15th. Old Mrs. Chesnut is dead. A saint is gone, and James Chesnut is broken-hearted. He adored his mother. I gave $375 for my mourning, which consists of a black alpaca dress and a crape veil. With bonnet, gloves, and all, it came to $500. Before the blockade, such things as I have would not have been thought fit for a chambermaid. Everybody is in trouble. Mrs. Davis says paper money has depreciated so much in value that they can not live within their income, so they are going to dispense with their carriage and horses. March 18th. Went out to sell some of my colored dresses. What a scene it was! Such piles of rubbish, and mixed up with it such splendid Parisian silks and satins. A mulatto woman kept the shop under a roof in an out-of-the-way old house. The ci devant rich white women sell to, and the negroes buy of, this woman. After some whispering among us, Buck said, "Sally is going to marry a man who has lost an arm, and she is proud of it. The cause glorifies such wounds." Annie said meekly, "I fear it will be my fate to marry one who has lost his head." Tootie has her eyes on one who has lost an eye. What a glorious assortment of noble martyrs and heroes. The bitterness of this kind of talk is appalling. General Lee had tears in his eyes when he spoke of his daughter-in-law just dead, that lovely little Charlotte Wickham, Mrs. Roony Lee. Roony Lee says Beast Butler was very kind to him while he was a prisoner. The Beast has sent him back his war horse. The Lees are men enough to speak the truth of friend or enemy, fearing not the consequences. March 19th. A new experience. Molly and Lawrence have both gone home, and I am to be left for the first time in my life wholly at the mercy of hired servants. Mr. Chesnut being in such deep mourning for his mother, we see no company. I have a maid of all work. Tootie came with an account of yesterday's trip to Petersburg. Constance Cary raved of the golden ripples in Tootie's hair. Tootie vanished in a halo of glory, and Constance Cary gave me an account of a wedding, as it was given to her by Major von Borcke. The bridesmaids were dressed in black, the bride in Confederate gray, homespun. She had worn the dress all winter, but it had been washed and turned for the wedding. The female critics pronounced it flabby-dabby. They also said her collar was only net, and she wore a cameo breastpin. Her bonnet was self-made. March 24th. Yesterday we went to the Capitol grounds to see our returned prisoners. We walked slowly up and down until Jeff Davis was called upon to speak. There I stood, almost touching the bayonets when he left me. I looked straight into the prisoners' faces, poor fellows. They cheered with all their might, and I wept for sympathy and enthusiasm. I was very deeply moved. These men were so forlorn, so dried up and shrunken, with such a strange look in some of their eyes. Others so restless and wild looking. Others again placidly vacant, as if they had been dead to the world for years. A poor woman was too much for me. She was searching for her son. He had been expected back. She said he was taken prisoner at Gettysburg. She kept going in and out among them with a basket of provisions she had brought for him to eat. It was too pitiful. She was utterly unconscious of the crowd. The anxious dread, expectation, hurry, and hope which led her on showed in her face. A sister of Mrs. Lincoln is here. She brings the freshest scandals from Yankee land. She says she rode with Lovejoy. A friend of hers commands a black regiment. Two Southern horrors, a black regiment and Lovejoy. March 31st. Met Preston Hampton. Constance Cary was with me. She showed her regard for him by taking his overcoat and leaving him in a drenching rain. What boyish nonsense he talked; said he was in love with Miss Dabney now, that his love was so hot within him that he was waterproof; the rain sizzed and smoked off; it did not so much as dampen his ardor or his clothes. April 1st. Mrs. Davis is utterly depressed. She said the fall of Richmond must come; she would send her children to me and Mrs. Preston. We begged her to come to us also. My husband is as depressed as I ever knew him to be. He has felt the death of that angel mother of his keenly, and now he takes his country's woes to heart. April 11th. Drove with Mrs. Davis and all her infant family. Wonderfully clever and precocious children, with unbroken wills. At one time there was a sudden uprising of the nursery contingent. They laughed, fought, and screamed. Bedlam broke loose. Mrs. Davis scolded, laughed, and cried. She asked me if my husband would speak to the President about the plan in South Carolina, which everybody said suited him. "No, Mrs. Davis," said I. "That is what I told Mr. Davis," said she. "Colonel Chesnut rides so high a horse. Now Brown is so much more practical; he goes forth to be general of conscripts in Georgia. His wife will stay at the Cobbses'." Mrs. Ould gave me a luncheon on Saturday. I felt that this was my last sad farewell to Richmond and the people there I love so well. Mrs. Davis sent her carriage for me, and we went to the Oulds together. Such good things were served; oranges, guava jelly, etc. The Examiner says Mr. Ould, when he goes to Fortress Monroe, replenishes his larder. Why not? The Examiner has taken another fling at the President, as haughty and austere with his friends, affable, kind, subservient to his enemies. I wonder if the Yankees would indorse that certificate. Both sides abuse him. He can not please anybody, it seems. No doubt he is right. My husband is now a brigadier general, and is sent to South Carolina to organize and take command of the reserve troops. C.C. Clay and L.Q.C. Lamar are both spoken of to fill the vacancy made among Mr. Davis's aides by this promotion. To day Captain Smith Lee spent the morning here and gave a review of past Washington gossip. I am having such a busy, happy life, with so many friends, and my friends are so clever, so charming. But the change to that weary, dreary Camden. Mary Preston said, "I do think Mrs. Chesnut deserves to be canonized; she agrees to go back to Camden." The Prestons gave me a farewell dinner, my 24th wedding day, and the very pleasantest day I have spent in Richmond. Maria Lewis was sitting with us on Mrs. Huger's steps, and Smith Lee was lauding Virginia people as usual. As Lee would say, there hove in sight Frank Parker, riding one of the finest of General Bragg's horses. By his side Buck on Fairfax, the most beautiful horse in Richmond, his brown coat looking like satin, his proud neck arched, moving slowly, gracefully, calmly, no fidgets, aristocratic in his bearing to the tips of his bridle reins. There sat Buck, tall and fair, managing her horse with infinite ease, her English riding habit showing plainly the exquisite proportions of her figure. "Supremely lovely," said Smith Lee. "Look at them both," said I, proudly. "Can you match those two in Virginia?" "Three cheers for South Carolina," was the answer of Lee, the gallant Virginia sailor. Chapter 17 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 17. Camden, South Carolina, May 8, 1864 to June 1, 1864. Camden, South Carolina, May 8, 1864. My friends crowded around me so in those last days in Richmond, I forgot the affairs of this nation utterly, though I did show faith in my Confederate country by buying poor Bones's (my English maid's) Confederate bonds. I gave her gold thimbles, bracelets whatever was gold and would sell in New York or London, I gave. My friends in Richmond grieved that I had to leave them. Not half so much, however, as I did that I must come away. Those last weeks were so pleasant. No battle, no murder, no sudden death; all went merry as a marriage bell. Clever, cordial, kind, brave friends rallied around me. Maggie Howell and I went down the river to see an exchange of prisoners. Our party were the Lees, Mallorys, Mrs. Buck Allen, Mrs. Ould. We picked up Judge Ould and Buck Allen at Curl's Neck. I had seen no genuine Yankees before. Prisoners, well or wounded, had been German, Scotch, or Irish. Among our men coming ashore was an officer who had charge of some letters for a friend of mine whose fiancée had died. I gave him her address. One other man showed me some wonderfully ingenious things he had made while a prisoner. One said they gave him rations for a week; he always devoured them in 3 days; he could not help it, and then he had to bear the inevitable agony of those 4 remaining days. Many were wounded; some were maimed for life. They were very cheerful. We had supper, or some nondescript meal, with ice cream on board. The band played "Home, Sweet Home." One man tapped another on the shoulder. "Well, how do you feel, old fellow?" Never was so near crying in my life, for very comfort. Governor Cummings, a Georgian, late Governor of Utah, was among the returned prisoners. He had been in prison 2 years. His wife was with him. He was a striking looking person, huge in size, and with snow white hair, fat as a prize ox, with no sign of Yankee barbarity or starvation about him. That evening, as we walked up to Mrs. Davis's carriage, which was waiting for us at the landing, Dr. Garnett with Maggie Howell, Major Hall with me, suddenly I heard her scream, and some one stepped back in the dark and said in a whisper, "Little Joe, he has killed himself." I felt reeling, faint, bewildered. A chattering woman clutched my arm. "Mrs. Davis's son? Impossible! Whom did you say? Was he an interesting child? How old was he?" The shock was terrible, and unnerved as I was, I cried, "For God's sake, take her away." Then Maggie and I drove 2 long miles in silence except for Maggie's hysterical sobs. She was wild with terror. The news was broken to her in that abrupt way at the carriage door, so that at first she thought it had all happened there, and that poor little Joe was in the carriage. Mr. Burton Harrison met us at the door of the Executive Mansion. Mrs. Semmes and Mrs. Barksdale were there, too. Every window and door of the house seemed wide open, and the wind was blowing the curtains. It was lighted, even in the 3d story. As I sat in the drawing room, I could hear the tramp of Mr. Davis's step as he walked up and down the room above. Not another sound; the whole house as silent as death. It was then 12 o'clock, so I went home and waked General Chesnut, who had gone to bed. We went immediately back to the President's, found Mrs. Semmes still there, but saw no one but her. We thought some friends of the family ought to be in the house. Mrs. Semmes said when she got there that little Jeff was kneeling down by his brother, and he called out to her in great distress, "Mrs. Semmes, I have said all the prayers I know how, but God will not wake Joe." Poor little Joe, the good child of the family, was so gentle and affectionate. He used to run in to say his prayers at his father's knee. Now he was laid out somewhere above us, crushed and killed. Mrs. Semmes, describing the accident, said he fell from the high north piazza upon a brick pavement. Before I left the house I saw him lying there, white and beautiful as an angel, covered with flowers. Catherine, his nurse, flat on the floor by his side, was weeping and wailing as only an Irishwoman can. Immense crowds came to the funeral, everybody sympathetic, but some shoving and pushing rudely. There were thousands of children, and each child had a green bough or a bunch of flowers to throw on little Joe's grave, which was already a mass of white flowers, crosses, and evergreens. The morning I came away from Mrs. Davis's, early as it was, I met a little child with a handful of snowdrops. "Put these on little Joe," she said. "I knew him so well." And then she turned and fled without another word. I did not know who she was, then or now. As I walked home I met Mr. Reagan, then Wade Hampton, but I could see nothing but little Joe and his broken-hearted mother, and Mr. Davis's step still sounded in my ears as he walked the floor the livelong night. General Lee was to have a grand review the very day we left Richmond. Great numbers of people were to go up by rail to see it. Miss Turner McFarland writes, "They did go, but they came back faster than they went. They found the army drawn up in battle array." Many of the brave and gay spirits that we saw so lately have taken flight, the only flight they know, and their bodies are left dead upon the battlefield. Poor old Edward Johnston is wounded again, and a prisoner. Jones's brigade broke first. He was wounded the day before. At Wilmington we met General Whiting. He sent us to the station in his carriage and bestowed upon us a bottle of brandy which had run the blockade. They say Beauregard has taken his sword from Whiting. Never! I will not believe it. At the capture of Fort Sumter they said Whiting was the brains, Beauregard only the hand. Lucifer, son of the morning, how art thou fallen, that they should even say such a thing! My husband and Mr. Covey got out at Florence to procure for Mrs. Miles a cup of coffee. They were slow about it, and they got left. I did not mind this so very much, for I remembered that we were to remain all day at Kingsville, and that my husband could overtake me there by the next train. My maid belonged to the Prestons. She was only traveling home with me, and would go straight on to Columbia. So without fear I stepped off at Kingsville. My old Confederate silk, like most Confederate dresses, had seen better days, and I noticed that, like Oliver Wendell Holmes's famous one hoss shay, it had gone to pieces suddenly, and all over. It was literally in strips. I became painfully aware of my forlorn aspect when I asked the telegraph man the way to the hotel, and he was by no means respectful to me. I was, indeed, alone, an old and not too respectable-looking woman. It was my first appearance in the character, and I laughed aloud. A very haughty and highly painted dame greeted me at the hotel. "No room," said she. "Who are you?" I gave my name. "Try something else," said she. "Mrs. Chesnut don't travel round by herself with no servants and no nothing." I looked down. There I was, dirty, tired, tattered, and torn. "Where do you come from?" said she. "My home is in Camden." "Come, now, I know everybody in Camden." I sat down meekly on a bench in the piazza that was free to all wayfarers. "Which Mrs. Chesnut?" said she, sharply. "I know both." "I am now the only one. And now what is the matter with you? Do you take me for a spy? I know you perfectly well. I went to school with you at Miss Henrietta de Leon's, and my name was Mary Miller." "The Lord sakes alive! And to think you are her! Now I see. Dear, dear me! Heaven's sakes, woman, but you are broke!" "And tore," I added, holding up my dress. But I had had no idea it was so difficult to effect an entry into a railroad wayside hotel. I picked up a long strip of my old black dress, torn off by a man's spur as I passed him getting off the train. It is sad enough at Mulberry without old Mrs. Chesnut, who was the good genius of the place. It is so lovely here in spring. The giants of the forest, the primeval oaks, water oaks, live oaks, willow oaks, such as I have not seen since I left here. With opopanax, violets, roses, and yellow jessamine, the air is laden with perfume. Araby the blessed was never sweeter. Inside are creature comforts of all kinds: green peas, strawberries, asparagus, spring lamb, spring chicken, fresh eggs, rich yellow butter, clean white linen for one's beds, dazzling white damask for one's table. It is such a contrast to Richmond, where I wish I were. Fighting is going on. Hampton is frantic, for his laggard new regiments fall in slowly. No fault of the soldiers; they are as disgusted as he is. Bragg, the head of the War Office, can not organize in time. John Boykin has died in a Yankee prison. He had on a heavy flannel shirt when lying in an open platform car on the way to a cold prison on the lakes. A Federal soldier wanted John's shirt. Prisoners have no rights, so John had to strip off and hand his shirt to him. That caused his death. In 2 days he was dead of pneumonia, maybe frozen to death. One man said, "They are taking us there to freeze." But then their men will find our hot sun in August and July as deadly as our men find their cold Decembers. Their snow and ice finish our prisoners at a rapid rate, they say. Napoleon's soldiers found out all that in the Russian campaign. Have brought my houseless, homeless friends, refugees here, to luxuriate in Mulberry's plenty. I can but remember the lavish kindness of the Virginia people when I was there and in a similar condition. The Virginia people do the rarest acts of hospitality, and never seem to know it is not in the ordinary course of events. The President's man, Stephen, bringing his master's Arabian to Mulberry for safekeeping, said: "Why, Missis, your niggers down here are well off. I call this Mulberry place heaven, with plenty to eat, little to do, warm house to sleep in, a good church." John L. Miller, my cousin, has been killed at the head of his regiment. The blows now fall so fast on our heads they are bewildering. The Secretary of War authorizes General Chesnut to reorganize the men who have been hitherto detailed for special duty, and also those who have been exempt. He says General Chesnut originated the plan and organized the corps of clerks which saved Richmond in the Dahlgren raid. May 27th. In all this beautiful sunshine, in the stillness and shade of these long hours on this piazza, all comes back to me about little Joe. It haunts me, that scene in Richmond where all seemed confusion, madness, a bad dream. Here I see that funeral procession as it wound among those tall white monuments, up that hillside, the James River tumbling about below over rocks and around islands. The dominant figure, that poor old gray haired man, standing bareheaded, straight as an arrow, clear against the sky by the open grave of his son. She, the bereft mother, stood back, in her heavy black wrappings, and her tall figure drooped. The flowers, the children, the procession as it moved, comes and goes, but those two dark, sorrow-stricken figures stand. They are before me now. That night, with no sound but the heavy tramp of his feet overhead, the curtains flapping in the wind, the gas flaring, I was numb, stupid, half dead with grief and terror. Then came Catherine's Irish howl. Cheap was that. Where was she when it all happened? Her place was to have been with the child. Who saw him fall? Whom will they kill next of that devoted household? Read to day the list of killed and wounded. During the month of May, 1864, important battles had been fought in Virginia, including that of the Wilderness on May 6th through 7th, and the series later in that month around Spotsylvania Court House. One long column was not enough for South Carolina's dead. I see Mr. Federal Secretary Stanton says he can reenforce Suwarrow Grant at his leisure whenever he calls for more. He has just sent him 25,000 veterans. Old Lincoln says, in his quaint backwoods way, "Keep a peggin'." Now we can only peg out. What have we left of men, etc., to meet these reenforcements as often as reenforcements are called for? Our fighting men have all gone to the front. Only old men and little boys are at home now. It is impossible to sleep here, because it is so solemn and still. The moonlight shines in my window sad and white. and the soft south wind literally comes over a bank of violets, lilacs, roses, with orange blossoms and magnolia flowers. Mrs. Chesnut was only a year younger than her husband. He is 92 or 3. She was deaf, but he retains his senses wonderfully for his great age. I have always been an early riser. Formerly, I often saw him sauntering slowly down the broad passage from his room to hers, in a flowing flannel dressing gown when it was winter. In the spring he was apt to be in shirt sleeves, with suspenders hanging down his back. He had always a large hair brush in his hand. He would take his stand on the rug before the fire in her room, brushing scant locks which were fleecy white. Her maid would be doing hers, which were dead leaf brown, not a white hair in her head. He had the voice of a stentor, and there he stood roaring his morning compliments. The people who occupied the room above said he fairly shook the window glasses. This pleasant morning greeting ceremony was never omitted. Her voice was "soft and low," the oft quoted. Philadelphia seems to have lost the art of sending forth such voices now. Mrs. Benny, old Mrs. Chesnut's sister, came among us with the same softly modulated, womanly, musical voice. Her clever and beautiful daughters were criard. Judge Hand said, "Philadelphia women scream like macaws." This morning as I passed Mrs. Chesnut's room, the door stood wide open, and I heard a pitiful sound. The old man was kneeling by her empty bedside, sobbing bitterly. I fled down the middle walk, anywhere out of reach of what was never meant for me to hear. June 1st. We have been to Bloomsbury again, and hear that William Kirkland has been wounded. A scene occurred then, Mary weeping bitterly, and Aunt B. frantic as to Tanny's danger. I proposed to make arrangements for Mary to go on at once. The judge took me aside, frowning angrily. "You are unwise to talk in that way. She can neither take her infant nor leave it. The cars are closed by order of the government to all but soldiers." I told him of the woman who, when the conductor said she could not go, cried at the top of her voice, "Soldiers, I want to go to Richmond to nurse my wounded husband." In a moment 20 men made themselves her body guard, and she went on unmolested. The judge said I talked nonsense. I said I would go on in my carriage if need be. Besides, there would be no difficulty in getting Mary a permit. He answered hotly that in no case would he let her go, and that I had better not go back into the house. We were on the piazza and my carriage at the door. I took it and crossed over to see Mary Boykin. She was weeping, too, so washed away with tears one would hardly know her. "So many killed! My son and my husband, I do not hear a word from them." Gave to day for 2 pounds of tea, 40 pounds of coffee, and 60 pounds of sugar, $800. Beauregard is a gentleman, and was a genius as long as Whiting did his engineering for him. Our Creole general is not quite so clever as he thinks himself. Mary Ford writes for school books for her boys. She is in great distress on the subject. When Longstreet's corps passed through Greenville, there was great enthusiasm. Handkerchiefs were waved, bouquets and flowers were thrown the troops. Her boys, having nothing else to throw, threw their school books. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, Part 1 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 18, Columbia, South Carolina, July 6, 1864 to January 17, 1865. Part 1. Columbia, South Carolina, July 6, 1864. At the Prestons', Mary was laughing at Mrs. Lyons's complaint, the person from whom we rented rooms in Richmond. She spoke of Molly and Lawrence's deceitfulness. They went about the house quiet as mice while we were at home, or Lawrence sat at the door and sprang to his feet whenever we passed. But when we were out, they sang, laughed, shouted, and danced. If any of the Lyons family passed him, Lawrence kept his seat, with his hat on, too. Mrs. Chesnut had said, "Oh," so meekly to the whole tirade, and added, "I will see about it." Colonel Urquhart and Edmund Rhett dined here, charming men both; no brag, no detraction. Talk is never pleasant where there is either. Our noble Georgian dined here. He says Hampton was the hero of the Yankee rout at Stony Creek. The battle of Stony Creek in Virginia was fought on June 28 29, 1864. He claims that citizens, militia, and lame soldiers kept the bridge at Staunton and gallantly repulsed Wilson's raiders. At Mrs. S.'s last night. She came up saying, "In New Orleans, 4 people never met together without dancing." Edmund Rhett turned to me, "You shall be pressed into service." No, I belong to the Reserve Corps, too old to volunteer or to be drafted as a conscript. But I had to go. My partner in the dance showed his English descent. He took his pleasure sadly. "Oh, Mr. Rhett at his pleasure can be a most agreeable companion," said some one. "I never happened to meet him," said I, "when he pleased to be otherwise." With a hot, draggled, old alpaca dress and these clod hopping shoes, to tumble slowly and gracefully through the mazes of a July dance was too much for me. "What depresses you so?" he anxiously inquired. "Our carnival of death." What a blunder to bring us all together here, a reunion of consumptives to dance and sing until one can almost hear the death rattle. July 25th. Now we are in a cottage rented from Dr. Chisholm. Hood is a full general. Johnston has been removed and superseded. General Johnston in 1863 had been appointed to command the Army of the Tennessee, with headquarters at Dalton, Georgia. He was to oppose the advance of Sherman's army toward Atlanta. In May, 1864, he fought unsuccessful battles at Resaca and elsewhere, and in July was compelled to retreat across the Chattahoochee River. Fault was found with him because of his continual retreating. There were tremendous odds against him. On July 17th he was superseded by Hood. Early is threatening Washington City. Semmes, of whom we have been so proud, risked the Alabama in a sort of duel of ships. He has lowered the flag of the famous Alabama to the Kearsarge. Forgive who may, I can not. Raphael Semmes was a native of Maryland and had served in the Mexican War. The Alabama was built for the Confederate States at Birkenhead, England, and with an English crew and English equipment was commanded by Semmes. In 1863 and 1864 the Alabama destroyed much Federal shipping. On June 19, 1864, she was sunk by the Federal ship Kearsarge in a battle off Cherbourg. Claims against England for damages were made by the United States, and as a result the Geneva Arbitration Court was created. Claims amounting to $15,500,000 were finally awarded. This case has much importance in the history of international law. We moved into this house on the 20th of July. My husband was telegraphed to go to Charleston. General Jones sent for him. A part of his command is on the coast. The girls were at my house. Everything was in the utmost confusion. We were lying on a pile of mattresses in one of the front rooms while the servants were reducing things to order in the rear. All the papers are down on the President for this change of commanders, except the Georgia papers. Indeed, Governor Brown's constant complaints, I dare say, caused it; these and the rage of the Georgia people as Johnston backed down on them. Isabella soon came. She said she saw the Preston sisters pass her house, and as they turned the corner there was a loud and bitter cry. It seemed to come from the Hampton house. Both girls began to run at full speed. "What is the matter?" asked Mrs. Martin. "Mother, listen; that sounded like the cry of a broken heart," said Isabella. "Something has gone terribly wrong at the Prestons'." Mrs. Martin is deaf, however, so she heard nothing and thought Isabella fanciful. Isabella hurried over there and learned that they had come to tell Mrs. Preston that Willie was killed. Willie, his mother's darling! No country ever had a braver soldier, a truer gentleman to lay down his life in her cause. July 26th. Isabella went with me to the bulletin board. Mrs. D., with the white linen, as usual, pasted on her chin, asked me to read aloud what was there written. As I slowly read on, I heard a suppressed giggle from Isabella. I know her way of laughing at everything, and tried to enunciate more distinctly. to read more slowly and louder, with more precision. As I finished and turned round, I found myself closely packed in by a crowd of Confederate soldiers eager to hear the news. They took off their caps, thanked me for reading all that was on the boards, and made way for me, cap in hand, as I hastily returned to the carriage, which was waiting for us. Isabella proposed, "Call out to them to give 3 cheers for Jeff Davis and his generals." "You forget, my child, that we are on our way to a funeral." Found my new house already open hospitably to all comers. My husband had arrived. He was seated at a pine table on which someone had put a coarse, red table cover, and by the light of one tallow candle was affably entertaining Edward Barnwell, Isaac Hayne, and Uncle Hamilton. He had given them no tea, however. After I had remedied that oversight, we adjourned to the moonlighted piazza. By tallow candle light and the light of the moon, we made out that wonderful smile of Teddy's which identifies him as Gerald Gray. We have laughed so at broken hearts, the broken hearts of the foolish love stories. But Buck now is breaking her heart for her brother Willie. Hearts do break in silence, without a word or a sigh. Mrs. Means and Mary Barnwell made no moan, simply turned their faces to the wall and died. How many more that we know nothing of? When I remember all the true-hearted, the light-hearted, the gay and gallant boys who have come laughing, singing, and dancing in my way in the 3 years now past, how I have looked into their brave young eyes and helped them as I could in every way, and then saw them no more forever. How they lie stark and cold, dead upon the battlefield, or moldering away in hospitals or prisons, which is worse. I think if I consider the long array of those bright youths and loyal men who have gone to their death almost before my very eyes, my heart might break, too. Is anything worth it, this fearful sacrifice, this awful penalty we pay for war? Allen G. says Johnston was a failure. Now he will wait and see what Hood can do before he pronounces judgment on him. He liked his address to the army. It was grand and inspiring, but everyone knows a general has not time to write these things himself. Mr. Kelly, from New Orleans, says Dick Taylor and Kirby Smith have quarreled. One would think we had a big enough quarrel on hand for one while already. The Yankees are enough and to spare. General Lovell says, "Joe Brown, with his Georgians at his back, who importuned our government to remove Joe Johnston, they are scared now and wish they had not." In our democratic republic, if one rises to be its head, whomever he displeases takes a Turkish revenge and defiles the tombs of his father and mother, hints that his father was a horse thief and his mother no better than she should be, his sisters barmaids and worse, his brothers Yankee turncoats and traitors. All this is hurled at Lincoln or Jeff Davis indiscriminately. August 2d. Sherman again. Artillery parked and a line of battle formed before Atlanta. When we asked Brewster what Sam meant to do at Atlanta, he answered, "Oh, like the man who went, he says he means to stay there." Hope he may, that's all. Spent to day with Mrs. McCord at her hospital. She is dedicating her grief for her son, sanctifying it, one might say, by giving up her soul and body, her days and nights, to the wounded soldiers at her hospital. Every moment of her time is surrendered to their needs. To day General Taliaferro dined with us. He served with Hood at the second battle of Manassas and at Fredericksburg, where Hood won his major general's spurs. On the battlefield, Hood, he said, has military inspiration. We were thankful for that word. All now depends on that army at Atlanta. If that fails us, the game is up. August 3d. Yesterday was such a lucky day for my housekeeping in our hired house. Oh, ye kind Columbia folk! Mrs. Alex Taylor, née Hayne, sent me a huge bowl of yellow butter and a basket to match of every vegetable in season. Mrs. Preston's man came with mushrooms freshly cut, and Mrs. Tom Taylor's with fine melons. Sent Smith and Johnson, my house servant and a carpenter from home, respectively, to the commissaries with our wagon for supplies. They made a mistake, so they said, and went to the depot instead, and stayed there all day. I needed a servant sadly in many ways all day long, but I hope Smith and Johnson had a good time. I did not lose patience until Harriet came in an omnibus because I had neither servants nor horse to send to the station for her. Stephen Elliott is wounded, and his wife and father have gone to him. 600 of his men were destroyed in a mine, and part of his brigade taken prisoners. Stoneman and his raiders have been captured. This last fact gives a slightly different hue to our horizon of unmitigated misery. General L. told us of an unpleasant scene at the President's last winter. He called there to see Mrs. McLean. Mrs. Davis was in the room, and he did not speak to her. He did not intend to be rude; it was merely an oversight. And so he called again and tried to apologize, to remedy his blunder, but the President was inexorable and would not receive his overtures of peace and good will. General L. is a New York man. Talk of the savagery of slavery! Heavens! How perfect are our men's manners down here, how suave, how polished are they. Fancy one of them forgetting to speak to Mrs. Davis in her own drawing room. August 6th. Archer came, a classmate of my husband's at Princeton. They called him Sally Archer then, he was so girlish and pretty. No trace of feminine beauty about this grim soldier now. He has a hard face, black bearded and sallow, with the saddest black eyes. His hands are small, white, and well shaped; his manners quiet. He is abstracted and weary looking, his mind and body having been deadened by long imprisonment. He seemed glad to be here, and James Chesnut was charmed. "Dear Sally Archer," he calls him cheerily, and the other responds in a far off, faded kind of way. Hood and Archer were given the two Texas regiments at the beginning of the war. They were colonels and Wigfall was their general. Archer's comments on Hood are: "He does not compare intellectually with General Johnston, who is decidedly a man of culture and literary attainments, with much experience in military matters. Hood, however, has youth and energy to help counterbalance all this. He has a simple-minded directness of purpose always. He is awfully shy, and he has suffered terribly, but then he has had consolations such a rapid rise in his profession, and then his luck to be engaged to the beautiful Miss ___." They tried Archer again and again on the heated controversy of the day, but he stuck to his text. Joe Johnston is a fine military critic, a capital writer, an accomplished soldier, as brave as Caesar in his own person, but cautious to a fault in manipulating an army. Hood has all the dash and fire of a reckless young soldier, and his Texans would follow him to the death. Too much caution might be followed easily by too much headlong rush. That is where the swing back of the pendulum might ruin us. August 10th. To day General Chesnut and his staff departed. His troops are ordered to look after the mountain passes beyond Greenville on the North Carolina and Tennessee quarter. Misery upon misery. Mobile is going as New Orleans went. Footnote: The Battle of Mobile Bay, won under Farragut, was fought on August 5, 1864. End footnote. Those Western men have not held their towns as we held and hold Charleston, or as the Virginians hold Richmond. And they call us a frill shirt, silk stocking chivalry, or a set of dandy Miss Nancys. They fight desperately in their bloody street brawls, but we bear privation and discipline best. August 14th. We have conflicting testimony. Young Wade Hampton, of Joe Johnston's staff, says Hood lost 12,000 men in the battles of the 22d and 24th, but Brewster, of Hood's staff, says not 3,000 at the utmost. Footnote: On July 22d, Hood made a sortie from Atlanta, but after a battle was obliged to return. End footnote. Now here are two people strictly truthful, who tell things so differently. In this war, people see the same thing so oddly, one does not know what to believe. Brewster says when he was in Richmond, Mr. Davis said Johnston would have to be removed and Sherman blocked. He could not make Hardee full general because, when he had command of an army, he was always importuning the War Department for a general in chief to be sent there over him. Polk would not do, brave soldier and patriot as he was. He was a good soldier and would do his best for his country, and do his duty under whomever was put over him by those in authority. Mr. Davis did not once intimate to him who it was that he intended to promote to the head of the Western army. Brewster said today that "this blow at Joe Johnston, cutting off his head, ruins the schemes of the enemies of the government." Wigfall asked me to go at once and get Hood to decline to take this command, for it will destroy him if he accepts it. He will have to fight under Jeff Davis's orders. No one can do that now and not lose caste in the Western army. Joe Johnston does not exactly say that Jeff Davis betrays his plans to the enemy, but he says he dares not let the President know his plans, as there is a spy in the War Office who invariably warns the Yankees in time. Consulting the government on military movements is played out. That's Wigfall's way of talking. Now, added Brewster, I blame the President for keeping a man at the head of his armies who treats the government with open scorn and contumely, no matter how the people at large rate this disrespectful general. August 19th. Began my regular attendance on the Wayside Hospital. To day we gave wounded men, as they stopped for an hour at the station, their breakfast. Those who are able to come to the table do so. The badly wounded remain in wards prepared for them, where their wounds are dressed by nurses and surgeons, and we take bread and butter, beef, ham, and hot coffee to them. One man had hair as long as a woman's, the result of a vow, he said. He had pledged himself not to cut his hair until peace was declared and our Southern country free. 4 made this vow together. All were dead but himself. One was killed in Missouri, one in Virginia, and he left one at Kennesaw Mountain. This poor creature had had one arm taken off at the socket. When I remarked that he was utterly disabled and ought not to remain in the army, he answered quietly, "I am of the First Texas. If old Hood can go with one foot, I can go with one arm, eh?" How they quarreled and wrangled among themselves. Alabama and Mississippi all were loud for Joe Johnston, save and except the long-haired, one-armed hero who cried at the top of his voice, "Oh, you all want to be kept in the trenches and to go on retreating, eh?" Oh, if we had had a leader such as Stonewall, this war would have been over long ago. "What we want is a leader," shouted a cripple. They were awfully smashed up, objects of misery, wounded, maimed, diseased. I was really upset and came home ill. This kind of thing unnerves me quite. Letters from the army. Grant's dogged stay about Richmond is very disgusting and depressing to the spirits. Wade Hampton has been put in command of the Southern cavalry. A wayside incident. A pine box covered with flowers was carefully put upon the train by some gentlemen. Isabella asked whose remains were in the box. Dr. Gibbes replied, "In that box lies the body of a young man whose family antedates the Bourbons of France. He was the last Count de Choiseul, and he has died for the South. Let his memory be held in perpetual remembrance by all who love the South." August 22d. Hope I may never know a raid except from hearsay. Mrs. Huger describes the one at Athens. The proudest and most timid of women were running madly in the streets, corsets in one hand, stockings in the other, deshabille as far as it will go. Mobile is half taken. The railroad between us and Richmond has been tapped. Notes from a letter written by a young lady who is riding a high horse. Her fiancé, a maimed hero, has been abused. You say to me with a sneer, "So you love that man." Yes, I do, and I thank God that I love better than all the world the man who is to be my husband. Proud of him, are you? Yes, I am, in exact proportion to my love. You say, "I am selfish." Yes, I am selfish. He is my second self, so utterly absorbed am I in him. There is not a moment, day or night, that I do not think of him. In point of fact, I do not think of anything else. No reply was deemed necessary by the astounded recipient of this outburst of indignation, who showed me the letter and continued to observe, "Did you ever? She seems so shy, so timid, so cold." Sunday Isabella took us to a chapel, Methodist, of course; her father had a hand in building it. It was not clean, but it was crowded, hot, and stuffy. An eloquent man preached with a delightful voice and wonderful fluency, nearly eloquent and at times nearly ridiculous. He described a scene during one of his sermons when "beautiful young faces were turned up to me, radiant faces though bathed in tears, moral rainbows of emotion playing over them," etc. He then described his own conversion, and stripped himself naked morally. All that is very revolting to one's innate sense of decency. He tackled the patriarchs. Adam, Noah, and so on down to Joseph, who was "a man whose modesty and purity were so transcendent they enabled him to resist the greatest temptation to which fallen man is exposed." "Fiddlesticks! That is played out," my neighbor whispered. "Everybody gives up now that old Mrs. Pharaoh was 40." "Mrs. Potiphar, you goose, and she was 50." "That solves the riddle." "Sh!" from the devout Isabella. At home met General Preston on the piazza. He was vastly entertaining. Gave us Darwin, Herodotus, and Livy. We understood him and were delighted, but we did not know enough to be sure when it was his own wisdom or when wise saws and cheering words came from the authors of whom he spoke. August 23d. All in a muddle, and yet the news, confused as it is, seems good from all quarters. There is a row in New Orleans. Memphis has been retaken, 2,000 prisoners have been captured at Petersburg, and a Yankee raid on Macon has come to grief. General Forrest made his raid on Memphis in August of this year. At Mrs. Izard's met a clever Mrs. Calhoun. Mrs. Calhoun is a violent partisan of Dick Taylor; says Taylor does the work, and Kirby Smith gets the credit for it. Mrs. Calhoun described the behavior of some acquaintance of theirs at Shreveport, one of that kind whose faith removes mountains. Her love for and confidence in the Confederate army were supreme. Why not? She knew so many of the men who composed that dauntless band. When her husband told her New Orleans had surrendered to a foe whom she despised, she did not believe a word of it. He told her to pack up his traps as it was time for him to leave Shreveport. She then determined to run down to the levee and see for herself, only to find the Yankee gunboats having it all their own way. She made a painful exhibition of herself. First she fell on her knees and prayed. Then she got up and danced with rage. Then she raved and dashed herself on the ground in a fit. There was patriotism run mad for you. As I did not know the poor soul, Mrs. Calhoun's fine acting was somewhat lost on me, but the others enjoyed it. Old Edward Johnson has been sent to Atlanta against his will, and Archer has been made major general, and, contrary to his earnest request, ordered not to his beloved Texans, but to the Army of the Potomac. Mr. C. F. Hampton deplores the untimely end of McPherson. General McPherson was killed before Atlanta during the sortie made by Hood on July 22d. He was a native of Ohio, a graduate of West Point, and under Sherman commanded the Army of the Tennessee. He was so kind to Mr. Hampton at Vicksburg last winter, and drank General Hampton's health then and there. Mr. Hampton has asked Brewster, if the report of his death prove a mistake and General McPherson is a prisoner, that every kindness and attention be shown to him. General McPherson said at his own table at Vicksburg that General Hampton was the ablest general on our side. Grant can hold his own as well as Sherman. Lee has a heavy handful in the new Suwarrow. He has worse odds than any one else, for when Grant has 10,000 slain, he has only to order another 10,000, and they are there, ready to step out to the front. They are like the leaves of Vallombrosa. End of chapter 18, part 1. Chapter 18, part 2 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 18, Columbia, South Carolina, part 2. August 29th. I take my hospital duty in the morning. Most persons prefer afternoon, but I dislike to give up my pleasant evenings. So I get up at 5 o'clock and go down in my carriage all laden with provisions. Mrs. Fisher and old Mr. Bryan generally go with me. Provisions are commonly sent by people to Mrs. Fisher's. I am so glad to be a hospital nurse once more. I had excuses enough, but at heart I felt a coward and a skulker. I think I know how men feel who hire a substitute and shirk the fight. There must be no dodging of duty. It will not do now to send provisions and pay for nurses. Something inside of me kept calling out, "Go, you shabby creature, you can't bear to see what those fine fellows have to bear." Mrs. Izard was staying with me last night, and as I slipped away I begged Molly to keep everything dead still and not let Mrs. Izard be disturbed until I got home. About 10 I drove up, and there was a row to wake the dead. Molly's eldest daughter, who nurses her baby sister, let the baby fall, and regardless of Mrs. Izard, as I was away, Molly was giving the nurse a switching in the yard, accompanied by howls and yells worthy of a Comanche. The small nurse welcomed my advent, no doubt, for in 2 seconds peace was restored. Mrs. Izard said she sympathized with the baby's mother, so I forgave the uproar. I have excellent servants, no matter for their shortcomings behind my back. They save me all thought as to household matters, and they are so kind, attentive, and quiet. They must know what is at hand if Sherman is not hindered from coming here. Freedom, my masters! But these sphinxes give no sign unless it be increased diligence and absolute silence, as certain in their action and as noiseless as a law of nature, at any rate when we are in the house. That fearful hospital haunts me all day long and is worse at night. So much suffering, such loathsome wounds, such distortion, with stumps of limbs not half cured, exhibited to all. Then, when I was so tired yesterday, Molly was looking more like an enraged lioness than anything else, roaring that her baby's neck was broken and howling cries of vengeance. The poor little careless nurse's dark face had an ashen tinge of gray terror. She was crouching near the ground like an animal trying to hide, and her mother striking at her as she rolled away. All this was my welcome as I entered the gate. It takes these half Africans but a moment to go back to their naked, savage, animal nature. Mrs. Izard is a charming person. She tried so to make me forget it all and rest. September 2d. The battle has been raging at Atlanta, and our fate hanging in the balance. Footnote: After the battle, Atlanta was taken possession of and partly burned by the Federals. End footnote. Atlanta, indeed, is gone. Well, that agony is over. Like David, when the child was dead, I will get up from my knees, will wash my face and comb my hair. No hope. We will try to have no fear. At the Prestons' I found them drawn up in line of battle every moment looking for the doctor on his way to Richmond. Now, to drown thought, for our day is done, read Dumas' Maître d'Armes. Russia ought to sympathize with us. We are not as barbarous as this, even if Mrs. Stowe's word be taken. Brutal men with unlimited power are the same all over the world. See Russell's India, Bull Run Russell's. They say General Morgan has been killed. We are hard as stones. We sit unmoved and hear any bad news chance may bring. Are we stupefied? September 19th. My pink silk dress I have sold for $600, to be paid for in installments, $200 a month for 3 months, and I sell my eggs and butter from home for $200 a month. Does it not sound well, $400 a month regularly? But in what? In Confederate money. Hélas! September 21st. Went with Mrs. Rhett to hear Dr. Palmer. I did not know before how utterly hopeless was our situation. This man is so eloquent it was hard to listen and not give way. Despair was his word, and martyrdom. He offered us nothing more in this world than the martyr's crown. He is not for slavery, he says. He is for freedom, and the freedom to govern our own country as we see fit. He is against foreign interference in our state matters. That is what Mr. Palmer went to war for, it appears. Every day shows that slavery is doomed the world over. For that he thanked God. He spoke of our agony, and then came the cry, "Help us, O God! Vain is the help of man." And so we came away shaken to the depths. The end has come. No doubt of the fact. Our army has so moved as to uncover Macon and Augusta. We are going to be wiped off the face of the earth. What is there to prevent Sherman taking General Lee in the rear? We have but 2 armies, and Sherman is between them now. Footnote: During the summer and autumn of 1864 several important battles had occurred. In addition to the engagements by Sherman's army farther south, there had occurred in Virginia the battle of Cold Harbor in the early part of June. those before Petersburg in the latter part of June and during July and August, the battle of Winchester on September 19th during Sheridan's Shenandoah campaign, and the battle of Cedar Creek on October 19th. September 24th. These stories of our defeats in the valley fall like blows upon a dead body. Since Atlanta fell, I have felt as if all were dead within me forever. Captain Ogden, of General Chesnut's staff, dined here to day. Had ever brigadier, with little or no brigade, so magnificent a staff? The reserves, as somebody said, have been secured only by robbing the cradle and the grave, the men too old, the boys too young. Isaac Hayne, Edward Barnwell, Bacon, Ogden, Richardson, Miles, are the picked men of the agreeable world. October 1st. Mary Cantey Preston's wedding day has come and gone, and Mary is Mrs. John Darby now. Maggie Howell dressed the bride's hair beautifully, they said, but it was all covered by her veil, which was of blond lace, and the dress tulle and blond lace, with diamonds and pearls. The bride walked up the aisle on her father's arm, Mrs. Preston on Dr. Darby's. I think it was the handsomest wedding party I ever saw. John Darby had brought his wedding uniform home with him from England, and it did all honor to his perfect figure. I forget the name of his London tailor. The best, of course. "Well," said Isabella, "it would be hard for any man to live up to those clothes." After the war, Dr. Darby became professor of surgery in the University of the City of New York. He had served as medical director in the Army of the Confederate States, and as professor of anatomy and surgery in the University of South Carolina; had also served with distinction in European wars. And now, to the amazement of us all, Captain Chesnut, Johnny, who knows everything, has rushed into a flirtation with Buck such as never was. He drives her every day, and those wild, runaway, sorrel colts terrify my soul as they go tearing, pitching, and darting from side to side of the street. And my lady enjoys it. When he leaves her he kisses her hand, bowing so low to do it unseen that we see it all. Saturday. The President will be with us here in Columbia next Tuesday, so Colonel McLean brings us word. I have begun at once to prepare to receive him in my small house. His apartments have been decorated as well as Confederate stringency would permit. The possibilities were not great, but I did what I could for our honored chief. Besides, I like the man. He has been so kind to me, and his wife is one of the few to whom I can never be grateful enough for her generous appreciation and attention. I went out to the gate to greet the President, who met me most cordially, kissed me, in fact. Custis Lee and Governor Lubbock were at his back. Immediately after breakfast the presidential party arrived a little before daylight. General Chesnut drove off with the President's aides, and Mr. Davis sat out on our piazza. There was nobody with him but myself. Some little boys strolling by called out, "Come here and look. There is a man on Mrs. Chesnut's porch who looks just like Jeff Davis on postage stamps." People began to gather at once on the street. Mr. Davis then went in. Mrs. McCord sent a magnificent bouquet. I thought, of course, for the President, but she gave me such a scolding afterward. She did not know he was there. I, in my mistake about the bouquet, thought she knew, and so did not send her word. The President was watching me prepare a mint julep for Custis Lee when Colonel McLean came to inform us that a great crowd had gathered and that they were coming to ask the President to speak to them at 1 o'clock. An immense crowd it was, men, women, and children. The crowd overflowed the house; the President's hand was nearly shaken off. I went to the rear, my head intent on the dinner to be prepared for him, with only a Confederate commissariat. But the patriotic public had come to the rescue. I had been gathering what I could of eatables for a month, and now I found that nearly everybody in Columbia was sending me whatever they had that they thought nice enough for the President's dinner. We had the 60-year-old Madeira from Mulberry, and the beautiful old china, etc. Mrs. Preston sent a boned turkey stuffed with truffles, stuffed tomatoes, and stuffed peppers. Each made a dish as pretty as it was appetizing. A mob of small boys only came to pay their respects to the President. He seemed to know how to meet that odd delegation. Then the President's party had to go, and we bade them an affectionate farewell. Custis Lee and I had spent much time gossiping on the back porch. While I was concocting dainties for the dessert, he sat on the banister with his cigar in his mouth. He spoke very candidly, telling me many a hard truth for the Confederacy, and about the bad time which was at hand. October 18th. 10 pleasant days I owe to my sister. Kate has descended upon me unexpectedly from the mountains of Flat Rock. We are true sisters. She understands me without words, and she is the cleverest, sweetest woman I know, so graceful and gracious in manner, so good and unselfish in character, but best of all, she is so agreeable. Any time or place would be charming with Kate for a companion. General Chesnut was in Camden, but I could not wait. I gave the beautiful bride, Mrs. Darby, a dinner, which was simply perfection. I was satisfied for once in my life with my own table, and I know pleasanter guests were never seated around any table whatsoever. My house is always crowded. After all, what a number of pleasant people we have been thrown in with by war's catastrophes. I call such society glorious. It is the wind up, but the old life, as it begins to die, will die royally. General Chesnut came back disheartened. He complains that such a life as I lead gives him no time to think. October 28th. Burton Harrison writes to General Preston that supreme anxiety reigns in Richmond. Oh, for one single port! If the Alabama had had in the whole wide world a port to take her prizes to and where she could be refitted, I believe she would have borne us through. Oh, for one single port by which we could get at the outside world and refit our whole Confederacy! If we could have hired regiments from Europe, or even have imported ammunition and food for our soldiers! Some days must be dark and dreary. At the mantua maker's, however, I saw an instance of faith in our future, a bride's paraphernalia, and the radiant bride herself, the bridegroom expectant and elect now within 20 miles of Chattanooga and outward bound to face the foe. Saw at the Lawrences not only Lizzie Hamilton, a perfect little beauty, but the very table the first Declaration of Independence was written upon. These Lawrences are grandchildren of Henry Lawrence of the first Revolution. Alas, we have yet to make good our second Declaration of Independence, Southern independence, from Yankee meddling and Yankee rule. Hood has written to ask them to send General Chesnut out to command one of his brigades. In whose place? If Albert Sidney Johnston had lived! Poor old General Lee has no backing. Stonewall would have saved us from Antietam. Sherman will now catch General Lee by the rear, while Grant holds him by the head, and while Hood and Thomas are performing an Indian war dance on the frontier. Hood means to cut his way to Lee. See if he doesn't. The Yanks have had a struggle for it. More than once we seem to have been too much for them. We have been so near to success it aches one to think of it. So runs the table talk. Next to our house, which Isabella calls Tilly Tudlum, since Mr. Davis's visit, is a common of green grass and very level, beyond which comes a belt of pine trees. On this open space, within 40 paces of us, a regiment of foreign deserters is camped. They have taken the oath of allegiance to our government, and are now being drilled and disciplined into form before being sent to our army. They are mostly Germans, with some Irish, however. Their close proximity keeps me miserable. Traitors once, traitors forever. Jordan has always been held responsible for all the foolish proclamations, and indeed for whatever Beauregard reported or proclaimed. Now he has left that mighty chief, and lo! here comes from Beauregard the silliest and most boastful of his military bulletins. He brags of Shiloh. That was not the way the story was told to us. A letter from Mrs. Davis, who says, "Thank you 1,000 times, my dear friend, for your more than maternal kindness to my dear child." That is what she calls her sister, Maggie Howell. As to Mr. Davis, he thinks the best ham, the best Madeira, the best coffee, the best hostess in the world rendered Columbia delightful to him when he passed through. We are in a sad and anxious state here just now. The dead come in, but the living do not go out so fast. However, we hope all things, and trust in God as the only one able to resolve the opposite state of feeling into a triumphant, happy whole. I had a surprise of an unusually gratifying nature a few days since. I found I could not keep my horses, so I sold them. The next day they were returned to me with a handsome anonymous note to the effect that they had been bought by a few friends for me. But I fear I can not feed them. Strictly between us, things look very anxious here. November 6th. Sally Hampton went to Richmond with the Rev. Mr. Martin. She arrived there on Wednesday. On Thursday her father, Wade Hampton, fought a great battle, but just did not win it, a victory narrowly missed. Darkness supervened, and impenetrable woods prevented that longed for consummation. Preston Hampton rode recklessly into the hottest fire. His father sent his brother, Wade, to bring him back. Wade saw him reel in the saddle and galloped up to him, General Hampton following. As young Wade reached him, Preston fell from his horse, and the one brother, stooping to raise the other, was himself shot down. Preston recognized his father, but died without speaking a word. Young Wade, though wounded, held his brother's head up. Tom Taylor and others hurried up. The General took his dead son in his arms, kissed him, and handed his body to Tom Taylor and his friends, bade them take care of Wade, and then rode back to his post. At the head of his troops in the thickest of the fray, he directed the fight for the rest of the day. Until night he did not know young Wade's fate; that boy might be dead, too. Now, he says, no son of his must be in his command. When Wade recovers, he must join some other division. The agony of such a day, and the anxiety and the duties of the battle field, it is all more than a mere man can bear. Another letter from Mrs. Davis. She says: I was dreadfully shocked at Preston Hampton's fate, his untimely fate. I know nothing more touching in history than General Hampton's situation at the supremest moment of his misery, when he sent one son to save the other, and saw both fall, and could not know for some moments whether both were not killed. $1,000 have slipped through my fingers already this week. At the commissary's I spent $500 to day for candles, sugar, and a lamp, etc. Tallow candles are bad enough, but of them there seems to be an end, too. Now we are restricted to smoky terrabine lamps. Terrabine is a preparation of turpentine. When the chimney of the lamp cracks, as crack it will, we plaster up the piece with paper, thick old letter paper, preferring the highly glazed kind. In the hunt for paper queer old letters come to light. Sherman, in Atlanta, has left Thomas to take care of Hood. Hood has 30,000 men, Thomas 40,000, and as many more to be had as he wants; he has only to ring the bell and call for them. Grant can get all that he wants, both for himself and for Thomas. All the world is open to them, while we are shut up in a bastile. We are at sea, and our boat has sprung a leak. November 17th. Although Sherman took Atlanta, he does not mean to stay there, be it heaven or hell. General Sherman had started from Chattanooga for his march across Georgia on May 6, 1864. He had won the battles of Dalton, Resaca, and New Hope Church in May, the battle of Kennesaw Mountain in June, the battles of Peachtree Creek and Atlanta in July, and had formally occupied Atlanta on September 2d. On November 16th he started his march from Atlanta to the sea and entered Savannah on December 23d. Early in 1865 he moved his army northward through the Carolinas, and on April 26 received the surrender of General Joseph E. Johnston. Fire and the sword are for us here; that is the word. And now I must begin my Columbia life anew and alone. It will be a short shrift. Captain Ogden came to dinner on Sunday, and in the afternoon asked me to go with him to the Presbyterian Church and hear Mr. Palmer. We went, and I felt very youthful, as the country people say, like a girl and her beau. Ogden took me into a pew, and my husband sat afar off. What a sermon! The preacher stirred my blood. My very flesh crept and tingled. A red-hot glow of patriotism passed through me. Such a sermon must strengthen the hearts and the hands of many people. There was more exhortation to fight and die, a la Joshua, than meek Christianity. Chapter 19. Chapter 18, Part 3 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 18, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 3. November 25th. Sherman is thundering at Augusta's very doors. My general was on the wing, somber and full of care. The girls are merry enough. The staff, who fairly live here, know better. Cassandra, with a black shawl over her head, is chased by the gay crew from sofa to sofa, for she avoids them, being full of miserable anxiety. There is nothing but distraction and confusion. All things tend to the preparation for the departure of the troops. It rains all the time. Such rains as I never saw before, incessant torrents. These men come in and out in the red mud and slush of Columbia streets. Things seem dismal and wretched to me to the last degree, but the staff, the girls, and the youngsters do not see it. Mrs. S., born in Connecticut, came, and she was radiant. She did not come to see me, but my nieces. She says exultingly that "Sherman will open a way out at last, and I will go at once to Europe, or go North to my relatives there." How she derided our misery and mocked when our fear cometh! I dare say she takes me for a fool. I sat there dumb, although she was in my own house. I have heard of a woman so enraged that she struck someone over the head with a shovel. To day, for the first time in my life, I know how that mad woman felt. I could have given Mrs. S. the benefit of shovel and tongs both. That splendid fellow, Preston Hampton. Home they brought their warrior, dead. And wrapped in that very Legion flag he had borne so often in battle with his own hands. A letter from Mrs. Davis to day, under date of Richmond, Virginia, November 20, 1864. She says, "Affairs West are looking so critical now that before you receive this you and I will be in the depths or else triumphant. I confess I do not sniff success in every passing breeze, but I am so tired, hoping, fearing, and being disappointed, that I have made up my mind not to be disconsolate, even though thieves break through and steal. Some people expect another attack upon Richmond shortly, but I think the avalanche will not slide until the spring breaks up its winter quarters. I have a blind kind of prognostics of victory for us, but somehow I am not cheered. The temper of Congress is less vicious, but more concerted in its hostile action." Mrs. Davis is a woman that my heart aches for in the troubles ahead. My journal, a quire of Confederate paper, lies wide open on my desk in the corner of my drawing room. Everybody reads it who chooses. Buck comes regularly to see what I have written last, and makes faces when it does not suit her. Isabella still calls me Cassandra, and puts her hands to her ears when I begin to wail. Well, Cassandra only records what she hears; she does not vouch for it. For really, one nowadays never feels certain of anything. November 28th. We dined at Mrs. McCord's. She is as strong a cordial for broken spirits and failing heart as one could wish. How her strength contrasts with our weakness! Like Dr. Palmer, she strings one up to bear bravely the worst. She has the intellect of a man and the perseverance and endurance of a woman. We have lost nearly all of our men, and we have no money, and it looks as if we had taught the Yankees how to fight since Manassas. Our best and bravest are under the sod; we shall have to wait till another generation grows up. Here we stand, despair in our hearts. "Oh, Cassandra, don't!" shouts Isabella. With our houses burning, or about to be, over our heads. The North have just got things shipshape, a splendid army, perfectly disciplined, with new levies coming in day and night. Their gentry do not go into the ranks. They hardly know there is a war up there. December 1st. At Coosawhatchie, Yankees are landing in great force. Our troops down there are raw militia, old men and boys never under fire before, some college cadets, in all a mere handful. The cradle and the grave have been robbed by us, they say. Sherman goes to Savannah and not to Augusta. December 2d. Isabella and I put on bonnets and shawls and went deliberately out for news. We determined to seek until we found. Met a man who was so ugly I could not forget him or his sobriquet. He was awfully in love with me once. He did not know me, but blushed hotly when Isabella told him who I was. He had forgotten me, I hope, or else I am changed by age and care past all recognition. He gave us the encouraging information that Grahamville had been burned to the ground. When the call for horses was made, Mrs. McCord sent in her fine bays. She comes now with a pair of mules, and looks too long and significantly at my ponies. If I were not so much afraid of her, I would hint that those mules would be of far more use in camp than my ponies. But they will seize the ponies, no doubt. In all my life before, the stables were far off from the house, and I had nothing to do with them. Now my ponies are kept under an open shed next to the back piazza. Here I sit with my work, or my desk, or my book, basking in our Southern sun, and I watch Nat feed, curry, and rub down the horses, and then he cleans their stables as thoroughly as Smith does my drawing room. I see their beds of straw comfortably laid. Nat says, "Oh, Missis, ain't ladies' business to look so much into stables." I care nothing for his grumbling, and I have never had horses in better condition. Poor ponies, you deserve every attention, and enough to eat. Grass does not grow under your feet. By night and day you are on the trot. To day General Chesnut was in Charleston on his way from Augusta to Savannah by rail. The telegraph is still working between Charleston and Savannah. Grahamville certainly is burned. There was fighting down there to day. I came home with enough to think about, Heaven knows. And then all day long we compounded a pound cake in honor of Mrs. Cuthbert, who has things so nice at home. The cake was a success, but was it worth all that trouble? As my party were driving off to the concert, an omnibus rattled up. Enter Captain Leland, of General Chesnut's staff, of as imposing a presence as a field marshal, handsome and gray haired. He was here on some military errand and brought me a letter. He said the Yankees had been repulsed, and that down in those swamps we could give a good account of ourselves if our government would send men enough. With a sufficient army to meet them down there, they could be annihilated. "Where are the men to come from?" asked Mamie wildly. "General Hood has gone off to Tennessee. Even if he does defeat Thomas there, what difference would that make here?" December 3d. We drank tea at Mrs. McCord's. She had her troubles, too. The night before a country cousin claimed her hospitality, one who fain would take the train at 5 this morning. A little after midnight Mrs. McCord was startled out of her first sleep by loud ringing of bells. An alarm at night may mean so much just now. In an instant she was on her feet. She found her guest, who thought it was daylight and wanted to go. Mrs. McCord forcibly demonstrated how foolish it was to get up 5 hours too soon. Mrs. McCord, once more in her own warm bed, had fallen happily to sleep. She was waked by feeling 2 ice-cold hands pass cautiously over her face and person. It was pitch dark. Even Mrs. McCord gave a scream in her fright. She found it was only the irrepressible guest up and at her again. So, though it was only 3 o'clock, in order to quiet this perturbed spirit, she rose, and at 5 drove her to the station, where she had to wait some hours. But Mrs. McCord said, "Anything for peace at home." The restless people who will not let others rest. December 5th. Miss Olivia Middleton and Mr. Frederick Blake are to be married. We Confederates have invented the sit up all night for the wedding night. Isabella calls it the wake, not the wedding, of the parties married. The ceremony will be performed early in the evening. The whole company will then sit up until 5 o'clock, at which hour the bridal couple take the train for Combahee. Hope Sherman will not be so inconsiderate as to cut short the honeymoon. In tripped Brewster with his hat on his head, both hands extended, and his greeting, "Well, here we are." He was travel-stained, disheveled, grimy with dirt. The prophet would have to send him many times to bathe in Jordan before he could be pronounced clean. Hood will not turn and pursue Sherman. Thomas is at his heels with 40,000 men, and can have as many more as he wants for the asking. Between Thomas and Sherman, Hood would be crushed. So he was pushing, I do not remember where or what. I know there was no comfort in anything he said. Serena's account of money spent: paper and envelopes, $12; tickets to concert, $10; toothbrush, $10; total, $32. December 14th. And now the young ones are in bed, and I am wide awake. It is an odd thing. In all my life, how many persons have I seen in love? Not a half dozen. And I am a tolerably close observer; a faithful watcher have I been from my youth upward of men and manners. Society has been for me only an enlarged field for character study. Flirtation is the business of society; that is, playing at love making. It begins in vanity, it ends in vanity. It is spurred on by idleness and a want of any other excitement. Flattery, battledore and shuttlecock, how in this game flattery is dashed backward and forward. It is so soothing to self-conceit. If it begins and ends in vanity, vexation of spirit supervenes sometimes. They do occasionally burn their fingers awfully, playing with fire, but there are no hearts broken. Each party in a flirtation has secured a sympathetic listener to whom he or she can talk of himself or herself, somebody who, for the time, admires one exclusively, and, as the French say, excessivement. It is a pleasant but very foolish game, and so to bed. Hood and Thomas have had a fearful fight, with carnage and loss of generals excessive in proportion to numbers. That means they were leading and urging their men up to the enemy. I know how Bartow and Barnard Bee were killed bringing up their men. One of Mr. Chesnut's sins thrown in his teeth by the Legislature of South Carolina was that he procured the promotion of Gist, States' Rights Gist, by his influence in Richmond. What have these comfortable, stay-at-home patriots to say of General Gist now? And how could man die better than facing fearful odds, etc. So Fort McAllister has fallen. Good by Savannah. Our governor announces himself a follower of Joe Brown, of Georgia. Another famous Joe. December 19th. The deep waters are closing over us, and we are in this house like the outsiders at the time of the flood. We care for none of these things. We eat, drink, laugh, dance, in lightness of heart. Dr. Trezevant came to tell me the dismal news. How he piled on the agony! Desolation, mismanagement, despair. General Young, with the flower of Hampton's cavalry, is in Columbia. Horses can not be found to mount them. Neither the governor of Georgia nor the governor of South Carolina is moving hand or foot. They have given up. The Yankees claim another victory for Thomas. Reference is here made to the battle between Hood and Thomas at Nashville, the result of which was the breaking up of Hood's army as a fighting force. Hope it may prove like most of their victories, brag and bluster. Can't say why; maybe I am benumbed, but I do not feel so intensely miserable. December 27th. Oh, why did we go to Camden? The very dismalest Christmas overtook us there. Miss Rhett went with us, a brilliant woman and very agreeable. "The world, you know, is composed," said she, "of men, women, and Rhetts." See Lady Montagu. Now we feel that if we are to lose our negroes, we would as soon see Sherman free them as the Confederate government. Freeing negroes is the last Confederate government craze. We are a little too slow about it, that is all. Sold 15 bales of cotton and took a sad farewell look at Mulberry. It is a magnificent old country seat, with old oaks, green lawns, and all. So I took that last farewell of Mulberry, once so hated, now so beloved. January 7th. Sherman is at Hardeeville and Hood in Tennessee, the last of his men not gone, as Louis Wigfall so cheerfully prophesied. Serena went for a half hour to day to the dentist. Her teeth are of the whitest and most regular, simply perfection. She fancied it was better to have a dentist look in her mouth before returning to the mountains. For that look she paid $350 in Confederate money. "Why, has this money any value at all?" she asked. Little enough, in all truth, sad to say. Brewster was here and stayed till midnight. Said he must see General Chesnut. He had business with him. His "Me and General Hood" is no longer comic. He described Sherman's march of destruction and desolation. "Sherman leaves a track 50 miles wide upon which there is no living thing to be seen," said Brewster before he departed. January 10th. You do the Anabasis business when you want to get out of the enemy's country, and the Thermopylae business when they want to get into your country. but we retreated in our own country, and we gave up our mountain passes without a blow. But never mind the Greeks. If we had only our own gamecock Sumter, our own swamp fox Marion. Marion's men or Sumter's, or the equivalent of them, now lie under the sod in Virginia or Tennessee. January 14th. Yesterday I broke down, gave way to abject terror under the news of Sherman's advance, with no news of my husband. To day, while wrapped up on the sofa, too dismal even for moaning, there was a loud knock. Shawls on and all, just as I was, I rushed to the door to find a telegram from my husband. All well, be at home Tuesday. It was dated from Adam's Run. I felt as light-hearted as if the war were over. Then I looked at the date and the place. Adam's Run. It ends as it began, in a run. Bull's Run, from which their first sprightly running astounded the world, and now Adam's Run. But if we must run, who are left to run? From Bull Run they ran full-handed, but we have fought until maimed soldiers, women, and children are all that remain to run. To day Kershaw's brigade, or what is left of it, passed through. What shouts greeted it, and what bold shouts of thanks it returned! It was all a very encouraging noise, absolutely comforting. Some true men are left, after all. January 16th. My husband is at home once more, for how long I do not know. His aides fill the house, and a group of hopelessly wounded haunt the place. The drilling and the marching go on outside. It rains a flood, with freshet after freshet. The forces of nature are befriending us, for our enemies have to make their way through swamps. A month ago my husband wrote me a letter which I promptly suppressed after showing it to Mrs. McCord. He warned us to make ready, for the end had come. Our resources were exhausted, and the means of resistance could not be found. We could not bring ourselves to believe it, and now, he thinks, with the railroad all blown up, the swamps made impassable by the freshets, which have no time to subside, so constant is the rain, and the negroes utterly apathetic, would they be so if they saw us triumphant? If we had but an army to seize the opportunity, we might do something, but there are no troops; that is the real trouble. To day Mrs. McCord exchanged $16,000 in Confederate bills for $300 in gold. 16,000 for 300. January 17th. The bazaar for the benefit of the hospitals opens now. Sherman marches constantly. All the railroads are smashed, and if I laugh at any mortal thing, it is that I may not weep. Generals are as plenty as blackberries, but none are in command. The Peace Commissioner, Blair, came. They say he gave Mr. Davis the kiss of peace. And we send Stevens, Campbell, all who have believed in this thing, to negotiate for peace. No hope, no good. Who dares hope? Repressed excitement in church. A great railroad character was called out. He soon returned and whispered something to Joe Johnston, and they went out together. Somehow the whisper moved around to us that Sherman was at Branchville. "Grant us patience, good Lord," was prayed aloud. "Not Ulysses Grant, good Lord," murmured Teddy, profanely. Hood came yesterday. He is staying at the Prestons' with Jack. They sent for us. What a heartfelt greeting he gave us. He can stand well enough without his crutch, but he does very slow walking. How plainly he spoke out dreadful words about "my defeat and discomfiture, my army destroyed, my losses," etc., etc. He said he had nobody to blame but himself. A telegram from Beauregard to day to my husband. He does not know whether Sherman intends to advance on Branchville, Charleston, or Columbia. Isabella said, "Maybe you attempted the impossible," and began one of her merriest stories. Jack Preston touched me on the arm, and we slipped out. "He did not hear a word she was saying. He has forgotten us all. Did you notice how he stared in the fire, and the lurid spots which came out on his face, and the drops of perspiration that stood on his forehead?" "Yes. He is going over some bitter scene. He sees Willie Preston with his heart shot away. He sees the panic at Nashville and the dead on the battlefield at Franklin." "That agony on his face comes again and again," said tender hearted Jack. "I can't keep him out of those absent fits." Governor Magrath and General Winder talk of preparations for a defense of Columbia. If Beauregard can't stop Sherman down there, what have we got here to do it with? Can we check or impede his march? Can any one? Last night General Hampton came in. I am sure he would do something to save us if he were put in supreme command here. Hampton says Joe Johnston is equal, if not superior, to Lee as a commanding officer. My silver is in a box and has been delivered for safe keeping to Isaac McLaughlin, who is really my beau ideal of a grateful negro. I mean to trust him. My husband cares for none of these things now and lets me do as I please. Tom Archer died almost as soon as he got to Richmond. Prison takes the life out of men. He was only half alive when here. He had a strange, pallid look and such a vacant stare until you roused him. Poor pretty Sally Archer, that is the end of you. Footnote: Under last date entry, January 17th, the author chronicles events of later occurrence. It was her not infrequent custom to jot down happenings in dateless lines or paragraphs. Mr. Blair visited President Davis January 12th. Stevens, Hunter, and Campbell were appointed peace commissioners January 28th. End footnote. End of chapter 18, part 3. Chapter 19, Part 1 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 19, Lincolnton, North Carolina, February 16, 1865, to March 15, 1865. Part 1. Lincolnton, North Carolina, February 16, 1865. A change has come o'er the spirit of my dream. Dear old choir of yellow, coarse, Confederate homemade paper, here you are again. An age of anxiety and suffering has passed over my head since last I wrote and wept over your forlorn pages. My ideas of those last days are confused. The Martins left Columbia the Friday before I did, and Mammy, the negro woman who had nursed them, refused to go with them. That daunted me. Then Mrs. McCord, who was to send her girls with me, changed her mind. She sent them upstairs in her house and actually took away the staircase. That was her plan. Then I met Mr. Christopher Hampton arranging to take off his sisters. They were flitting, but were to go only as far as Yorkville. He said it was time to move on. Sherman was at Orangeburg, barely a day's journey from Columbia, and had left a track as bare and blackened as a fire leaves on the prairies. So my time had come, too. My husband urged me to go home. He said Camden would be safe enough. They had no spite against that old town, as they have against Charleston and Columbia. Molly, weeping and wailing, came in while we were at table. Wiping her red-hot face with the cook's grimy apron, she said I ought to go among our own black people on the plantation. They would take care of me better than any one else. So I agreed to go to Mulberry or the Hermitage plantation, and sent Lawrence down with a wagon load of my valuables. Then a Miss Patterson called, a refugee from Tennessee. She had been in a country overrun by Yankee invaders, and she described so graphically all the horrors to be endured by those subjected to fire and sword, rapine and plunder, that I was fairly scared, and determined to come here. This is a thoroughly out of all roots place. And yet I can go to Charlotte, am halfway to Kate at Flat Rock, and there is no Federal army between me and Richmond. As soon as my mind was finally made up, we telegraphed to Lawrence, who had barely got to Camden in the wagon when the telegram was handed to him, so he took the train and came back. Mr. Chesnut sent him with us to take care of the party. We thought that if the negroes were ever so loyal to us, they could not protect me from an army bent upon sweeping us from the face of the earth, and if they tried to do so, so much the worse would it be for the poor things with their Yankee friends. I then left them to shift for themselves, as they are accustomed to do, and I took the same liberty. My husband does not care a fig for the property question, and never did. Perhaps, if he had ever known poverty, it would be different. He talked beautifully about it, as he always does about everything. I have told him often that if at Heaven's Gate St. Peter would listen to him a while and let him tell his own story, he would get in, and the angels might give him a crown extra. Now he says he has only one care, that I should be safe, and not so harassed with dread. And then there is his blind old father. "A man," said he, "can always die like a patriot and a gentleman, with no fuss, and take it coolly. It is hard not to envy those who are out of all this, their difficulties ended, those who have met death gloriously on the battlefield, their doubts all solved. One can but do his best, and leave the result to a higher power. After New Orleans, those vain, passionate, impatient little Creoles were forever committing suicide, driven to it by despair and Beast Butler. As we read these things, Mrs. Davis said, "If they want to die, why not first kill Beast Butler, rid the world of their foe, and be saved the trouble of murdering themselves?" That practical way of removing their intolerable burden did not occur to them. I repeated this suggestive anecdote to our corps of generals without troops here in the house, as they spread out their maps on my table where lay this quire of paper from which I write. Every man jack of them had a safe plan to stop Sherman, if. Even Beauregard and Lee were expected, but Grant had double teamed on Lee. Lee could not save his own; how could he come to save us? Read the list of the dead in those last battles around Richmond and Petersburg if you want to break your heart. Battles at Hatchin's Run, in Virginia, had been fought on February 5, 6, and 7, 1865. I took French leave of Columbia, slipped away without a word to anybody. Isaac Hayne and Mr. Chesnut came down to the Charlotte depot with me. Ellen, my maid, left her husband and only child, but she was willing to come, and, indeed, was very cheerful in her way of looking at it. "I want to travel round with Missis some time, 'stead of Molly going all de time." A woman 50 years old at least, and uglier than she was old, sharply rebuked my husband for standing at the car window for a last few words with me. She said rudely, "Stand aside, sir, I want air." With his hat off and his grand air, my husband bowed politely and said, "In one moment, madam, I have something important to say to my wife." She talked aloud and introduced herself to every man, claiming his protection. She had never traveled alone before in all her life. Old age and ugliness are protective in some cases. She was ardently patriotic for a while. Then she was joined by her friend, a man as crazy as herself to get out of this. From their talk I gleaned she had been for years in the Treasury Department. They were about to cross the lines. The whole idea was to get away from the trouble to come down here. They were Yankees, but were they not spies? Here I am, broken hearted and an exile. And in such a place! We have bare floors, and for a feather bed, pine table, and 2 chairs I pay $30 a day. Such sheets! But fortunately I have some of my own. At the door, before I was well out of the hack, the woman of the house packed Lawrence back neck and heels; she would not have him at any price. She treated him as Mr. F.'s aunt did Clinman in Little Dorrit. She said his clothes were too fine for a nigger. His airs, indeed! Poor Lawrence was humble and silent. He said at last, "Miss Mary, send me back to Mars Jeems." I began to look for a pencil to write a note to my husband, but in the flurry could not find one. "Here is one," said Lawrence, producing one with a gold case. "Go away," she shouted. "I want no niggers here with gold pencils and airs." So Lawrence fled before the storm, but not before he had begged me to go back. He said, "If Mars Jeems knew how you was treated, he'd never be willin' for you to stay here." The Martins had seen my, to them, well known traveling case as the hack trotted up Main Street, and they arrived at this juncture out of breath. We embraced and wept. I kept my room. The Fants are refugees here, too. They are Virginians, and have been in exile since the second battle of Manassas. Poor things, they seem to have been everywhere and seen and suffered everything. They even tried to go back to their own house, but found one chimney only standing alone. Even that had been taken possession of by a Yankee, who had written his name upon it. The day I left home I had packed a box of flour, sugar, rice, and coffee, but my husband would not let me bring it. He said I was coming to a land of plenty, unexplored North Carolina, where the foot of the Yankee marauder was unknown, and in Columbia they would need food. Now I have written for that box and many other things to be sent me by Lawrence, or I shall starve. The Middletons have come. How joyously I sprang to my feet to greet them. Mrs. Ben Rutledge described the hubbub in Columbia. Everybody was flying in every direction like a flock of swallows. She heard the enemy's guns booming in the distance. The train no longer runs from Charlotte to Columbia. Miss Middleton possesses her soul in peace. She is as cool, clever, rational, and entertaining as ever, and we talked for hours. Mrs. Reed was in a state of despair. I can well understand that sinking of mind and body during the first days as the abject misery of it all closes in upon you. I remember my suicidal tendencies when I first came here. February 18th. Here I am, thank God, settled at the McLeans', in a clean, comfortable room, airy and cozy. With a grateful heart I stir up my own bright wood fire. My bill for 4 days at this splendid hotel here was $240, with $25 additional for fire. But once more my lines have fallen in pleasant places. As we came up on the train from Charlotte, a soldier took out of his pocket a filthy rag. If it had lain in the gutter for months it could not have looked worse. He unwrapped the thing carefully and took out 2 biscuits of the species known as hardtack. Then he gallantly handed me one, and with an ingratiating smile asked me to take some. Then he explained, saying, "Please take these 2, swap with me. Give me something softer that I can eat. I am very weak still." Immediately, for his benefit, my basket of luncheon was emptied, but as for his biscuit, I would not choose any. Isabella asked, "But what did you say to him when he poked them under your nose?" And I replied, "I held up both hands, saying, 'I would not take from you anything that is yours; far from it. I would not touch them for worlds.'" A tremendous day's work, and I helped with a will. Our window glass was all to be washed. Then the brass andirons were to be polished. After we rubbed them bright, how pretty they were. Presently Ellen would have none of me. She was scrubbing the floor. "You go, dat's a good missus, and stay to Miss Isabella's till de floor dry." I am very docile now, and I obeyed orders. February 19th. The Fants say all the trouble at the hotel came from our servants bragging. They represented us as millionaires, and the Middleton men servants smoked cigars. Mrs. Reed's averred that he had never done anything in his life but stand behind his master at table with a silver waiter in his hand. We were charged accordingly, but perhaps the landlady did not get the best of us after all, for we paid her in Confederate money. Now that they won't take Confederate money in the shops here, how are we to live? Miss Middleton says quartermasters' families are all clad in good gray cloth, but the soldiers go naked. Well, we are like the families of whom the novels always say they are poor but honest. Poor? Well nigh beggars are we, for I do not know where my next meal is to come from. Called on Mrs. Ben Rutledge to day. She is lovely, exquisitely refined. Her mother, Mrs. Middleton, came in. "You are not looking well, dear. Anything the matter?" "No, but, mamma, I have not eaten a mouthful to day. The children can eat mush; I can't. I drank my tea, however." She does not understand taking favors, and, blushing violently, refused to let me have Ellen make her some biscuit. I went home and sent her some biscuit, all the same. February 22d. Isabella has been reading my diaries. How we laugh because my sage divinations all come to naught. My famous insight into character is utter folly. The diaries were lying on the hearth ready to be burned, but she told me to hold on to them, think of them a while, and don't be rash. Afterward, when Isabella and I were taking a walk, General Joseph E. Johnston joined us. He explained to us all of Lee's and Stonewall Jackson's mistakes. We had nothing to say. How could we say anything? He said he was very angry when he was ordered to take command again. He might well have been in a genuine rage. This on and off procedure would be enough to bewilder the coolest head. Mrs. Johnston knows how to be a partisan of Joe Johnston and still not make his enemies uncomfortable. She can be pleasant and agreeable, as she was to my face. A letter from my husband, who is at Charlotte. He came near being taken a prisoner in Columbia, for he was asleep the morning of the 17th when the Yankees blew up the railroad depot. That woke him, of course, and he found everybody had left Columbia, and the town was surrendered by the mayor, Colonel Goodwin. Hampton and his command had been gone several hours. Isaac Hayne came away with General Chesnut. There was no fire in the town when they left. They overtook Hampton's command at Meek's Mill. That night, from the hills where they encamped, they saw the fire, and knew the Yankees were burning the town, as we had every reason to expect they would. Molly was left in charge of everything of mine, including Mrs. Preston's cow, which I was keeping, and Sally Goodwin's furniture. Charleston and Wilmington have surrendered. I have no further use for a newspaper. I never want to see another one as long as I live. Wade Hampton has been made a lieutenant general, too late. If he had been made one and given command in South Carolina 6 months ago, I believe he would have saved us. Shame, disgrace, beggary, all have come at once and are hard to bear, the grand smash. Rain, rain outside, and naught but drowning floods of tears inside. I could not bear it, so I rushed down in that rainstorm to the Martins. Reverend Mr. Martin met me at the door. "Madam," said he, "Columbia is burned to the ground." I bowed my head and sobbed aloud. "Stop that," he said, trying to speak cheerfully. "Come here, wife," said he to Mrs. Martin. "This woman cries with her whole heart, just as she laughs." But in spite of his words, his voice broke down, and he was hardly calmer than myself. February 23d. I want to get to Kate, I am so utterly heartbroken. I hope John Chesnut and General Chesnut may at least get into the same army. We seem scattered over the face of the earth. Isabella sits there calmly reading. I have quieted down after the day's rampage. May our Heavenly Father look down on us and have pity. They say I was the last refugee from Columbia who was allowed to enter by the door of the cars. The government took possession then, and women could only be smuggled in by the windows. Stout ones stuck and had to be pushed, pulled, and hauled in by main force. Dear Mrs. Izard, with all her dignity, was subjected to this rough treatment. She was found almost too much for the size of the car windows. February 25th. The Pfeiffers, who live opposite us here, are descendants of those Pfeiffers who came South with Mr. Chesnut's ancestors after the Fort Duquesne disaster. They have now, therefore, been driven out of their Eden, the Valley of Virginia, a second time. The present Pfeiffer is the great man, the rich man par excellence of Lincolnton. They say that with something very near to tears in his eyes he heard of our latest defeats. "It is only a question of time with us now," he said. "The raiders will come, you know." In Washington, before I knew any of them except by sight, Mrs. Davis, Mrs. Emory, and Mrs. Johnston were always together, inseparable friends, and the trio were pointed out to me as the cleverest women in the United States. Now that I do know them all well, I think the world was right in its estimate of them. Met a Mr. Ancrum of serenely cheerful aspect, happy and hopeful. "All right now," said he. "Sherman sure to be thrashed. Joe Johnston is in command." Dr. Darby says, when the oft mentioned Joseph, the malcontent, gave up his command to Hood, he remarked with a smile, "I hope you will be able to stop Sherman. It was more than I could do." General Johnston is not of Mr. Ancrum's way of thinking as to his own powers, for he stayed here several days after he was ordered to the front. He must have known he could do no good, and I am of his opinion. When the wagon in which I was to travel to Flat Rock drove up to the door, covered with a tent-like white cloth, in my embarrassment for an opening in the conversation, I asked the driver's name. He showed great hesitation in giving it, but at last said, "My name is Sherman," adding, "and now I see by your face that you won't go with me. My name is against me these times." Here he grinned and remarked, "But you would leave Lincolnton." That name was the last drop in my cup, but I gave him Mrs. Glover's reason for staying here. General Johnston had told her this might be the safest place after all. He thinks the Yankees are making straight for Richmond and General Lee's rear, and will go by Camden and Lancaster, leaving Lincolnton on their west flank. The McLeans are kind people; they ask no rent for their rooms, only $20 a week for firewood. $20! And such dollars! Mere waste paper. Mrs. Munroe took up my photograph book, in which I have a picture of all the Yankee generals. "I want to see the men who are to be our masters," said she. "Not mine," I answered. "Thank God, come what may. This was a free fight. We had as much right to fight to get out as they had to fight to keep us in. If they try to play the masters, anywhere upon the habitable globe will I go, never to see a Yankee, and if I die on the way, so much the better." Then I sat down and wrote to my husband in language much worse than anything I can put in this book. As I wrote, I was blinded by tears of rage. Indeed, I nearly wept myself away. February 26th. Mrs. Munroe offered me religious books, which I declined, being already provided with the Lamentations of Jeremiah, the Psalms of David, the Denunciations of Hosea, and, above all, the patient wail of Job. Job is my comforter now. I should be so thankful to know life would never be any worse with me. My husband is well and has been ordered to join the Great Retreater. I am bodily comfortable, if somewhat dingily lodged, and I daily part with my raiment for food. We find no one who will exchange eatables for Confederate money, so we are devouring our clothes. Opportunities for social enjoyment are not wanting. Miss Middleton and Isabella often drink a cup of tea with me. One might search the whole world and not find two cleverer or more agreeable women. Miss Middleton is brilliant and accomplished. She must have been a hard student all her life. She knows everybody worth knowing, and she has been everywhere. Then she is so high bred, high hearted, pure, and true. She is so clean minded. She could not harbor a wrong thought. She is utterly unselfish, a devoted daughter and sister. She is one among the many large brained women a kind Providence has thrown in my way, such as Mrs. McCord, daughter of Judge Cheves, Mary Preston Darby, Mrs. Emory, granddaughter of old Franklin, the American wise man, and Mrs. Jefferson Davis. How I love to praise my friends! As a ray of artificial sunshine, Mrs. Munroe sent me an Examiner. Daniel thinks we are at the last gasp, and now England and France are bound to step in. England must know if the United States of America are triumphant, they will tackle her next, and France must wonder if she will not have to give up Mexico. My faith fails me. It is all too late. No help for us now from God or man. Thomas, Daniel says, was now to ravage Georgia. But Sherman, from all accounts, has done that work once for all. There will be no aftermath. They say no living thing is found in Sherman's track, only chimneys, like telegraph poles, to carry the news of Sherman's army backward. In all that tropical downpour, Mrs. Munroe sent me overshoes and an umbrella, with the message, "Come over." I went, for it would be as well to drown in the streets as to hang myself at home to my own bedpost. At Mrs. Munroe's I met a Miss McDaniel. Her father, for 7 years, was the Methodist preacher at our negro church. The negro church is in a grove just opposite Mulberry House. She says her father has so often described that fine old establishment and its beautiful lawn, live oaks, etc. Now, I dare say, there stand at Mulberry only Sherman's sentinels, stacks of chimneys. We have made up our minds for the worst. Mulberry House is no doubt razed to the ground. Miss McDaniel was inclined to praise us. She said, "As a general rule, the Episcopal minister went to the family mansion, and the Methodist missionary preached to the negroes and dined with the overseer at his house. But at Mulberry her father always stayed at the house, and the family were so kind and attentive to him." It was rather pleasant to hear one's family so spoken of among strangers. So, well equipped to brave the weather, armed cap a pie, so to speak, I continued my prowl farther afield and brought up at the Middletons. I may have surprised them, for, at such an inclement season, they hardly expected a visitor. Never, however, did lonely old woman receive such a warm and hearty welcome. Now we know the worst. Are we growing hardened? We avoid all allusion to Columbia. We never speak of home, and we begin to deride the certain poverty that lies ahead. How it pours! Could I live many days in solitary confinement? Things are beginning to be unbearable, but I must sit down and be satisfied. My husband is safe so far. Let me be thankful it is no worse with me. But there is the gnawing pain all the same. What is the good of being here at all? Our world has simply gone to destruction. And across the way the fair Lydia languishes. She has not even my resources against ennui. She has no Isabella, no Miss Middleton, two as brilliant women as any in Christendom. Oh, how does she stand it? I mean to go to church if it rains cats and dogs. My feet are wet 2 or 3 times a day. We never take cold; our hearts are too hot within us for that. A carriage was driven up to the door as I was writing. I began to tie on my bonnet, and said to myself in the glass, "Oh, you lucky woman!" I was all in a tremble, so great was my haste to be out of this. Mrs. Glover had the carriage. She came for me to go and hear Mr. Martin preach. He lifts our spirits from this dull earth. He takes us up to heaven. That I will not deny. Still he can not hold my attention; my heart wanders, and my mind strays back to South Carolina. Oh, vandal Sherman! What are you at there, hard-hearted wretch that you are? A letter from General Chesnut, who writes from camp near Charlotte under date of February 28th. I thank you 1,000,000 times for your kind letters. They are now my only earthly comfort, except the hope that all is not yet lost. We have been driven like a wild herd from our country. And it is not from a want of spirit in the people or soldiers, nor from want of energy and competency in our commanders. The restoration of Joe Johnston, it is hoped, will redound to the advantage of our cause and the reestablishment of our fortunes. I am still in not very agreeable circumstances; for the last 4 days completely waterbound. I am informed that a detachment of Yankees were sent from Liberty Hill to Camden with a view to destroying all the houses, mills, and provisions about that place. No particulars have reached me. You know I expected the worst that could be done, and am fully prepared for any report which may be made. It would be a happiness beyond expression to see you even for an hour. I have heard nothing from my poor old father. I fear I shall never see him again. Such is the fate of war. I do not complain. I have deliberately chosen my lot, and am prepared for any fate that awaits me. My care is for you, and I trust still in the good cause of my country and the justice and mercy of God. It was a lively, rushing, young set that South Carolina put to the fore. They knew it was a time of imminent danger, and that the fight would be 10 to 1. They expected to win by activity, energy, and enthusiasm. Then came the wet blanket, the croakers. Now these are posing, wrapping Caesar's mantle about their heads to fall with dignity. Those gallant youths who dashed so gaily to the front lie mostly in bloody graves. Well for them, maybe. There are worse things than honorable graves. Wearisome thoughts. Late in life we are to begin anew and have laborious, difficult days ahead. We have contradictory testimony. Governor Aiken has passed through, saying Sherman left Columbia as he found it, and was last heard from at Cheraw. Dr. Chisholm walked home with me. He says that is the last version of the story. Now, my husband wrote that he himself saw the fires which burned up Columbia. The first night his camp was near enough to the town for that. They say Sherman has burned Lancaster. That Sherman nightmare, that ghoul, that hyena. But I do not believe it. He takes his time. There are none to molest him. He does things leisurely and deliberately. Why stop to do so needless a thing as burn Lancaster Court House, the jail, and the tavern? As I remember it, that description covers Lancaster. A raiding party, they say, did for Camden. No train from Charlotte yesterday. Rumor says Sherman is in Charlotte. End of chapter 19, part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 19, Lincolnton, North Carolina, Part 2. February 29th. Trying to brave it out. They have plenty, yet let our men freeze and starve in their prisons. Would you be willing to be as wicked as they are? 1,000 times no. But we must feed our army first, if we can do so much as that. Our captives need not starve if Lincoln would consent to exchange prisoners. But men are nothing to the United States, things to throw away. If they send our men back, they strengthen our army, and so again their policy is to keep everybody and everything here in order to help starve us out. That, too, is what Sherman's destruction means, to starve us out. Young Brevard asked me to play accompaniments for him. The guitar is my instrument, or was, so I sang and played to my own great delight. It was a distraction. Then I made eggnog for the soldier boys below and came home. Have spent a very pleasant evening. Begone, dull care, you and I never agree. Ellen and I are shut up here. It is rain, rain, everlasting rain. As our money is worthless, are we not to starve? Heavens, how grateful I was to day when Mrs. McLean sent me a piece of chicken. I think the emptiness of my larder has leaked out. To day Mrs. Monroe sent me hot cakes and eggs for my breakfast. March 5th. Is the sea drying up? Is it going up into mist and coming down on us in a waterspout? The rain it raineth every day. The weather typifies our tearful despair on a large scale. It is also Lent now, a quite convenient custom, for we, in truth, have nothing to eat. So we fast and pray and go dragging to church like drowned rats to be preached at. My letter from my husband was so, well, what in a woman you would call heartbroken, that I began to get ready for a run up to Charlotte. My hat was on my head, my traveling bag in my hand, and Ellen was saying, "Which umbrella, ma'am?" "Stop, Ellen," said I. "Someone is speaking out there." A tap came at the door, and Miss McLean threw the door wide open as she said in a triumphant voice, "Permit me to announce General Chesnut." As she went off she sang out, "Oh, does not a meeting like this make amends?" We went after luncheon to see Mrs. Monroe. My husband wanted to thank her for all her kindness to me. I was awfully proud of him. I used to think that everybody had the air and manners of a gentleman. I know now that these accomplishments are things to thank God for. Father O'Connell came in, fresh from Columbia, and with news at last. Sherman's men had burned the convent. Mrs. Monroe had pinned her faith to Sherman because he was a Roman Catholic, but Father O'Connell was there and saw it. The nuns and girls marched to the old Hampton house, Mrs. Preston's now, and so saved it. They walked between files of soldiers. Men were rolling tar barrels and lighting torches to fling on the house when the nuns came. Columbia is but dust and ashes, burned to the ground. Men, women, and children have been left there homeless, houseless, and without one particle of food, reduced to picking up corn that was left by Sherman's horses on picket grounds and parching it to stay their hunger. How kind my friends were on this, my fête day. Mrs. Rutledge sent me a plate of biscuit, Mrs. Monroe, nearly enough food supplies for an entire dinner, Mrs. McLean a cake for dessert. Ellen cooked and served up the material happily at hand very nicely indeed. There never was a more successful dinner. My heart was too full to eat, but I was quiet and calm; at least I spared my husband the trial of a broken voice and tears. As he stood at the window, with his back to the room, he said, "Where are they now, my old blind father and my sister? Day and night I see her leading him out from under his own roof tree. That picture pursues me persistently. But come, let us talk of pleasanter things." To which I answered, "Where will you find them?" He took off his heavy cavalry boots, and Ellen carried them away to wash the mud off and dry them. She brought them back just as Miss Middleton walked in. In his agony, while struggling with those huge boots and trying to get them on, he spoke to her volubly in French. She turned away from him instantly as she saw his shoeless plight, and said to me, "I had not heard of your happiness. I did not know the General was here." Not until next day did we have time to remember and laugh at that outbreak of French. Miss Middleton answered him in the same language. He told her how charmed he was with my surroundings, and that he would go away with a much lighter heart since he had seen the kind people with whom he would leave me. I asked my husband what that correspondence between Sherman and Hampton meant. This while I was preparing something for our dinner. His back was still turned as he gazed out of the window. He spoke in the low and steady monotone that characterized our conversation the whole day, and yet there was something in his voice that thrilled me as he said: "The second day after our march from Columbia we passed the M's. He was a bonded man and not at home. His wife said at first that she could not find forage for our horses, but afterward she succeeded in procuring some. I noticed a very handsome girl who stood beside her as she spoke, and I suggested to her mother the propriety of sending her out of the track of both armies. Things were no longer as heretofore. There was so much straggling, so many camp followers, with no discipline, on the outskirts of the army. The girl answered quickly, 'I wish to stay with my mother.' That very night a party of Wheeler's men came to our camp, and such a tale they told of what had been done at the place, of horror and destruction, the mother left raving. The outrage had been committed before her very face, she having been secured first. After this crime the fiends moved on. There were only 7 of them. They had been gone but a short time when Wheeler's men went in pursuit at full speed and overtook them, cut their throats, and wrote upon their breasts, 'These were the 7.' But the girl? Oh, she was dead." "Are his critics as violent as ever against the President?" asked I, when recovered from pity and horror. "Sometimes I think I am the only friend he has in the world. At these dinners, which they give us everywhere, I spoil the sport, for I will not sit still and hear Jeff Davis abused for things he is no more responsible for than any man at that table. Once I lost my temper and told them it sounded like arrant nonsense to me, and that Jeff Davis was a gentleman and a patriot, with more brains than the assembled company." "You lost your temper, truly," said I. "And I did not know it. I thought I was as cool as I am now. In Washington, when we left, Jeff Davis ranked second to none in intellect, and maybe first from the South, and Mrs. Davis was the friend of Mrs. Emory, Mrs. Joe Johnston, and Mrs. Montgomery Blair, and others of that circle. Now they rave that he is nobody, and never was." "And she?" I asked. "Oh, you would think to hear them that he found her yesterday in a Mississippi swamp." "Well, in the French Revolution it was worse. When a man failed he was guillotined. Mirabeau did not die a day too soon, even Mirabeau." He is gone. With despair in my heart I left that railroad station. Allen Green walked home with me. I met his wife and his 4 ragged little boys a day or so ago. She is the neatest, the primmest, the softest of women. Her voice is like the gentle cooing of a dove. That lowering, black future hangs there all the same. The end of the war brings no hope of peace or of security to us. Ellen said I had a little piece of bread and a little molasses in store for my dinner to day. March 6th. To day came a godsend. Even a small piece of bread and the molasses had become things of the past. My larder was empty, when a tall mulatto woman brought a tray covered by a huge white serviette. Ellen ushered her in with a flourish, saying, "Mrs. McDaniel's maid." The maid set down the tray upon my bare table and uncovered it with conscious pride. There were fowls ready for roasting, sausages, butter, bread, eggs, and preserves. I was dumb with delight. After silent thanks to heaven, my powers of speech returned, and I exhausted myself in messages of gratitude to Mrs. McDaniel. "Missis, you oughtn't to let her see how glad you was," said Ellen. "It was a lettin' of yo'sef down." Mrs. Glover gave me some yarn, and I bought 5 dozen eggs with it from a wagon eggs for Lent. To show that I have faith yet in humanity, I paid in advance in yarn for something to eat, which they promised to bring to morrow. Had they rated their eggs at $100 a dozen in Confederate money, I would have paid it as readily as $10. But I haggle in yarn for the millionth part of a thread. 2 weeks have passed, and the rumors from Columbia are still of the vaguest. No letter has come from there, no direct message or messenger. "My God!" cried Dr. Frank Miles, "but it is strange. Can it be anything so dreadful they dare not tell us?" Dr. San Julian Ravenel has grown pale and haggard with care. His wife and children were left there. Dr. Brumby has at last been coaxed into selling me enough leather for the making of a pair of shoes, else I should have had to give up walking. He knew my father well. He intimated that in some way my father helped him through college. His own money had not sufficed, and so William C. Preston and my father advanced funds sufficient to let him be graduated. Then my uncle, Charles Miller, married his aunt. I listened in rapture, for all this tended to leniency in the leather business, and I bore off the leather gladly. When asked for Confederate money in trade, I never stopped to bargain. I give them $20 or $50 cheerfully for anything, either sum. March 8th. Colonel Childs came with a letter from my husband and a newspaper containing a full account of Sherman's cold-blooded brutality in Columbia. Then we walked 3 miles to return the call of my benefactress, Mrs. McDaniel. They were kind and hospitable at her house, but my heart was like lead. My head ached, and my legs were worse than my head, and then I had a nervous chill. So I came home, went to bed, and stayed there, until the Fants brought me a letter saying my husband would be here to day. Then I got up and made ready to give him a cheerful reception. Soon a man called, Troy by name, the same who kept the little corner shop so near my house in Columbia, and of whom we bought things so often. We had fraternized. He now shook hands with me and looked in my face pitifully. We seemed to have been friends all our lives. He says they stopped the fire at the Methodist College, perhaps to save old Mr. McCarthy's house. Mr. Sheriff Dent, being burned out, took refuge in our house. He contrived to find favor in Yankee eyes. Troy relates that a Yankee officer snatched a watch from Mrs. McCord's bosom. The soldiers tore the bundles of clothes that the poor wretches tried to save from their burning homes and dashed them back into the flames. They meant to make a clean sweep. They were howling round the fires like demons, these Yankees, in their joy and triumph at our destruction. Well, we have given them a big scare and kept them miserable for 4 years, the little handful of us. A woman we met on the street stopped to tell us a painful coincidence. A general was married, but he could not stay at home very long after the wedding. When his baby was born, they telegraphed him, and he sent back a rejoicing answer with an inquiry, "Is it a boy or a girl?" He was killed before he got the reply. Was it not sad? His poor young wife says, "He did not live to hear that his son lived." The kind woman added sorrowfully, "Died and did not know the sect of his child." "Let us hope it will be a Methodist," said Isabella, the irrepressible. At the venison feast Isabella heard a good word for me and one for General Chesnut's air of distinction, a thing people can not give themselves, try as ever they may. Lord Byron says, "Everybody knows a gentleman when he sees one, and nobody can tell what it is that makes a gentleman. He knows the thing, but he can't describe it." Now, there are some French words that can not be translated, and we all know the thing they mean, gracieuse and svelte, for instance, as applied to a woman. Not that anything was said of me like that. Far from it. I am fair, fat, 40, and jolly, and in my unbroken jollity, as far as they know, they found my charm. You see, she doesn't howl, she doesn't cry, she never, never tells anybody about what she was used to at home and what she has lost. High praise, and I intend to try and deserve it ever after. March 10th. Went to church crying to Ellen, "It is Lent, we must fast and pray." When I came home, my good fairy, Colonel Childs, had been here bringing rice and potatoes and promising flour. He is a trump. He pulled out his pocketbook and offered to be my banker. He stood there on the street, Miss Middleton and Isabella witnessing the generous action, and straight out offered me money. "No, put up that," said I. "I am not a beggar, and I never will be. To die is so much easier." Alas, after that flourish of trumpets, when he came with a sack of flour, I accepted it gratefully. I receive things I can not pay for, but money is different. There I draw a line, imaginary, perhaps. Once before the same thing happened. Our letters of credit came slowly in 1845, when we went unexpectedly to Europe, and our letters were to follow us. I was a poor little inoffensive bride, and a British officer, who guessed our embarrassment, for we did not tell him (he came over with us on the ship), Asked my husband to draw on his banker until the letters of credit should arrive. It was a nice thing for a stranger to do. We have never lost what we never had. We have never had any money, only unlimited credit, for my husband's richest kind of a father insured us all manner of credit. It was all a mirage only at last, and it has gone, just as we drew nigh to it. Colonel Childs says 8 of our Senators are for Reconstruction, and that a ray of light has penetrated inward from Lincoln, who told Judge Campbell that Southern land would not be confiscated. March 12th. Better to day. A long, long, weary day in grief has passed away. I suppose General Chesnut is somewhere. But where? That is the question. Only once has he visited this sad spot, which holds, he says, all that he cares for on earth. Unless he comes or writes soon, I will cease, or try to cease, this wearisome looking, looking for him. March 13th. My husband at last did come for a visit of 2 hours. Brought Lawrence, who had been to Camden, and was there, indeed, during the raid. My husband has been ordered to Chester, South Carolina. We are surprised to see by the papers that we behaved heroically in leaving everything we had to be destroyed without one thought of surrender. We had not thought of ourselves from the heroic point of view. Isaac McLaughlin hid and saved everything we trusted him with. A grateful negro is Isaac. March 15th. Lawrence says Miss Chesnut is very proud of the presence of mind and cool self-possession she showed in the face of the enemy. She lost, after all, only 2 bottles of champagne, 2 of her brother's gold-headed canes, and her brother's horses, including Claudia, the brood mare that he valued beyond price, and her own carriage, and a flybrush boy called Battis, whose occupation in life was to stand behind the table with his peacock feathers and brush the flies away. He was the sole member of his dusky race at Mulberry who deserted "Old Marster" to follow the Yankees. Now for our losses at the Hermitage. Added to the gold-headed canes and Claudia, we lost every mule and horse, and President Davis's beautiful Arabian was captured. John's were there, too. My light dragoon, Johnny, and heavy swell, is stripped light enough for the fight now. Jonathan, whom we trusted, betrayed us, and the plantation and mills, Mulberry House, etc., were saved by Claiborne, that black rascal, who was suspected by all the world. Claiborne boldly affirmed that Mr. Chesnut would not be hurt by destroying his place; the invaders would hurt only the negroes. "Mars Jeems," said he, "hardly ever come here, and he takes only a little somep'n nuh to eat, when he do come." Fever continuing, I sent for San Julian Ravenel. We had a wrangle over the slavery question. Then he fell foul of everybody who had not conducted this war according to his ideas. Ellen had something nice to offer him, thanks to the ever bountiful Childs, but he was too angry, too anxious, too miserable to eat. He pitched into Ellen after he had disposed of me. Ellen stood glaring at him from the fireplace, her blue eye nearly white, her other eye blazing as a comet. Last Sunday he gave her some Dover's powders for me. Directions were written on the paper in which the medicine was wrapped, and he told her to show these to me, then to put what I should give her into a wine glass and let me drink it. Ellen put it all into the wine glass and let me drink it at one dose. "It was enough to last you your lifetime," he said. "It was murder." Turning to Ellen, "What did you do with the directions?" "I never see no directions. You never give me none." "I told you to show that paper to your mistress." "Well, I flung dat old brown paper in de fire. What you making all dis fuss for? Soon as I give Missis de physic, she stop frettin' and flingin' 'bout; she go to sleep sweet as a sucklin' baby, and she slept 2 days and nights, and now she heap better." And Ellen withdrew from the controversy. "Well, all is well that ends well, Mrs. Chesnut. You took opium enough to kill several persons. You were worried out and needed rest. You came near getting it, thoroughly. You were in no danger from your disease, but your doctor and your nurse combined were deadly." Maybe I was saved by the adulteration, the feebleness of Confederate medicine. A letter from my husband, written at Chester Court House on March 15th, says: In the morning I send Lieutenant Ogden with Lawrence to Lincolnton to bring you down. I have 3 vacant rooms, one with bedsteads, chairs, washstands, basins, and pitchers, the 2 others bare. You can have half of a kitchen for your cooking. I have also at Dr. Da Vega's a room, furnished, to which you are invited, board also. You can take your choice. If you can get your friends in Lincolnton to assume charge of your valuables, only bring such as you may need here. Perhaps it will be better to bring bed and bedding and the other indispensables. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Part 1 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 20. Chester, South Carolina, March 21, 1865 to May 1, 1865. Part 1. Chester, South Carolina, March 21, 1865. Another flitting has occurred. Captain Ogden came for me. The splendid Childs was true as steel to the last. Surely he is the kindest of men. Captain Ogden was slightly incredulous when I depicted the wonders of Colonel Childs's generosity. So I skillfully led out the good gentleman for inspection, and he walked to the train with us. He offered me Confederate money, silver, and gold, and finally offered to buy our cotton and pay us now in gold. Of course I laughed at his overflowing bounty and accepted nothing, but I begged him to come down to Chester or Camden and buy our cotton of General Chesnut there. On the train after leaving Lincolnton, as Captain Ogden is a refugee, has had no means of communicating with his home since New Orleans fell, and was sure to know how refugees contrive to live, I beguiled the time acquiring information from him. "When people are without a cent, how do they live?" I asked. "I am about to enter the noble band of homeless, houseless refugees, and Confederate pay does not buy one's shoestrings." To which he replied, "Sponge! Sponge! Why did you not let Colonel Childs pay your bills?" "I have no bills," said I. "We have never made bills anywhere, not even at home, where they would trust us, and nobody would trust me in Lincolnton." "Why did you not borrow his money? General Chesnut could pay him at his leisure." "I am by no means sure General Chesnut will ever again have any money," said I. As the train rattled and banged along, and I waved my handkerchief in farewell to Miss Middleton, Isabella, and other devoted friends, I could only wonder if fate would ever throw me again with such kind, clever, agreeable, congenial companions. The McLeans refused to be paid for their rooms. No plummet can sound the depths of the hospitality and kindness of the North Carolina people. Misfortune dogged us from the outset. Everything went wrong with the train. We broke down within 2 miles of Charlotte, and had to walk that distance, which was pretty rough on an invalid barely out of a fever. My spirit was further broken by losing an invaluable lace veil, which was worn because I was too poor to buy a cheaper one; that is, if there were any veils at all for sale in our region. My husband had ordered me to a house in Charlotte kept by some great friends of his. They established me in the drawing room, a really handsome apartment. They made up a bed there and put in a washstand and plenty of water, with everything refreshingly clean and nice. But it continued to be a public drawing room, open to all, so that I was half dead at night and wanted to go to bed. The piano was there, and the company played it. The landlady announced, proudly, that for supper there were 9 kinds of custard. Custard sounded nice and light, so I sent for some, but found it heavy potato pie. I said, "Ellen, this may kill me, though Dover's powder did not." "Don't you believe dat, Missis. Try." We barricaded ourselves in the drawing room that night, and left the next day at dawn. Arrived at the station, we had another disappointment. The train was behind time. There we sat on our boxes 9 long hours, for the cars might come at any moment, and we dared not move an inch from the spot. Finally the train rolled in, overloaded with paroled prisoners, but Heaven helped us. A kind mail agent invited us, with 2 other forlorn women, into his comfortable and clean mail car. Ogden, true to his theory, did not stay at the boarding house as we did. Some Christian acquaintances took him in for the night. This he explained with a grin. My husband was at the Chester station with a carriage. We drove at once to Mrs. Da Vega's. March 24th. I have been ill, but what could you expect? My lines, however, have again fallen in pleasant places. Mrs. Da Vega is young, handsome, and agreeable, a kind and perfect hostess, and as to the house, my room is all that I could ask and leaves nothing to be desired, so very fresh, clean, warm, and comfortable is it. It is the drawing room suddenly made into a bedroom for me, but it is my very own. We are among the civilized of the earth once more. March 27th. I have moved again, and now I am looking from a window high with something more to see than the sky. We have the third story of Dr. Da Vega's house, which opens on the straight street that leads to the railroad about a mile off. Mrs. Bedon is the loveliest of young widows. Yesterday at church Isaac Hayne nestled so close to her cap strings that I had to touch him and say, "Sit up." Josiah Bedon was killed in that famous fight of the Charleston Light Dragoons. The dragoons stood still to be shot down in their tracks, having no orders to retire. They had been forgotten, doubtless, and they scorned to take care of themselves. In this high and airy retreat, as in Richmond, then in Columbia, and then in Lincolnton, my cry is still, if they would only leave me here in peace, and if I were sure things never could be worse with me. Again am I surrounded by old friends. People seem to vie with each other to show how good they can be to me. To day Smith opened the trenches and appeared laden with a tray covered with a snow white napkin. Here was my first help toward housekeeping again. Mrs. Pride has sent a boiled ham, a loaf of bread, a huge pancake, another neighbor coffee already parched and ground, a loaf of sugar already cracked, candles, pickles, and all the other things one must trust to love for now. Such money as we have avails us nothing, even if there were anything left in the shops to buy. We had a jolly luncheon. James Lowndes called, the best of good company. He said of Buck, "She is a queen and ought to reign in a palace. No Prince Charming yet; no man has yet approached her that I think half good enough for her." Then Mrs. Prioleau Hamilton, née Levy, came with the story of family progress, not a royal one, from Columbia here. "Before we left home," said she, "Major Hamilton spread a map of the United States on the table and showed me with his finger where Sherman was likely to go. Womanlike, I demurred. 'But suppose he does not choose to go that way?' 'Pooh, pooh! What do you know of war?' So we set out, my husband, myself, and two children, all in one small buggy. The 14th of February we took up our line of march, and straight before Sherman's men for 5 weeks we fled together. By incessant hurrying and scurrying from pillar to post, we succeeded in acting as a sort of avant courier of the Yankee army. Without rest and with much haste, we got here last Wednesday, and here we mean to stay and defy Sherman and his legions. Much the worse for wear were we. The first night their beauty sleep was rudely broken into at Alston with a cry, "Move on! The Yanks are upon us!" So they hurried on, half awake, to Winnsboro, but with no better luck. There they had to lighten the ship, leave trunks, etc., and put on all sail, for this time the Yankees were only 5 miles behind. "Whip and spur! Ride for your life!" was the cry. "Sherman's objective point seemed to be our buggy," said she, "for you know that when we got to Lancaster Sherman was expected there, and he keeps his appointments; that is, he kept that one. 2 small children were in our chariot, and I began to think of the Red Sea expedition. But we lost no time, and soon we were in Cheraw, clearly out of the track. We thanked God for all His mercies and hugged to our bosoms fond hopes of a bed and bath so much needed by all, especially for the children. At 12 o'clock General Hardee himself knocked us up with word to 'March! March!' for 'all the blue bonnets are over the border.' In mad haste we made for Fayetteville, when they said, 'God bless your soul! This is the seat of war now, the battle ground where Sherman and Johnston are to try conclusions.' So we harked back, as the hunters say, and cut across country, aiming for this place. Clean clothes, my dear? Never a one except as we took off garment by garment and washed it and dried it by our camp fire, with our loins girded and in haste. I was snug and comfortable all that time in Lincolnton. To day Stephen D. Lee's corps marched through, only to surrender. The camp songs of these men were a heartbreak, so sad, yet so stirring; they would have warmed the blood of an Icelander. The leading voice was powerful, mellow, clear, distinct, pathetic, sweet. So I sat down, as women have done before, when they hung up their harps by strange streams, and I wept the bitterness of such weeping. Music? Away, away! Thou speakest to me of things which in all my long life I have not found, and I shall not find. There they go, the gay and gallant few, doomed, the last gathering of the flower of Southern pride, to be killed, or worse, to a prison. They continue to prance by, light and jaunty. They march with as airy a tread as if they still believed the world was all on their side, and that there were no Yankee bullets for the unwary. What will Joe Johnston do with them now? The Hood melodrama is over, though the curtain has not fallen on the last scene. Cassandra croaks and makes many mistakes, but to day she believes that Hood's stock is going down. When that style of enthusiasm is on the wane, the rapidity of its extinction is miraculous. It is like the snuffing out of a candle, one moment white, then gone forever. No, that is not right; it is the snowflake on the river that is referred to. I am getting things as much mixed as do the fine ladies of society. Lee and Johnston have each fought a drawn battle; only a few more dead bodies lie stiff and stark on an unknown battlefield. For we do not so much as know where these drawn battles took place. Teddy Barnwell, after sharing with me my first luncheon, failed me cruelly. He was to come for me to go down to the train and see Isabella pass by. One word with Isabella worth 1,000 ordinary ones. So she has gone by, and I've not seen her. Old Colonel Chesnut refuses to say grace, but as he leaves the table audibly declares, "I thank God for a good dinner." When asked why he did this odd thing, he said, "My way is to be sure of a thing before I return thanks for it." Mayor Goodwin thanked Sherman for promised protection to Columbia. Soon after, the burning began. I received the wife of a post office robber. The poor thing had done no wrong, and I felt so sorry for her. Who would be a woman? Who that fool, a weeping, pining, faithful woman? She hath hard measures still when she hopes kindest, and all her beauty only makes ingrates. March 29th. I was awakened with a bunch of violets from Mrs. Pride. Violets always remind me of Kate and of the sweet south wind that blew in the "Garden of Paradise" part of my life. Then it all came back, the dread unspeakable that lies behind every thought now. Thursday. I find I have not spoken of the box car which held the Preston party that day on their way to York from Richmond. In the party were Mr. and Mrs. Lawson Clay, General and Mrs. Preston and their 3 daughters, Captain Rogers, and Mr. Portman, whose father is an English earl and connected financially and happily with Portman Square. In my American ignorance I may not state Mr. Portman's case plainly. Mr. Portman is, of course, a younger son. Then there was Sally and her baby and wet nurse, with no end of servants, male and female. In this ark they slept, ate, and drank, such being the fortune of war. We were there but a short time, but Mr. Portman, during that brief visit of ours, was said to have eaten 3 luncheons, and the number of his drinks, toddies so called, were counted too. Mr. Portman's contribution to the larder had been 3 small pigs. They were, however, run over by the train, and made sausage meat of unduly and before their time. General Lee says to the men who shirk duty, "This is the people's war. When they tire, I stop." Wigfall says, "It is all over. The game is up." He is on his way to Texas, and when the hanging begins, he can step over into Mexico. I am plucking up heart; such troops do I see go by every day. They must turn the tide, and surely they are going for something more than surrender. It is very late, and the wind flaps my curtain, which seems to moan, "Too late." All this will end by making me a nervous lunatic. Yesterday, while I was driving with Mrs. Pride, Colonel McCaw passed us. He called out, I do hope you are in comfortable quarters." "Very comfortable," I replied. "Oh, Mrs. Chesnut," said Mrs. Pride, "how can you say that?" "Perfectly comfortable, and hope it may never be worse with me," said I. "I have a clean little parlor, 16 by 18, with its bare floor well scrubbed, a dinner table, 6 chairs, and well, that is all. But I have a charming lookout from my window high. My world is now thus divided into two parts, where Yankees are and where Yankees are not." As I sat disconsolate, looking out, ready for any new tramp of men in arms, the magnificent figure of General Preston hove in sight. He was mounted on a mighty steed, worthy of its rider, followed by his trusty squire, William Walker, who bore before him the General's portmanteau. When I had time to realize the situation, I perceived at General Preston's right hand Mr. Christopher Hampton and Mr. Portman, who passed by. Soon Mrs. Pride, in some occult way, divined or heard that they were coming here, and she sent me at once no end of good things for my tea table. General Preston entered very soon after, and with him Clement Clay, of Alabama, the latter in pursuit of his wife's trunk. I left it with the Rev. Mr. Martin, and have no doubt it is perfectly safe. But where? We have written to Mr. Martin to inquire. Then Wilmot de Saussure appeared. "I am here," he said, "to consult with General Chesnut. He and I always think alike." He added, emphatically, "Slavery is stronger than ever." "If you think so," said I, "you will find that for once you and General Chesnut do not think alike. He has held that slavery was a thing of the past, this many a year." I said to General Preston, "I pass my days and nights partly at this window. I am sure our army is silently dispersing. Men are moving the wrong way, all the time. They slip by with no songs and no shouts now. They have given the thing up. See for yourself; look there." For a while the streets were thronged with soldiers, and then they were empty again. But the marching now is without tap of drum. March 31st. Mr. Prioleau Hamilton told us of a great adventure. Mrs. Preston was put under his care on the train. He soon found the only other women along were "strictly unfortunate females," as Carlyle calls them, beautiful and aggressive. He had to communicate the unpleasant fact to Mrs. Preston on account of their propinquity, and was lost in admiration of her silent dignity, her quiet self possession, her calmness, her deafness and blindness, her thoroughbred ignoring of all that she did not care to see. Some women, no matter how ladylike, would have made a fuss or would have fidgeted, but Mrs. Preston dominated the situation and possessed her soul in innocence and peace. Met Robert Johnston from Camden. He has been a prisoner, having been taken at Camden. The Yankees robbed Zack Cantey of his forks and spoons. When Zack did not seem to like it, they laughed at him. When he said he did not see any fun in it, they pretended to weep and wiped their eyes with their coat tails. All this maddening derision Zack said was as hard to bear as it was to see them ride off with his horse, Albine. They stole all of Mrs. Zack's jewelry and silver. When the Yankee general heard of it, he wrote her a very polite note, saying how sorry he was that she had been annoyed, and returned a bundle of Zack's love letters written to her before she was married. Robert Johnston said Miss Chesnut was a brave and determined spirit. One Yankee officer came in while they were at breakfast, and sat down to warm himself at the fire. "Rebels have no rights," Miss Chesnut said to him politely. "I suppose you have come to rob us. Please do so and go. Your presence agitates my blind old father." The man jumped up in a rage and said, "What do you take me for, a robber?" "No, indeed," said she, and for very shame he marched out empty handed. Chapter 20, Part 2 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 20, Chester, South Carolina, Part 2. April 3d. Saw General Preston ride off. He came to tell me good by. I told him he looked like a crusader on his great white horse, with William, his squire, at his heels. Our men are all consummate riders, and have their servants well mounted behind them, carrying cloaks and traps. How different from the same men packed like sardines in dirty railroad cars, usually floating inch deep in liquid tobacco juice. For the kitchen and Ellen's comfort, I wanted a pine table and a kitchen chair. A woman sold me one to day for 3,000 Confederate dollars. Mrs. Hamilton has been disappointed again. Prelo Hamilton says the person into whose house they expected to move to day came to say she could not take boarders for 3 reasons. First, that they had smallpox in the house. And the 2 others? Oh, I did not ask for the 2 others. April 5th. Miss Middleton's letter came in answer to mine, telling her how generous my friends here were to me. "We long," she says, "for our own small sufficiency of wood, corn, and vegetables. Here is a struggle unto death, although the neighbors would continue to feed us, as you would say, with a spoon. We have fallen upon a new device. We keep a cookery book on the mantelpiece, and when the dinner is deficient we just read off a pudding or a creme. It does not entirely satisfy the appetite, this dessert in imagination, but perhaps it is as good for the digestion." As I was ready to go, though still upstairs, some one came out to say General Hood had called. Mrs. Hamilton cried out, "Send word you are not at home." "Never," said I. "Why make him climb all these stairs when you must go in 5 minutes?" "If he had come here dragging Sherman as a captive at his chariot wheels, I might say not at home, but not now." And I ran down and greeted him on the sidewalk in the face of all, and walked slowly beside him as he toiled up the weary 3 stories, limping gallantly. He was so well dressed and so cordial, not depressed in the slightest. He was so glad to see me. He calls his report self defense, says Joe Johnston attacked him and he was obliged to state things from his point of view. And now follow statements where one may read between the lines what one chooses. He had been offered a command in Western Virginia, but as General Lee was concerned because he and Joe Johnston were not on cordial terms, and as the fatigue of the mountain campaign would be too great for him, he would like the chance of going across the Mississippi. Texas was true to him, and would be his home, as it had voted him a ranch somewhere out there. They say General Lee is utterly despondent and has no plan if Richmond goes, as go it must. April 7th. Richmond has fallen, and I have no heart to write about it. Grant broke through our lines and Sherman cut through them. Stoneman is this side of Danville. They are too many for us. Everything is lost in Richmond, even our archives. Blue black is our horizon. Hood says we shall all be obliged to go West, to Texas, I mean, for our own part of the country will be overrun. Yes, a solitude and a wild waste it may become, but as to that, we can rough it in the bush at home. De Fontaine, in his newspaper, continues the old cry. "Now Richmond is given up," he says. "It was too heavy a load to carry, and we are stronger than ever." Stronger than ever? 9/10 of our army are underground, and where is another army to come from? Will they wait until we grow one? April 15th. What a week it has been! Madness, sadness, anxiety, turmoil, ceaseless excitement. The Wigfalls passed through on their way to Texas. We did not see them. Luley told Hood they were bound for the Rio Grande and intended to shake hands with Maximilian, Emperor of Mexico. Yankees were expected here every minute. Mrs. Davis came. We went down to the cars at daylight to receive her. She dined with me. Lovely Winnie, the baby, came too. Buck and Hood were here, and that queen of women, Mary Darby. Clay behaved like a trump. He was as devoted to Mrs. Davis in her adversity as if they had never quarreled in her prosperity. People sent me things for Mrs. Davis, as they did in Columbia for Mr. Davis. It was a luncheon or breakfast only she stayed for here. Mrs. Brown prepared a dinner for her at the station. I went down with her. She left here at 5 o'clock. My heart was like lead, but we did not give way. She was as calm and smiling as ever. It was but a brief glimpse of my dear Mrs. Davis, and under altered skies. April 17th. A letter from Mrs. Davis, who writes: "Do come to me and see how we get on. I shall have a spare room by the time you arrive. indifferently furnished, but oh, so affectionately placed at your service. You will receive such a loving welcome. One perfect bliss have I. The baby, who grows fat and is smiling always, is christened, and not old enough to develop the world's vices, or to be snubbed by it. The name so long delayed is Verena Ann. My name is a heritage of woe. Are you delighted with your husband? I am delighted with him as well as with my own. It is well to lose an Arabian horse if one elicits such a tender and at the same time knightly letter as General Chesnut wrote to my poor old Prometheus. I do not think that for a time he felt the vultures after the reception of the general's letter. I hear horrid reports about Richmond. It is said that all below Ninth Street to the Rockets has been burned by the rabble, who mobbed the town. The Yankee performances have not been chronicled. May God take our cause into His own hands. April 19th. Just now, when Mr. Clay dashed upstairs, pale as a sheet, saying, "General Lee has capitulated," I saw it reflected in Mary Darby's face before I heard him speak. She staggered to the table, sat down, and wept aloud. Mr. Clay's eyes were not dry. Quite beside herself, Mary shrieked, "Now we belong to negroes and Yankees!" Buck said, "I do not believe it." How different from ours of them is their estimate of us. How contradictory is their attitude toward us. To keep the despised and iniquitous South within their borders, as part of their country, they are willing to enlist millions of men at home and abroad, and to spend billions. And we know they do not love fighting per se, nor spending money. They are perfectly willing to have 3 killed for our 1. We hear they have all grown rich, though shoddy, whatever that is. Genuine Yankees can make a fortune trading jackknives. "Somehow it is borne in on me that we will have to pay the piper," was remarked to day. No, blood can not be squeezed from a turnip. You can not pour anything out of an empty cup. We have no money, even for taxes, or to be confiscated. While the Preston girls are here, my dining room is given up to them, and we camp on the landing, with our 1 table and 6 chairs. Beds are made on the dining room floor. Otherwise, there is no furniture, except buckets of water and bath tubs in their improvised chamber. Night and day this landing and these steps are crowded with the élite of the Confederacy, going and coming, and when night comes, or rather bedtime, more beds are made on the floor of the landing place for the war worn soldiers to rest upon. The whole house is a bivouac. As Pickens said of South Carolina in 1861, we are "an armed camp." My husband is rarely at home. I sleep with the girls, and my room is given up to soldiers. General Lee's few, but undismayed, his remnant of an army, or the part from the South and West, sad and crestfallen, passed through Chester. Many discomfited heroes find their way up these stairs. They say Johnston will not be caught as Lee was. He can retreat; that is his trade. If he would not fight Sherman in the hill country of Georgia, what will he do but retreat in the plains of North Carolina with Grant, Sherman, and Thomas all to the fore? We are to stay here. Running is useless now, so we mean to bide a Yankee raid, which they say is imminent. Why fly? They are everywhere, these Yankees, like red ants, like the locusts and frogs which were the plagues of Egypt. The plucky way in which our men keep up is beyond praise. There is no howling, and our poverty is made a matter of laughing. We deride our own penury. Of the country we try not to speak at all. April 22d. This yellow Confederate quire of paper, my journal, blotted by entries, has been buried 3 days with the silver sugar dish, teapot, milk jug, and a few spoons and forks that follow my fortunes as I wander. With these valuables was Hood's silver cup, which was partly crushed when he was wounded at Chickamauga. It has been a wild 3 days, with aides galloping around with messages, Yankees hanging over us like a sword of Damocles. We have been in queer straits. We sat up at Mrs. Bedon's dressed, without once going to bed for 48 hours, and we were aweary. Colonel Cadwallader Jones came with a despatch, a sealed, secret despatch. It was for General Chesnut. I opened it. Lincoln, old Abe Lincoln, has been killed, murdered, and Seward wounded. Why? By whom? It is simply maddening, all this. I sent off messenger after messenger for General Chesnut. I have not the faintest idea where he is, but I know this foul murder will bring upon us worse miseries. Mary Darby says, "But they murdered him themselves. No Confederates are in Washington." But if they see fit to accuse us of instigating it? Who murdered him? Who knows? See if they don't take vengeance on us now that we are ruined and can not repel them any longer. The death of Lincoln I call a warning to tyrants. He will not be the last President put to death in the Capitol, though he is the first. Buck never submits to be bored. The bores came to tea at Mrs. Bedon's, and then sat and talked, so prosy, so wearisome was the discourse, so endless it seemed, that we envied Buck, who was mooning on the piazza. She rarely speaks now. April 23d. My silver wedding day, and I am sure the unhappiest day of my life. Mr. Portman came with Christopher Hampton. Portman told of Miss Kate Hampton, who is perhaps the most thoroughly ladylike person in the world. When he told her that Lee had surrendered, she started up from her seat and said, "That is a lie." "Well, Miss Hampton, I tell the tale as it was told me. I can do no more." No wonder John Chesnut is bitter. They say Mulberry has been destroyed by a corps commanded by General Logan. Some one asked coolly, "Will General Chesnut be shot as a soldier or hung as a senator?" "I am not of sufficient consequence," answered he. "They will stop short of brigadiers. I resigned my seat in the United States Senate weeks before there was any secession, so I can not be hung as a senator. But after all it is only a choice between drumhead court martial, short shrift, and a lingering death at home from starvation." These negroes are unchanged. The shining black mask they wear does not show a ripple of change. They are sphinxes. Ellen has had my diamonds to keep for a week or so. When the danger was over, she handed them back to me with as little apparent interest in the matter as if they had been garden peas. Mrs. Huger was in church in Richmond when the news of the surrender came. Worshippers were in the midst of the communion service. Mr. McFarland was called out to send away the gold from his bank. Mr. Miniger Rhodes' English grew confused. Then the President was summoned, and distress of mind showed itself in every face. The night before, one of General Lee's aides, Walter Taylor, was married, and was off to the wars immediately after the ceremony. 1 year ago we left Richmond. The Confederacy has double-quicked downhill since then. 1 year since I stood in that beautiful Hollywood by little Joe Davis's grave. Now we have burned towns, deserted plantations, sacked villages. "You seem resolute to look the worst in the face," said General Chesnut wearily. "Yes, poverty, with no future and no hope." "But no slaves, thank God!" cried Buck. "We would be the scorn of the world if the world thought of us at all. You see, we are exiles and paupers." Pile on the agony. "How does our famous captain, the great Lee, bear the Yankees' galling chain?" I asked. "He knows how to possess his soul in patience," answered my husband. "If there were no such word as subjugation, no debts, no poverty, no negro mobs backed by Yankees, if all things were well, you would shiver and feel benumbed," he went on, pointing at me in an oratorical attitude. "Your sentence is pronounced. Camden for life." May 1st. In Chester still. I climb these steep steps alone. They have all gone, all passed by. Buck went with Mr. C. Hampton to York. Mary, Mrs. Huger, and Pinckney took flight together. One day just before they began to dissolve in air, Captain Gay was seated at the table, halfway between me on the top step and John in the window, with his legs outside. Said some one to day, "She showed me her engagement ring, and I put it back on her hand. She is engaged, but not to me." By the heaven that is above us all, I saw you kiss her hand. "That I deny." Captain Gay glared in angry surprise, and insisted that he had seen it. "Sit down, Gay," said the cool captain in his most mournful way. You see, my father died when I was a baby, and my grandfather took me in hand. To him I owe this moral maxim. He is 90 years old, a wise old man. Now remember my grandfather's teaching forevermore. A gentleman must not kiss and tell. General Preston came to say good by. He will take his family abroad at once. Burnside, in New Orleans, owes him some money and will pay it. There will be no more confiscation, my dear madam, said he. They must see that we have been punished enough. They do not think so, my dear General. This very day a party of Federals passed in hot pursuit of our President. A terrible fire eater, one of the few men left in the world who believe we have a right divine, being white, to hold Africans, who are black, in bonds forever. He is 6 feet 2, an athlete, a splendid specimen of the animal man, but he has never been under fire. His place in the service was a bomb-proof office, so called. With a face red hot with rage he denounced Jeff Davis and Hood. "Come now," said Edward the handsome. "Men who could fight and did not, they are the men who ruined us. We wanted soldiers. If the men who are cursing Jeff Davis now had fought with Hood, and fought as Hood fought, we'd be all right now." And then he told of my trouble one day while Hood was here. Just such a fellow as you came up on this little platform, and before Mrs. Chesnut could warn him, began to heap insults on Jeff Davis and his satrap, Hood. Mrs. Chesnut held up her hands. "Stop, not another word. You shall not abuse my friends here. Not Jeff Davis behind his back. Not Hood to his face, for he is in that room and hears you." Fancy how dumbfounded this creature was. Mrs. Huger told a story of Joe Johnston in his callow days, before he was famous. After an illness, Johnston's hair all fell out. Not a hair was left on his head, which shone like a fiery cannon ball. One of the gentlemen from Africa who waited at table sniggered so at dinner that he was ordered out by the grave and decorous black butler. General Huger, feeling for the agonies of young Africa, as he strove to stifle his mirth, suggested that Joe Johnston should cover his head with his handkerchief. A red silk one was produced, and, turban-shaped, placed on his head. That completely finished the gravity of the butler, who fled in helplessness. His guffaw on the outside of the door became plainly audible. General Huger then suggested, as they must have the waiter back, or the dinner could not go on, that Joe should eat with his hat on, which he did. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21, Part 1 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 21. Camden, South Carolina, May 2, 1865 to August 2, 1865. Part 1. Camden, South Carolina, May 2, 1865. Since we left Chester, nothing but solitude, nothing but tall, blackened chimneys to show that any man has ever trod this road before. This is Sherman's track. It is hard not to curse him. I wept incessantly at first. The roses of the gardens are already hiding the ruins. My husband said nature is a wonderful renovator. He tried to say something else, and then I shut my eyes and made a vow that if we were a crushed people, crushed by weight, I would never be a whimpering, pining slave. We heard loud explosions of gunpowder in the direction of Camden. Destroyers were at it there. Met William Walker, whom Mr. Preston left in charge of a carload of his valuables. General Preston was hardly out of sight before poor, helpless William had to stand by and see the car plundered. "My dear Missis, they have cleaned me out, nothing left," moaned William the Faithful. "We have 9 armed couriers with us. Can they protect us?" Bade adieu to the staff at Chester. No general ever had so remarkable a staff, so accomplished, so agreeable, so well bred, and, I must say, so handsome, and can add, so brave and efficient. May 4th. Home again at Bloomsbury. From Chester to Winnsboro we did not see one living thing, man, woman, or animal, except poor William trudging home after his sad disaster. The blooming of the gardens had a funereal effect. Nature is so luxuriant here she soon covers the ravages of savages. No frost has occurred since the 7th of March, which accounts for the wonderful advance in vegetation. This seems providential to these starving people. In this climate so much that is edible can be grown in 2 months. At Winnsboro we stayed at Mr. Robertson's. There we left the wagon train. Only Mr. Brisbane, one of the General's couriers, came with us on escort duty. The Robertsons were very kind and hospitable, brimful of Yankee anecdotes. To my amazement, the young people of Winnsboro had a May Day celebration amid the smoking ruins. Irrepressible is youth. The fidelity of the negroes is the principal topic. There seems to be not a single case of a negro who betrayed his master, and yet they showed a natural and exultant joy at being free. After we left Winnsboro, negroes were seen in the fields plowing and hoeing corn, just as in antebellum times. The fields in that respect looked quite cheerful. We did not pass in the line of Sherman's savages, and so saw some houses standing. Mary Kirkland has had experience with the Yankees. She has been pronounced the most beautiful woman on this side of the Atlantic, and has been spoiled accordingly in all society. When the Yankees came, Monroe, their negro manservant, told her to stand up and hold 2 of her children in her arms, with the other 2 pressed as close against her knees as they could get. Mammy Selina and Lizzie then stood grimly on each side of their young missus and her children. For 4 mortal hours the soldiers surged through the rooms of the house. Sometimes Mary and her children were roughly jostled against the wall, but Mammy and Lizzie were staunch supporters. The Yankee soldiers taunted the negro women for their foolishness in standing by their cruel slave owners, and taunted Mary with being glad of the protection of her poor ill-used slaves. Monroe, meanwhile, had one leg bandaged and pretended to be lame, so that he might not be enlisted as a soldier, and kept making pathetic appeals to Mary. "Don't answer them back, Miss Mary," said he. "Let 'em say what they want to. Don't answer 'em back. Don't give 'em any chance to say you are impudent to 'em." One man said to her, "Why do you shrink from us and avoid us so? We did not come here to fight for negroes. We hate them. At Port Royal I saw a beautiful white woman driving in a wagon with a coal black negro man. If she had been anything to me I would have shot her through the heart." "Oh, oh," said Lizzie, "that's the way you talk in here. I'll remember that when you begin outside to beg me to run away with you." Finally, poor Aunt Betsy, Mary's mother, fainted from pure fright and exhaustion. Mary put down her baby and sprang to her mother, who was lying limp in a chair, and fiercely called out, "Leave this room, you wretches! Do you mean to kill my mother? She is ill. I must put her to bed." Without a word they all slunk out ashamed. "If I had only tried that hours ago," she now said. Outside they remarked that she was "an insolent rebel hussy, who thinks herself too good to speak to a soldier of the United States," and one of them said, "Let us go in and break her mouth." But the better ones held the more outrageous back. Monroe slipped in again and said, "Missy, for God's sake, when they come in be sociable with 'em. They will kill you." "Then let me die." The negro soldiers were far worse than the white ones. Mrs. Bartow drove with me to Mulberry. On one side of the house we found every window had been broken, every bell torn down, every piece of furniture destroyed, and every door smashed in. But the other side was intact. Maria Whitaker and her mother, who had been left in charge, explained this odd state of things. The Yankees were busy as beavers, working like regular carpenters, destroying everything, when their general came in and stopped them. He told them it was a sin to destroy a fine old house like that, whose owner was over 90 years old. He would not have had it done for the world. It was wanton mischief. He explained to Maria that soldiers at such times were excited, wild, and unruly. They carried off sacks full of our books, since, unfortunately, they found a pile of empty sacks in the garret. Our books, our letters, our papers were afterward strewn along the Charleston road. Somebody found things of ours as far away as Vance's Ferry. This was Potter's raid. The reference appears to be to General Edward E. Potter, a native of New York City, who died in 1889. General Potter entered the Federal service early in the war. He recruited a regiment of North Carolina troops and engaged in operations in North and South Carolina and Eastern Tennessee. Sherman took only our horses. Potter's raid came after Johnston's surrender and ruined us finally, burning our mills and gins and 100 bales of cotton. Indeed, nothing is left to us now but the bare land, and the debts contracted for the support of hundreds of negroes during the war. J. H. Boykin was at home at the time to look after his own interests, and he, with John de Saussure, has saved the cotton on their estates, with the mules and farming utensils and plenty of cotton as capital to begin on again. The negroes would be a good riddance. A hired man would be a good deal cheaper than a man whose father and mother, wife, and 12 children have to be fed, clothed, housed, and nursed, their taxes paid, and their doctor's bills, all for his half done, slovenly, lazy work. For years we have thought negroes a nuisance that did not pay. They pretend exuberant loyalty to us now. Only one man of Mr. Chesnut's left the plantation with the Yankees. When the Yankees found the Western troops were not at Camden, but down below Swift Creek, like sensible folk they came up the other way, and while we waited at Chester for marching orders, we were quickly ruined after the surrender. With our cotton saved, and cotton at $1 a pound, we might be in comparatively easy circumstances. But now it is the devil to pay, and no pitch hot. Well, all this was to be. Goddard Bailey, editor, whose prejudices are all against us, described the raids to me in this wise. They were regularly organized. First came squads who demanded arms and whiskey. Then came the rascals who hunted for silver, ransacked the ladies' wardrobes, and scared women and children into fits, at least those who could be scared. Some of these women could not be scared. Then came some smiling, suave, well-dressed officers who regretted it all so much. Outside the gate, officers, men, and bummers divided even, share and share alike, the piles of plunder. When we crossed the river coming home, the ferryman at Chesnut's Ferry asked for his fee. Among us all we could not muster the small silver coin he demanded. There was poverty for you. Nor did a stiver appear among us until Molly was hauled home from Columbia, where she was waging war with Sheriff Dent's family. As soon as her foot touched her native heath, she sent to hunt up the cattle. Many of our cows were found in the swamp. Like Marion's men, they had escaped the enemy. Molly sells butter for us now on shares. Old Cuffy, head gardener at Mulberry, and Yellow Abram, his assistant, have gone on in the even tenor of their way. Men may come and men may go, but they dig on forever. And they say they mean to, as long as old master is alive. We have green peas, asparagus, lettuce, spinach, new potatoes, and strawberries in abundance, enough for ourselves and plenty to give away to refugees. It is early in May, and yet 2 months since frost. Surely the wind was tempered to the shorn lamb in our case. Johnny went over to see Hampton. His cavalry are ordered to reassemble on the 20th. A little farce to let themselves down easily. They know it is all over. Johnny, smiling serenely, said, "The thing is up and forever." Goddard Bailey has presence of mind. Anne Sabb left a gold card case, which was a terrible oversight, among the cards on the drawing room table. When the Yankee raiders saw it, their eyes glistened. Goddard whispered to her, "Let them have that gilt thing, and slip away and hide the silver." "No!" shouted a Yank. "You don't fool me that way. Here's your old brass thing. Don't you stir. Fork over that silver." And so they deposited the gold card case in Goddard's hands and stole plated spoons and forks, which had been left out because they were plated. Mrs. Beach says 2 officers slept at her house. Each had a pillow case crammed with silver and jewelry. "Spoils of war," they called it. Floride Canty heard an old negro say to his master, "When you all had the power you was good to me, and I'll protect you now. No niggers nor Yankees shall touch you. If you want anything, call for Sambo. Call for Mr. Samuel. Dat my name now." May 10th. A letter from a Pharisee who thanks the Lord she is not as other women are. She need not pray, as the Scotch parson did, for a good conceit of herself. She writes, "I feel that I will not be ruined. Come what may, God will provide for me." But her husband had strengthened the Lord's hands, and, for the glory of God, doubtless, invested some thousands of dollars in New York, where Confederate moth did not corrupt, nor Yankee bummers break through and steal. She went on to tell us, "I have had the good things of this world, and I have enjoyed them in their season. But I only held them as steward for God. My bread has been cast upon the waters and will return to me." E. M. Boykin said to day, "We had a right to strike for our independence, and we did strike a bitter blow." They must be proud to have overcome such a foe. I dare look any man in the face. There is no humiliation in our position after such a struggle as we made for freedom from the Yankees. He is sanguine. His main idea is joy that he has no negroes to support, and need hire only those he really wants. Stephen Elliott told us that Sherman said to Joe Johnston, "Look out for yourself. This agreement only binds the military, not the civil authorities." Is our destruction to begin anew? For a few weeks we have had peace. Sally Reynolds told a short story of a negro pet of Mrs. Kershaw's. The little negro clung to Mrs. Kershaw and begged her to save him. The negro mother, stronger than Mrs. Kershaw, tore him away from her. Mrs. Kershaw wept bitterly. Sally said she saw the mother chasing the child before her as she ran after the Yankees, whipping him at every step. The child yelled like mad, a small rebel blackamoor. May 16th. We are scattered and stunned, the remnant of heart left alive within us filled with brotherly hate. We sit and wait until the drunken tailor who rules the United States of America issues a proclamation and defines our anomalous position. Such a hue and cry, but whose fault? Everybody is blamed by somebody else. The dead heroes left stiff and stark on the battlefield escape, blame every man who stayed at home and did not fight. I will not stop to hear excuses. There is not one word against those who stood out until the bitter end and stacked muskets at Appomattox. May 18th. A feeling of sadness hovers over me now, day and night, which no words of mine can express. There is a chance for plenty of character study in this Mulberry house, if one only had the heart for it. Colonel Chesnut, now 93, blind and deaf, is apparently as strong as ever, and certainly as resolute of will. Partly patriarch, partly grand seigneur, this old man is of a species that we shall see no more, the last of a race of lordly planters who ruled this Southern world, but now a splendid wreck. His manners are unequaled still, but underneath this smooth exterior lies the grip of a tyrant whose will has never been crossed. I will not attempt what Lord Byron says he could not do, but must quote again: "Everybody knows a gentleman when he sees him. I have never met a man who could describe one." We have had three very distinct specimens of the genus in this house, three generations of gentlemen, each utterly different from the other, father, son, and grandson. African Scipio walks at Colonel Chesnut's side. He is 6 feet 2, a black Hercules, and as gentle as a dove in all his dealings with the blind old master, who boldly strides forward, striking with his stick to feel where he is going. The Yankees left Scipio unmolested. He told them he was absolutely essential to his old master, and they said, "If you want to stay so bad, he must have been good to you always." Scip says he was silent, for "it made them mad if you praised your master." Sometimes this old man will stop himself, just as he is going off in a fury, because they try to prevent his attempting some feat impossible in his condition of lost faculties. He will ask gently, "I hope that I never say or do anything unseemly. Sometimes I think I am subject to mental aberrations." At every footfall he calls out, "Who goes there?" If a lady's name is given, he uncovers and stands, with his hat off, until she passes. He still has the old world art of bowing low and gracefully. Colonel Chesnut came of a race that would brook no interference with their own sweet will by man, woman, or devil. But then such manners has he, they would clear any man's character, if he needed it. Mrs. Chesnut, his wife, used to tell us that when she met him at Princeton in the '90s of the 18th century, they called him the young prince. He and Mr. John Taylor, of Columbia, were the first up country youths whose parents were wealthy enough to send them off to college. John Taylor was graduated from Princeton in 1790 and became a planter in South Carolina. He served in Congress from 1806 to 1810, and in the latter year was chosen to fill a vacancy in the United States Senate caused by the resignation of Thomas Sumter. In 1826 he was chosen Governor of South Carolina. He died in 1832. When a college was established in South Carolina, Colonel John Chesnut, the father of the aforesaid young prince, was on the first board of trustees.
Indeed, I may say that since the Revolution of 1776 there has been no convocation of the notables of South Carolina, in times of peace and prosperity, or of war and adversity, in which a representative man of this family has not appeared. The estate has been kept together until now. Mrs. Chesnut said she drove down from Philadelphia on her bridal trip in a chariot and four, a cream colored chariot with outriders. They have a saying here, on account of the large families with which people are usually blessed, and the subdivision of property consequent upon that fact, besides the tendency of one generation to make and to save, and the next to idle and to squander, that there are rarely more than 3 generations between shirt sleeves and shirt sleeves. But these Chesnuts have secured 4, from the John Chesnut who was driven out from his father's farm in Virginia by the French and Indians, when that father had been killed at Fort Duquesne, to the John Chesnut who saunters along here now, the very perfection of a lazy gentleman, who cares not to move unless it be for a fight, a dance, or a fox hunt. Fort Duquesne stood at the junction of the Monongahela and Allegheny rivers. Captain Trent, acting for the Ohio Company, with some Virginia militiamen, began to build this fort in February, 1754. On April 17th of the same year, 700 Canadians and French forced him to abandon the work. The French then completed the fortress and named it Fort Duquesne. The unfortunate expedition of General Braddock, in the summer of 1755, was an attempt to retake the fort, Braddock's defeat occurring 8 miles east of it. In 1758 General Forbes marched westward from Philadelphia and secured possession of the place, after the French, alarmed at his approach, had burned it. Forbes gave it the name of Pittsburg. The first comer of that name to this State was a lad when he arrived after leaving his land in Virginia, and being without fortune otherwise, he went into Joseph Kershaw's grocery shop as a clerk, and the Kershaws, I think, so remember that fact that they have it on their coat of arms. Our Johnny, as he was driving me down to Mulberry yesterday, declared himself delighted with the fact that the present Joseph Kershaw had so distinguished himself in our war that they might let the shop of 100 years ago rest for a while. "Upon my soul," cried the cool captain, "I have a desire to go in there and look at the Kershaw tombstones. I am sure they have put it on their marble tablets that we had an ancestor one day 100 years ago who was a clerk in their shop." This clerk became a captain in the Revolution. In the second generation the shop had so far sunk that the John Chesnut of that day refused to let his daughter marry a handsome, dissipated Kershaw, and she, a spoiled beauty, who could not endure to obey orders when they were disagreeable to her, went up to her room and therein remained, never once coming out of it for 40 years. Her father let her have her own way in that. He provided servants to wait upon her and every conceivable luxury that she desired, but neither party would give in. I am, too, thankful that I am an old woman, 42 my last birthday. There is so little life left in me now to be embittered by this agony. "Nonsense! I am a pauper," says my husband, "and I am as smiling and as comfortable as ever you saw me." "When you have to give up your horses, how then?" End of chapter 21, part 1. Chapter 21, Part 2 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 21, Camden, South Carolina, Part 2. May 21st. They say Governor McGrath has absconded, and that the Yankees have said, "If you have no visible governor, we will send you one." If we had one and they found him, they would clap him in prison instanter. The negroes have flocked to the Yankee squad which has recently come, but they were snubbed, the rampant freedmen. "Stay where you are," say the Yanks. "We have nothing for you." And they sadly peruse their way. Now that they have picked up that word peruse, they use it in season and out. When we met Mrs. Preston's William, we asked, "Where are you going?" "Perusing my way to Columbia," he answered. When the Yanks said they had no rations for idle negroes, John Walker answered mildly, "This is not at all what we expected." The colored women, dressed in their gaudiest array, carried bouquets to the Yankees, making the day a jubilee.
But in this house there is not the slightest change. Every negro has known for months that he or she was free, but I do not see one particle of change in their manner. They are, perhaps, more circumspect, polite, and quiet, but that is all. Otherwise all goes on in antebellum statu quo. Every day I expect to miss some familiar face, but so far have been disappointed. Mrs. Huger we found at the hotel here, and we brought her to Bloomsbury. She told us that Jeff Davis was traveling leisurely with his wife 12 miles a day, utterly careless whether he were taken prisoner or not, and that General Hampton had been paroled. Fighting Dick Anderson and Stephen Elliott, of Fort Sumter memory, are quite ready to pray for Andy Johnson and to submit to the powers that be. Not so our belligerent clergy. "Pray for people when I wish they were dead?" cries Rev. Mr. Trapier. "No, never! I will pray for President Davis till I die. I will do it to my last gasp. My chief is a prisoner, but I am proud of him still. He is a spectacle to gods and men. He will bear himself as a soldier, a patriot, a statesman, a Christian gentleman. He is the martyr of our cause." And I replied with my tears. "Look here, taken in woman's clothes?" asked Mr. Trapier. "Rubbish, stuff, and nonsense. If Jeff Davis has not the pluck of a true man, then there is no courage left on this earth. If he does not die game, I give it up. Something, you see, was due to Lincoln and the Scotch cap that he hid his ugly face with, in that express car, when he rushed through Baltimore in the night. It is that escapade of their man Lincoln that set them on making up the woman's clothes story about Jeff Davis." Mrs. W. drove up. She, too, is off for New York to sell 400 bales of cotton and a square, or something, which pays tremendously in the Central Park region, and to capture and bring home her belle fille, who remained North during the war. She knocked at my door. The day was barely dawning. I was in bed, and as I sprang up discovered that my old Confederate nightgown had to be managed, it was so full of rents. I am afraid I gave undue attention to the sad condition of my gown, but could nowhere see a shawl to drape my figure. She was very kind. In case my husband was arrested and needed funds, she offered me some British securities and bonds. We were very grateful, but we did not accept the loan of money, which would have been almost the same as a gift, so slim was our chance of repaying it. But it was a generous thought on her part, I own that. Went to our plantation, the Hermitage, yesterday. Saw no change; not a soul was absent from his or her post. I said, "Good colored folks, when are you going to kick off the traces and be free?" In their furious, emotional way they swore devotion to us all to their dying day. Just the same, the minute they see an opening to better themselves, they will move on. William, my husband's foster brother, came up. "Well, William, what do you want?" asked my husband. "Only to look at you, Master. It does me good." June 1st. The New York Herald quotes General Sherman as saying, "Columbia was burned by Hampton's sheer stupidity." But then, who burned everything on the way in Sherman's march to Columbia and in the line of march Sherman took after leaving Columbia? We came, for 3 days of travel, over a road that had been laid bare by Sherman's torches. Nothing but smoking ruins was left in Sherman's track. That I saw with my own eyes. No living thing was left, no house for man or beast. They who burned the countryside for a belt of 40 miles, did they not also burn the town? To charge that to Hampton's stupidity is merely an afterthought. This Herald announces that Jeff Davis will be hanged at once, not so much for treason as for his assassination of Lincoln. Stanton, the Herald says, has all the papers in his hands to convict him. The Yankees here say, "The black man must go as the red man has gone. This is a white man's country." The negroes want to run with the hare, but hunt with the hounds. They are charming in their professions to us, but declare that they are to be paid by these blessed Yankees in lands and mules for having been slaves. They were so faithful to us during the war, why should the Yankees reward them? To which the only reply is that it would be by way of punishing rebels. Mrs. Adger saw a Yankee soldier strike a woman, and she prayed God to take him in hand according to his deed. The soldier laughed in her face, swaggered off, stumbled down the steps, and then his revolver went off by the concussion and shot him dead. Elizabeth K. Adger, wife of the Rev. John B. Adger, D.D., of Charleston, a distinguished Presbyterian divine, at one time a missionary to Smyrna, where he translated the Bible into the Armenian tongue. He was afterward and before the war a professor in the theological seminary at Columbia. His wife was a woman of unusual judgment and intelligence, sharing her husband's many hardships and notable experiences in the East. The black ball is in motion. Mrs. de Saussure's cook shook the dust off her feet and departed from her kitchen to day. Free, she said. The washerwoman is packing to go. Scipio Africanus, the Colonel's body servant, is a soldierly looking black creature, fit to have delighted the eyes of old Frederick William of Prussia, who liked giants. We asked him how the Yankees came to leave him. "Oh, I told them Marster couldn't do without me nohow, and then I carried them some nice hams that they never could have found, they were hid so good." Eben dressed himself in his best and went at a run to meet his Yankee deliverers, so he said. At the gate he met a squad coming in. He had adorned himself with his watch and chain like the cordage of a ship, with a handful of gaudy seals. He knew the Yankees came to rob white people, but he thought they came to save niggers. "Hand over that watch," they said. Minus his fine watch and chain, Eben returned a sadder and a wiser man. He was soon in his shirt sleeves whistling at his knife board. "Why, you here? Why did you come back so soon?" he was asked. "Well, I thought maybe I better stay with old Marster that give me the watch and not go with them that stole it." The watch was the pride of his life. The iron had entered his soul. Went up to my old house, Kamschatka. The Trapiers live there now. In those drawing rooms where the children played Puss in Boots, where we have so often danced and sung, but never prayed before, Mr. Trapier held his prayer meeting. I do not think I ever did as much weeping or as bitter in the same space of time. I let myself go; it did me good. I cried with a will. He prayed that we might have strength to stand up and bear our bitter disappointment, to look on our ruined homes and our desolated country and be strong. And he prayed for the man we elected to be our ruler and guide. We knew that they had put him in a dungeon and in chains. Men watch him day and night. Mr. Davis, while encamped near Irwinsville, Georgia, had been captured on May 10th by a body of Federal cavalry under Lieutenant Colonel Pritchard. He was taken to Fortress Monroe and confined there for 2 years, his release being effected on May 13, 1867, when he was admitted to bail in the sum of $100,000, the first name on his bail bond being that of Horace Greeley. By orders of Andy, the bloody-minded tailor, nobody above the rank of colonel can take the benefit of the amnesty oath, nobody who owns over $20,000, or who has assisted the Confederates. And now, ye rich men, howl, for your misery has come upon you. You are beyond the outlaw, camping outside. Howell Cobb and R.M.T. Hunter have been arrested. Our turn will come next, maybe. A Damocles sword hanging over a house does not conduce to a pleasant life. June 12th. Andy, made lord of all by the madman Booth, says, "Destruction only to the wealthy classes." Better teach the negroes to stand alone before you break up all they leaned on, O Yankees. After all, the number who possess over $20,000 are very few. Andy has shattered some fond hopes. He denounces Northern men who came South to espouse our cause. They may not take the life-giving oath. My husband will remain quietly at home. He has done nothing that he had not a right to do, nor anything that he is ashamed of. He will not fly from his country, nor hide anywhere in it. These are his words. He has a huge volume of Macaulay, which seems to absorb him. Slyly I slipped Silvio Pellico in his way. He looked at the title and moved it aside. "Oh," said I only wanted you to refresh your memory as to a prisoner's life, and what a despotism can do to make its captives happy." 2 weddings. In Camden, Ellen Douglas Ancrum to Mr. Lee, engineer and architect, a clever man, which is the best investment now. In Columbia, Sally Hampton and John Cheves Haskell, the bridegroom a brave one-armed soldier. A wedding to be. Lou McCord's. and Mrs. McCord is going about frantically looking for eggs to mix and make into wedding cake, and finding none. She now drives the funniest little one mule vehicle. I have been ill since I last wrote in this journal. Serena's letter came. She says they have been visited by bushwhackers, the roughs that always follow in the wake of an army. My sister Kate they forced back against the wall. She had Katie, the baby, in her arms, and Miller, the brave boy, clung to his mother, though he could do no more. They tried to pour brandy down her throat. They knocked Mary down with the butt end of a pistol, and Serena they struck with an open hand, leaving the mark on her cheek for weeks. Mr. Christopher Hampton says in New York people have been simply intoxicated with the fumes of their own glory. Military prowess is a new wrinkle of delight to them. They are mad with pride that 10-to-1 they could, after 5 years' hard fighting, prevail over us, handicapped, as we were, with a majority of aliens, quasi-foes, and negro slaves whom they tried to seduce, shut up with us. They pay us the kind of respectful fear the British meted out to Napoleon when they sent him off with Sir Hudson Lowe to St. Helena, the lone rock by the sea, to eat his heart out where he could not alarm them more. Of course, the Yankees know and say they were too many for us, and yet they would all the same prefer not to try us again. Would Wellington be willing to take the chances of Waterloo once more, with Grouchy, Blücher, and all that left to haphazard? Wigfall said to old Cameron in 1861, "Then you will a sutler be, and profit shall accrue." Simon Cameron became Secretary of War in Lincoln's administration on March 4, 1861. On January 11, 1862, he resigned and was made Minister to Russia. Christopher Hampton says that in some inscrutable way in the world North everybody has contrived to amass fabulous wealth by this war. There are two classes of vociferous sufferers in this community. 1. Those who say, "If people would only pay me what they owe me." 2. Those who say, "If people would only let me alone, I can not pay them. I could stand it if I had anything with which to pay debts." Now we belong to both classes. Heavens, the sums people owe us and will not, or cannot, pay would settle all our debts 10 times over and leave us in easy circumstances for life. But they will not pay. How can they? We are shut in here, turned with our faces to a dead wall. No mails. A letter is sometimes brought by a man on horseback, traveling through the wilderness made by Sherman. All railroads have been destroyed, and the bridges are gone. We are cut off from the world, here to eat out our hearts. Yet from my window I look out on many a gallant youth and maiden fair. The street is crowded, and it is a gay sight. Camden is thronged with refugees from the low country, and here they disport themselves. They call the walk in front of Bloomsbury the Boulevard. H. Lang tells us that poor Sandhill Millie Trimlin is dead, and that as a witch she had been denied Christian burial. 3 times she was buried in consecrated ground in different churchyards, and 3 times she was dug up by a superstitious horde, who put her out of their holy ground. Where her poor, old, ill-used bones are lying now, I do not know. I hope her soul is faring better than her body. She was a good, kind creature. Why supposed to be a witch? That H. Lang could not elucidate. Everybody in our walk of life gave Millie a helping hand. She was a perfect specimen of the Sandhill tacky race, sometimes called country crackers. Her skin was yellow and leathery, even the whites of her eyes were bilious in color. She was stumpy, strong, and lean, hard-featured, horny-fisted. Never were people so aided in every way as these Sandhillers. Why do they remain Sandhillers from generation to generation? Why should Millie never have bettered her condition? My grandmother lent a helping hand to her grandmother. My mother did her best for her mother, and I am sure the so called witch could never complain of me. As long as I can remember, gangs of these Sandhill women traipsed in with baskets to be filled by charity, ready to carry away anything they could get. All are made on the same pattern, more or less alike. They were treated as friends and neighbors, not as beggars. They were asked in to take seats by the fire, and there they sat for hours, stony-eyed, silent, wearing out human endurance and politeness. But their husbands and sons, whom we never saw, were citizens and voters. When patience was at its last ebb, they would open their mouths and loudly demand whatever they had come to seek. One called Judy Bradley, a one-eyed virago, who played the fiddle at all the sandhill dances and fandangos, made a deep impression on my youthful mind. Her list of requests was always rather long, and once my grandmother grew restive and actually hesitated. "Woman, do you mean to let me starve?" she cried furiously. My grandmother then attempted a meek lecture as to the duty of earning one's bread. Judy squared her arms akimbo and answered, "And pray, who made you a judge of the world? Lord, Lord, if I had a knowed I had to stand all this jaw, I wouldn't 'a' took your old things." But she did take them, and came afterward again and again. June 27th. An awful story from Sumter. An old gentleman, who thought his son dead or in a Yankee prison, heard some one try the front door. It was about midnight, and these are squally times. He called out, "What is that?" There came no answer. After a while he heard some one trying to open a window, and he fired. The house was shaken by a fall. Then after a long time of dead silence he went round the house to see if his shot had done any harm, and found his only son bathed in his own blood on his father's doorstep. The son was just back from a Yankee prison, one of his companions said, and had been made deaf by cold and exposure. He did not hear his father hail him. He had tried to get into the house in the same old way he used to employ when a boy. My sister in law in tears of rage and despair, her servants all gone to a big meeting at Mulberry, though she had made every appeal against their going. "Send them adrift," some one said. "They do not obey you or serve you; they only live on you." It would break her heart to part with one of them. But that sort of thing will soon right itself. They will go off to better themselves. We have only to cease paying wages, and that is easy, for we have no money. July 4th. Saturday I was in bed with one of my worst headaches. Occasionally there would come a sob, and I thought of my sister insulted and my little sweet Williams. Another of my beautiful Columbia quartet had rough experiences. A raider asked the plucky little girl, Lizzie Hamilton, for a ring which she wore. "You shall not have it," she said. The man put a pistol to her head, saying, "Take it off, hand it to me, or I will blow your brains out." "Blow away," said she. The man laughed and put down his pistol, remarking, "You knew I would not hurt you." "Of course, I knew you dared not shoot me; even Sherman would not stand that." There was talk of the negroes where the Yankees had been, negroes who flocked to them and showed them where silver and valuables had been hid by the white people. Ladies' maids dressed themselves in their mistresses' gowns before the owners' faces and walked off. Now before this every one had told me how kind, faithful, and considerate the negroes had proven. I am sure, after hearing these tales, the fidelity of my own servants shines out brilliantly. I had taken their conduct too much as a matter of course. In the afternoon I had some business on our place, the Hermitage. John drove me down. Our people were all at home, quiet, orderly, respectful, and at their usual work. In point of fact, things looked unchanged. There was nothing to show that any one of them had even seen the Yankees, or knew that there was one in existence. July 26th. I do not write often now, not for want of something to say, but from a loathing of all I see and hear, and why dwell upon these things? Colonel Chesnut, poor old man, is worse, grows more restless. He seems to be wild with homesickness. He wants to be at Mulberry. When there, he can not see the mighty giants of the forest, the huge, old, wide spreading oaks, but he says he feels that he is there so soon as he hears the carriage rattling across the bridge at the Beaver Dam. I am reading French with Johnny, anything to keep him quiet. We gave a dinner to his company, the small remnant of them, at Mulberry House. About 20 idle negroes, trained servants, came without leave or license and assisted. So there was no expense. They gave their time and labor for a good day's feeding. I think they love to be at the old place. Then I went up to nurse Kate Withers. That lovely girl, barely 18, died of typhoid fever. Tanny wanted his sweet little sister to have a dress for Mary Boykin's wedding, where she was to be one of the bridesmaids. So Tanny took his horses, rode one, and led the other 30 miles in the broiling sun to Columbia, where he sold the led horse and came back with a roll of Swiss muslin. As he entered the door he saw Kate lying there dying. She died praying that she might die. She was weary of earth and wanted to be at peace. I saw her die and saw her put in her coffin. No words of mine can tell how unhappy I am. 6 young soldiers, her friends, were her pallbearers. As they marched out with that burden, sad were their faces. Princess Bright Eyes writes, "Our soldier boys returned, want us to continue our weekly dances." Another maiden fair indites, "Here we have a Yankee garrison. We are told the officers find this the dullest place they were ever in. They want the ladies to get up some amusement for them. They also want to get into society." From Isabella in Columbia, "General Hampton is home again. He looks crushed. How can he be otherwise? His beautiful home is in ruins, and ever present with him must be the memory of the death tragedy which closed forever the eyes of his glorious boy, Preston. Now, there strikes up a serenade to General Ames, the Yankee commander, by a military band, of course. Your last letters have been of the meagerest. What is the matter?" August 2d. Dr. Boykin and John Witherspoon were talking of a nation in mourning, of blood poured out like rain on the battlefields. For what? Never let me hear that the blood of the brave has been shed in vain. No, it sends a cry down through all time. End of Chapter 21. End of A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut.